music paused. Let's get into the news. Hello. I don't know where to start because the plane thing is like throwing me off. Right before I went live, there was a notification that Trump finally accepted the plane. He did the thing that we all knew he was going to do. And anybody who doubted it for a second was just, not that I saw too much of that, but this is like news in the same way that like water is wet.
It's being built, 2 of them being built. But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force? That's what that idiot talks about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need...
I think this has to do with him taking in the fucking refugees from South Africa, the farmers.
...to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are problems.
And this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States...
Those are all recent.
And
those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways.
We need an Air Force...
He's off in his own world. U.S. formally accepts luxury jet from Qatar for Trump. The Air Force has been asked to figure out a way to upgrade it so it can be put to use as the new Air Force One for the president. U.S. has accepted a 747 jetliner as a gift from the government of Qatar, and the Air Force has been asked to figure out a way to rapidly upgrade it so it can be put into use as a new Air Force One for President Trump. A Defense Department spokesman confirmed Wednesday. The Secretary of Defense has accepted a Boeing 747 from Qatar in accordance with all federal rules and regulations. He lied, Sean Parnell said in a statement. The Department of Defense will work to ensure proper security measures and functional mission requirements are considered for an aircraft used to transport the President of the United States. The plane, which industry executives estimated is worth about $200 million, will require extensive work before it can be considered secure enough to carry Mr. Trump. Pentagon officials have acknowledged in recent days they need to make sure that, I don't know if anybody's ever seen Spy Kids, but there's this scene where they put in what looks like a microwave popcorn into a microwave and it like zaps like a burger. That's what he needs, but like those are the types of upgrades that they're considering. So he can like instantly get McDonald's while he's midair. Any civilian aircraft will take significant modifications to do so. Troy Mank, the Air Force Secretary, said on Tuesday during Senate testimony. Based on the Secretary's direction, we're postured and looking at that right now of what it's going to take for that particular aircraft. The plan has drawn concern from members of Congress. This is like one of those sentences that if I wrote, like submitted an essay in college, I could see the TA like writing in red pen, like who, question mark. Because you're going to go on to like name people that will voice objections, but will ultimately not actually do anything. They worry Mr. Trump will pressure the Air Force to do the work so fast that sufficient security measures are not built into the plane. See, that's the real problem, right? It's like, what if it's not secure enough for him? It's not that this is just like, you know, corruption on display, him taking bribes, him being amenable to anyone that's willing to give him a big shiny toy. It's like, no, are you sure you can actually get it secure enough? Is he going to be able to like watch his shows up in the air? Is he going to have HBO? If President Trump insists on converting this plane to a hardened Air Force One before 2029, I worry about the pressures you may be under to cut corners on operational security. Senator Tammy Duckworth, Democrat of Illinois, said, well, I don't worry about these things. The Pentagon has not given an estimate of when the work on the Qatari plane might be done. Even though Mr. Trump and the White House have made clear the president wants it soon, perhaps even by the end of the year. We will make sure we do what's necessary to ensure security of the aircraft, Mr. Mank said at the Senate hearing. I'll be quite clear and discuss that with the Secretary up to the President if necessary if we feel there's any threats that are unable to address. The gift is also drawn question. Like, this is what I was thinking they were going to get to first, you know? Drawn questions. This is like, again, like not drawn, like stark opposition, not outrage. No. Just like we have some questions about you taking this, you know, $200 million jet. From both Democrats and Republicans in Congress who worry that Qatar might be trying to improperly influence Mr. Trump or that the plane itself might have listening devices. I hadn't even thought about this. It's like they might be. What the fuck is the other explanation as to why they would give him this? Because they just love him so much? Qatar's Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassam Al Thani, mouthful to say the least, publicly said on Monday for the first time that his government had approved turning over the plane as a gift, rejecting the idea of it being an attempt to influence the president. Oh, well, if Qatar's prime minister says it's not, then, you know, case closed. I don't know why people they're thinking, he said before continuing, this is considered as a bribery or considered as something that Qatar wants to buy and influence with this administration. I don't see any a valid reason for that. Me when I'm lying. He added, we're a country that would like to have strong partnership and strong friendship. And anything we provide to any country, it's provided out of respect for this partnership, and it's a two-way relationship. It's mutually beneficial for Qatar and for the US. Yeah, no shit, because you're trying to influence Trump. And if you influence Trump, the rest of the party falls in line. So the new plane will be the third being retrofitted for use as Air Force One, replacing two planes that have been in use for 35 years and have had maintenance problems. Maintaining the staff and equipment for three planes is extraordinarily expensive, an estimated $135 million a year per plane, according to the Pentagon. And it could cost $1 billion or more to retrofit the Qatari plane to get it ready for use as Air Force One, a process that former Air Force officials said could take longer than finishing the job Boeing is already doing to deliver the first planes. So the first one's scheduled for 2027. They don't know where the money is going to come from to retrofit this. Congress typically reviews and approves spending on any new major Pentagon programs, to which they always dutifully approve and say yes, of course. Like when Bernie's limit for like his proposal to cut like the defense budget is like 10%, like that's the ceiling, you ain't getting, it's not going to be, there's not going to be opposition to this. Because then the line of attack is going to be like, oh, what? So you don't care about his personal safety? So Democrats will vote for this as well and go along with it because instead of opposing it, because it's like they don't see how it can be stopped. And it's like, well, I don't want to be blamed if it like blows up. That'll somehow be our fault. And we would accept responsibility for that. Mr. Trump has already shown a willingness to spend federal dollars as his administration wants, often without consulting. Like this is coming off the back of Kristi Noem being embarrassed in the Senate hearing yesterday. Asked like, why do you need this plane? Like, why do you need a $50 million jet? You're just using it to go around taking photo ops for your Instagram in front of like imprisoned immigrants and dressed up as a firefighter. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican of South Dakota, said this month that Congress would be asking about any possible use of the Qatari plane as Air Force One. If and when it's no longer a hypothetical, I can assure you there'll be plenty of scrutiny of whatever that arrangement might look like. Yeah, okay, dude. The Qatari plane had its first flight in 2012, and then it was renovated with a luxury interior for members of the royal family in Qatar. So it's not even new. It's like a hand-me-down. It's a far cry from PSL proposing 90%. You know, you say 90, Bernie says 10. You know. What's that fallacy or like bias called that like the first thing that you put out is like where you're setting the negotiations or whatever? Like why Bernie starts at 10 for that? You know, I don't understand. But the government has been trying to sell the plane for about 5 years. So on top of it being like a hand-me-down, it's like overstock. Trump's never going to get to fly in the plane as AF1 unless he uses it before it's fully set for bugs and upgraded to the standards. Yeah, that's what this was mentioning. I was so focused on like the corruption aspect of this, or this just being like clearly a fucking bribe from another country. Just like an open one that he was like willing to accept that. I hadn't even thought like, oh yeah, there could be listening devices like it says. You know, that's not even getting into like whether or not it's ready to be flown and like up to security standards for, you know, American officials to be going into different airspaces and whatnot. And that's already really fucking expensive. One airline broker told the New York Times that he had a hard time finding a buyer as 747 jets, which are no longer being manufactured, are expensive to operate. Even heads of state are increasingly using two-engine jet planes, unlike the 747, which has 4 engines, the broker said. So this is the other thing, is that like, it's not new, it was renovated, and it's overstock. So the arguments about like, oh, well, like it's an upgrade to this or whatever, it's still not even like the best. It's not like new tech or anything like that. This thing's old. You know, they were like Kristi Noem yesterday is like, you expect me to use a jet that's like 20 years old or whatever? It's like, this one's like 13 or whatever. 12, 13 years old already, and it's not operational yet for what they needed to do without significant, like, more money being invested into it. I've always done completions on big airplanes, and there's always ways to accelerate the program, Mr. Falkrod said in an interview. There's a better dollar value than trying to take an airplane from somebody else. The Qatari plane flight record show has been in San Antonio since early last month at an airplane maintenance facility. Trump admin officials have said they're considering hiring L3 Harris, a military contractor, to handle the retrofit, but no formal contract has been disclosed publicly, at least so far. In a statement on Wednesday, the Air Force said it's prepping to award a contract to modify a Boeing 747 aircraft for executive airlift. Details come, but they're classified. Oh, wait, they're classified, not to come. Congress has also not yet taken any formal vote to accept the plane as a gift from Qatar. Like, their input here, like, really matters, you know. The Constitution requires the Congress sign off on any large gift given to the president. Mr. Trump has said the gift is to the United States government, not him as the president. Oh, so this is the loophole. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we would have been totally fine if Biden had taken like a plane from Ukraine, right? That would be just totally above the board. Got it. Insane. All right, let's get to this. Yet another Dem dies in office. It's not funny, obviously. So Rep. Jerry Connolly, top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, who just recently beat out AOC for this role, except when it goes to the library for use by him after his term, which I guess assumes that he's going to leave before dying. Dies at 75. Connolly of Virginia recently announced plans to retire next year after his term ends, saying his esophageal cancer had returned. Nice. So you see, he was going to retire before he kicked the bucket, so you got to give him credit for that, right? Yeah.
Julie, Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly has died after a battle with cancer. What can you tell us?
Who could have seen this coming? That he had, like, since he has esophageal cancer, who could have seen this coming?
Anna, this is a man who not only spent nearly 9 terms on Capitol Hill, nearly 40 years in public service for Northern Virginia residents, but also had deep relationships on both sides of the aisle. For example, Tim Burchett.
Yeah. Oh, he was bipartisan too. Wow. That really, really is just another twist of the knife here.
Who was a conservative.
You're telling me he liked to work with Republicans? Well, now, let me get my handkerchief.
He didn't agree with Connolly on anything, but he was a good friend. And you hear that message over and over again. His family saying Jerry lived his life to give back to others and make our community better. He looked out for the disadvantaged and voiceless. He always stood up for what is right and just. He was a skilled statesman.
And what is right and just is him being in charge of the Oversight Committee over AOC. He always stood up for that.
And on the international stage, an accomplished legislator in Congress. And of course, the late congressman was battling esophageal cancer. He was diagnosed with it late last year. It seemed like he was making a good prognosis. He even took up the ranking member position on the powerful Oversight Committee, but 3 weeks ago deciding to step.
Dude, the more stories like this that come out, the more ageist I am. The more that I'm like, they really just need to, like, these people, the fact that like these types of diagnoses are announced, they're made public, and there isn't immediate public backlash, there isn't calls for them to resign or retire, pass the baton, nothing. It's like, well, let's just wait and see. Let's wait and see on the cancer. And it's like, he could have only stage 2 cancer. Okay. But if you have a type of cancer that's already requiring you to get fucking chemo, at that point, it might not even be the cancer that's like, well, obviously that's the root cause, but the chemo alone is going to prevent you from being able to do your job, you know? And I say this as somebody who's had multiple family members with cancer. That's the actual thing. Family members that couldn't even resume their normal jobs, not jobs that, you know, they were in charge of like a huge swath of the American public, just a normal private sector job. He was 75, and his death comes less than a year after he won competitive race to become the ranking member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, one of the key panels that are charged with keeping a check on the executive branch. What they leave out is, again, the competitive race was with the younger, far more popular Democrat. He'd announced in April that his esophageal cancer had returned despite grueling treatments. And it's like, this was supposed to be the thing that made you think like, that put you at ease, you know? Like, yeah, I've been undergoing this like really, really rough chemotherapy and aggressive to, you know, target this aggressive cancer, but it still returned. It's like the whole thing is an issue. And he would not be running for re-election in 2026. I don't understand how their families let them do this shit either. Like, if I had a family member that was a statesman or stateswoman that was diagnosed with this, I'd be like, it's not even a question that you're going to resign. Do you really want to spend the last few years of your life like in office and doing this instead of like with your family? I don't understand. You know, he always stood up for what's right and just. He was a skilled statesman on the international stage. That is family. But this is going to be the thing that like defines his legacy. The fact that he was yet another Democrat that died in office and refused to step aside. He's the third House Democrat to die in office during the past 3 months. Representative Sylvester Turner, Democrat in Texas, suddenly died on March 5th. Let me guess, this person is over the age of 65. 70 years old. Like, what is this? They suddenly died shit. Isn't the median survival age in the US for men? So you're only expected to live 75 years in this country, which is pretty abysmal considering that we're like one of the wealthiest country ever. But, you know, with that in mind, it's like there is no such thing as a surprise when a 70-something-year-old is dying when that's already the median age that you're going to die. It's even less of a surprise when you have cancer and you're being treated for it. Connolly's death means Republicans now hold a 220-212 majority in the House. That's the other thing. That's the fucking other thing, is the collateral damage from this shit. Is that the GOP already had a majority, obviously, but they're like solidifying it now. So this creates a third House vacancy. Connolly is the third Democratic congressman to die this year. Representative in Arizona, and then Turner of Texas, who we just read about, who was like fucking 70-something. Both died in March. All 3 seats are now vacant. So with the passing of Rep. Connolly, it's split 220-212, expanding the Republican majority. Democrats now only hold 212 House seats compared to 220 for Republicans. This majority remains slim as Speaker Mike Johnson tries to garner enough votes to pass a major budget bill. This is like the big, beautiful budget thing that they're still disagreeing on. And the reason why it's being held up, my understanding, is because there are Republicans that think that there's not enough cuts to like Social Security and stuff in it. Like they're still trying to squeeze more out of it. Yeah, major budget bill to enact much of President Donald Trump's domestic agenda, but he can now spare 4 Republican votes against the bill rather than the 3 if Connolly had been able to vote against the measure along with all the other Democrats. Tributes, so they just need to get very few people to cross and they've got it, you know? Tributes to him began, of course. Like, fucking kill me, dude. Fucking kill me. And this is how I saw it. Ken Klippenstein on Twitter was reporting about it. See, this is what, see, he says 5. The other 2 articles just said like, oh, only 3 people have died. The person from Texas and Arizona. And so he has those people. But then he has Representative Bill Pascal of New Jersey, 87, who died after weeks of respiratory issues on August 21st, 2024. Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, who died of pancreatic cancer on July 19th, 2024. Oh, okay. So it's 3 because that's just this year. But they're leaving off that just at the end of last year. Like not even halfway through last year, these people were dying. He was an animal welfare guy, apparently. It all makes sense. We can't let Trump shoot himself in the foot without Dems helping him out. He takes people from the House for his cabinet. A few Dem reps shuffle for the mortal call. Turner is Jackson Lee's replacement. No. I hope to God that's not true because then they died immediately. Let me see. Who replaced Sheila Jackson in Texas after death? Oh my God, it was. Oh my God, that person died. And then the person who replaced them died. Dude, this is like tragically comedic if it didn't actually impact people. You might have noticed something about this list. They're all Democrats. It's not a coincidence. The Democratic Party is unique in prioritizing seniority in whom it awards powerful congressional leadership positions. The practice speaks to a deep-seated attitude among the party of deference to party elders and belief in a system that rewards seniority over merit. Jerry Connolly made explicit reference to this in an interview with CNN back in December following public backlash against his committee assignment.
The decision about leadership ought to always be based on a proven record, skill set, competence, capability, and your plan for moving forward. I've never had my chance to be a ranking member or chairman of a full committee.
This is, I've never had my chance. Like, dude, you're like in your 70s and you sound like a 10-year-old.
This is it.
It's my turn to play like oversight committee leader, Mom.
And
Mom said it's my turn.
I've the bona fides and the credentials over 16 years that my colleagues, looked at, examined, validated, and decided that's what we need. We need the best general we can put on the battleground with 4 more years prospectively of Donald Trump. And that's what the Democratic caucus overwhelmingly decided to do.
Nice. Several weeks earlier, Connolly had announced he had esophageal cancer, a disclosure he made just 1 day after winning re-election in November, as I reported then. That's awesome. Yeah, literally dying. Literally dying. Like, this was not an overstatement. This was not insensitive. This was literally just true. An it's oncology, but adding the jickle to the end of this is like throwing me off. Surgeon I interviewed stressed the bleak prognosis for Connolly's illness, observing his physical appearance, extreme weight loss, sunken temples, muscle loss as characteristic of terminal illness. I reported all of this except the surgeon's grim assertion that Connolly wouldn't survive the year, which seemed a bit too speculative. And usually I like write off stuff like this because you can find doctors that are willing to say anything. Or like we'll go on record and stuff like that, even though they're not supposed to like really speculate about other people's conditions. Because you have like David Pacman like every other day. Let me see. David Pacman, Dr. If I put Dr. Trump Health, will that pull up what I want? Like Dr. Trump needs a psych eval 4 years ago or whatever. Doctor, White House hiding truth about Trump's health. Yikes. This. I mean, this did happen, but, to Biden. Although I've never doubted that, like, the White House is doing the same shit. Like, the doctor, like, Trump's doctor was insane. The first one that was like, let me see. Trump's one, he lied about his weight. He said he weighed like way less than he did on one of them. 2016. This guy was crazy. Yeah, this guy. Trump's personal physician from 1980 until 2018. Before then, his father was his personal physician. So this guy, oh, he died as well. He died in 2021. Yeah, Trump doctor wrote health letter in just 5 minutes as limo waited. Based. That didn't go over so well with Democratic Party leadership, whose angry response epitomized their almost religious reverence for their party elders. Then headed the Virginia Democratic Party, Susan Swecker, told me to delete yourself, declaring that Connolly is going to kick cancer's ass. So you pointing out that this guy is dying, and you having a doctor to at least be willing to say that he's showing markers of, like, progressed aging because of the cancer and, like, you know, mortality and an increased risk for mortality, you know, delete yourself. At least this has at least she got ratioed to shit. 91 likes, 605 replies. And of course you backtracked. This is pussy shit. Stand by it. Stand by it. Don't back down. You already said it. A lot of 307,000 people saw it. Just, you know, stand by it. Delete your account, of course, is what she meant. And Jerry Connolly is going to kick his cancer's ass. Okay. So I guess she just sees him as like ruining everybody's fun. Like by pointing out that, yeah, cancer oftentimes leads to death. Chemotherapy oftentimes, like, which kills more people than it saves. It's not me trying to be anti-science, but like, if you're at the point where you're considering chemo as an option, you know, you usually have an aggressive form of cancer because they're not just opting to give you radiation. And it's risky. It's like fucking nuking all your cells. Democratic Party influencers and other hangers-on echoed these sentiments in posts condemning me. Do they seriously think a journalist's responsibility to report the truth magically disappears when that truth happens to be awkward or uncomfortable? Apparently, because you're being a Debbie Downer. By April this year, after just weeks of serving atop the Oversight Committee, Connolly announced that he was stepping down from the committee and would not be seeking re-election, citing his cancer. But again, he shouldn't have been seeking re-election for the position already. That's what Comey meant too, 86-year account. Something tells me that this is not in the same vein as 8647. That to me clearly comes off as just like this cheeky slogan that's like, yeah, get him out of here. But not like by any means necessary. Delete yourself. This is like a step away from kill yourself. And this is not me pearl clutching. I just genuinely think that's how she meant it. And then only backtracked when she saw the visibility that it got. You know, I don't really care. I'm not like, how dare you, ma'am? Because the thing is that it's in service of something so stupid. You know, I'm not opposed to people being this spirited or rowdy on social media, obviously. Look how I behave on here. But it's in service of like defending this geriatric guy who has cancer, you know? Like, I'm not saying he didn't make contributions, but it's like, okay, you made your contributions, now step aside. You're too old to, the whole point is that you're supposed to serve the public, and your age and your, you know, health ailments are a barrier to you being able to do that. So step aside. At this point, I did actually receive some apologies from people who had thought my reporting was insensitive, but now I could see I was trying to warn people about a real problem. I mean, do they, like, what other conclusion could you take away from this? You're reporting on the health status of people that are recently elected and clearly attempting to conceal it from the public because he only announced it after he had won. That he didn't get the prognosis then or the diagnosis then. He clearly knew, and he was campaigning without telling people. Because he knows that if voters had the full picture and they could make an informed decision, they would not be picking him. Because he's not fit to serve. He's too old and he's sick on top of it. I've gotten some of the same today. Like, it shouldn't take the guy literally dying. This guy could have lived for 10 more years and it should still be sparking a conversation about, shouldn't we have healthy people running the country? Shouldn't we have people being transparent with their constituents and voters? Shouldn't it be the media's responsibility to hold them to account on these things, not cover for them or be nice or put like a nice spin on it? The fact that like none of these articles that we're pulling up, neither the New York Times one or NBC, or maybe it was ABC, is mentioning that he did not announce that he had cancer until right after he was reelected. Where is the accountability for that? All I saw was like his legacy and just heaping praise on top of him, even though I think if this were a Republican, they would have covered it a bit differently. For those not familiar with how Washington works, wait, I skipped this. Yeah, most of Democratic officialdom seems to have learned nothing, continuing to shoot the messenger. Senator Gary Peters' digital director, Henry White, said and where's Gary Peters from? Is MI Michigan or, yeah, from Michigan. So the director for Senator Gary Peters of Michigan said his reporting was nothing more than an attempt to cultivate a small group of followers. Dude, what clout are you going to get in like liberal spaces? I guess like left-wing people or whatever. It's like, but like what clout do you have to get from this? Really, it just got him like derision. But even if he was, who cares? It's just a weird, so like always such a weird attack. Like you just want attention. Like, yeah, what do you think everybody on social media is doing? All of us want attention. Want attention, please. For those not familiar with how Washington works, his worth it remark is a veiled threat not to help me with any future stories. A reference to the access I was sacrificing by reporting on this stuff is what Amy Goodman calls the access of evil. Access to exclusives is the carrot government uses to reward coverage it likes, and the stick it uses to punish undesirable coverage, a game I don't play. I mean, like, what would inside access have really given him insight into for this? You know? If he reached out and asked that, you know, Connolly for a comment, they were going to ignore him or say that he's fine or lie. That's it. That's the most that you were going to get, is like them sinking themselves deeper. Loyal audience of several dozen reply guys was worth it, bud. Ironically, White's own boss, Gary Peters, the senator from Michigan, shares my concerns about the gerontocracy. He shocked Washington in January when he announced that at age 66, a spring chicken by Senate standards, because I'm pretty sure the median age of like a senator in the United States is like up there. I know it's more for Democrats. Let me see. Is that like, I know the current affairs article talked about it. Let's see. Median age. Across both parties, just 11 U.S. senators are under the age of 50, and the median age is 64.7. So what is he? Spring chicken. I mean, he's not a spring chicken even by Senate standards. He's like right on it though, you know. Age of the U.S. population. For reference, the median age of the U.S. population is 38.9 years old, according to the census. There's currently only 34 Dems in the House of Representatives who are millennials, one who's Gen Z, and across both parties, just 11 U.S. senators are under the age of 50. So 70% of Democratic voters say they want elderly leaders to retire, while the poll left the term elderly up into the interpretation of the respondents. The results may reflect a broad frustration with entrenched leadership. Whatever your definition of elderly is, it definitely includes people in their fucking mid-60s. Is that because younger Democrats are more likely to bother corporate interests of the Democratic Party? The difference between Dems and conservatives, I mean, probably. We'll get into that later because I have this article from the New York Times where they're like, all the money that's being poured into trying to find the new liberal Joe Rogan, you know? And it's like, yeah, you're not going to be able to get that's not how you find the next liberal Joe Rogan, is like giving them money or just like you're, you know, that needs to happen like organically first, and then they grow. All the most successful ones, all the like biggest and most successful stars like Call Her Daddy and Joe Rogan or whatever, like it was like nothing. They went from nothing to something. It's like a rags to riches, but on social media type story. But they just want to like fund that person. And you know, it's like, again, you could like, the best you could hope for is like a liberal Ben Shapiro doing that, you know, but we're already getting those types of figures. If you want the liberal Joe Rogan, I just don't think you can taint that person because Joe Rogan got the Spotify deal. And then all of a sudden, you know, like, there was, you know, more stark shift rightwards from that point on, if I remember correctly. But you can't like grow them in a lab, unfortunately. Fortunately for the Democratic establishment. His statement was a principled broadside aimed directly at the gerontocracy, for which I thanked him. So thanking Gary Peters for saying like he's going to step down voluntarily. When I was first elected to Congress in 2008, I always knew there would come a time to pass the torch to the next generation of public servants and allow them the opportunity to bring fresh energy and ideas to the nation's capital. Our founding fathers envisioned members of Congress as citizens serving their country for a few terms and then returning to private life. I agree. Perhaps someone could send that thoughtful statement to his digital director. I don't talk about it much, but it's actually uncomfortable for me to write about these things. It certainly doesn't make me any friends in Washington. But more than that, as a reporter, you often find yourself having to choose between being polite and being honest. That can be especially difficult the better you get to know the subject of your reporting, and their humanity inevitably shines through. So if an independent journalist like Ken Klippenstein is willing to talk about this, like this type of pressure or whatever, like what do you think exists at like the corporate level, you know, or independent media that has gotten to the point that it's like huge? In the case of Connolly, an image that came to mind every time I wrote about him was this picture of him with his dog, a Bichon Frise named Abigail, who he adopted from an animal shelter, something he encouraged people to do. Obviously, politicians sometimes get dogs for optics reasons, but his smile in this photo was authentic. He loved that dog. Hopeful Melody was saying he was an animal person. This is the side of Connolly that popped into my head like an intrusive thought whenever I was ranting about his hubris, reminding me that nobody is all good or all bad. It's also what occurs to me when I think about how harmful it is, not just to the public, but to the politicians themselves, when we let them debase themselves by clinging to power as spending their final days in that miserable chamber instead of with their families. Yes, this is exactly what I was thinking. Or dogs. We let the people deserve better, but so... We the people deserve better, but so do they. After the Democrats lost the White House due to Joe Biden's refusal to drop out and allow there to be a serious primary or to grant Kamala Harris time to actually campaign, I had hoped they would get the message. But if this week has taught us anything, Biden's cancer announcement coincided with the publication of Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's book on the White House quote-unquote cover-up of his decline while in office, is that they still haven't gotten the message. So I'll keep reporting it in the blunt way that I do, making the problem as difficult to ignore as possible. I hope you'll have my back in this and subscribing, which you guys should do. Rest in peace, Congressman. We both deserve better. I hope you get to see your dog again. Well, that's sad. Didn't Joe Rogan start as a UFC commentator? I feel like there's a difference between being given like a platform early on into your career that ends up kind of like launching it and defining it versus being given money like seed money specifically to start a media empire and attempt to like influence people, you know, because there's all sorts of people that, you know, grow to become like bigger media figures, and like they started somewhere like, oh, they were a UFC commentator, or they were like an anchor, a co-anchor on the Today Show or something like that. But it's another thing to intentionally like put money behind that to try to get that outcome, when usually that all that signals is like, okay, so this person has always had like an interest in like public communications and media, you know. But you never know, like there's so many people that work in media, it's so huge that you never know who's going to be the star. Because it's like, I can't name the biggest UFC commentator now. It isn't possible to make a fact-based podcast, or possible. Dem should avoid making that mistake of trying to. Well, it's possible, but it's happening without too much Democratic influence. Like MeidasTouch has surpassed Joe Rogan. But the thing is that, where is it? Yeah. This is April 24th, 2025. Anti-Trump podcast downloaded more than Joe Rogan, Candace Owens combined. The MeidasTouch podcast has topped the podcast chart for the third consecutive month, generating more downloads than Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, and Ben Shapiro combined, according to Podscribe data. Why it matters. So the MeidasTouch podcast, which has topped the charts since President Donald Trump's return to office in January, is holding firm as the country's most downloaded podcast. Prior to its rise, the medium was dominated by conservative or pro-Trump voices like the likes of Rogan, Shapiro, Sean Ryan, frequently topping the charts. Trump himself appeared on a number of these shows while eschewing traditional media outlets in his 2024 presidential bid, a strategy many say contributed to his victory. So, like, Positive Nation said, like, you know, how do you do like a fact-based, you know, and like this still obviously is predominantly opinion, but you know, they are, I would say it's fact-based, you know, they're still like covering the news and then giving commentary based on that. Right. But you know, there are criticisms that not just me, but other people have, like we watched a video a couple, like maybe like 2 weeks ago now, that was called like criticizing MeidasTouch, talking about how it's basically like a slot factory for Dems. Because the type of content that they put out, like a lot of it, it's true, but it's not significant. And their sensationalist titles surrounding it kind of give the impression that it is something more than it actually is. Like what they cover is going to be more substantial and like, you know, can sometimes in like this aggregate, even though each individual story is true, can still give like a wrong impression. I basically see this as like blue Fox News, you know? Fox News' meltdown on air over Trump disasters, you know? Ex-Republican strategist goes scorched earth on Trump's ... who knows? You know, furious Japan rebukes Trump in public as talks implode, you know? And like his, you know, presidency in the first 100 days or so has been a disaster, right? But they give this impression, it seems like no matter what, a lot of it is just like Trump, like exclusively focusing on Trump, you know? And I wonder, like, what are these media outlets going to look like when Trump is not in the public sphere anymore, if that ever happens, you know? Because even like all of 2023, 2024, there was still Trump to cover because he was running for president. So they covered a lot of that then as well. And they also pointed out that they, the article, let me see, MeidasTouch current affairs. Like they don't want to, so they call it MeidasTouch turns Democrats' mind to slop. Like they don't want to touch issues like Gaza. Hold on. On the podcast, there's little on Trump's horrific plans to ethnically cleanse Gaza and turn it into the next piece of his real estate empire, his crackdown on pro-Palestinian speech, and his threatening universities that failed to quell Palestine protests. The decision to avoid Palestine by Democratic-aligned media seems to be deliberate, and it goes beyond MeidasTouch. MeidasTouch is part of a broader universe of content creators that are aligned with the Democratic Party, which include Brian Tyler Cohen, who has 4 million YouTube subscribers, David Pakman, 3 million, among others. Notably, last March, avoiding to a source with the events, Pakman attended a private off-the-record meeting with Harris and the day of Joe Biden's State of the Union address. During the trip, he met with Cohen, the Meisel's brothers, who run the MeidasTouch podcast, and dozens of other so-called independent progressive media figures. In an internal email, Pakman later told his staff that the content creators at the White House had talked among themselves and everyone had admitted that they deliberately avoid producing Gaza coverage in order to prevent big controversy. And I feel like it's part of the reason why they continue to not do it now, because if they try to talk too much shit about what Trump's up to in Gaza, what's going to end up there? People are obviously going to compare it to what is it, to Biden's policy, and like, why didn't you speak up then? So Brian, I don't think I followed this guy, Tyler Cohen. Like if I search Gaza, like what's going to come up? So this is from June 21st, 2024. And it says, for those who want to use their vote to punish Biden over Israel-Gaza inflation, quote, I've never seen a politician in my life whose views aligned with mine on every issue, and that's how it is. So, you know, the extent to which he's willing to talk about Gaza is it's not to actually, you know, bring awareness to the genocide or, you know, moral outrage at starving children or the amount of death and destruction that's taken place in the Strip. It's about, you know, telling people that you should put that aside and vote for Biden. Or vote for, yeah, at this point, I think Biden was still in the race. So what's he saying?
Deity. I absolutely understand and appreciate that people are vehemently unhappy with Israel, with Gaza, with inflation. I am by no means here trying to claim that Joe Biden is perfect, because he's not. But here's the thing. They're never going to be perfect. I've never seen a politician in my entire life whose views align with mine on every issue, and that's okay.
And like this framing, I feel like gives a lot of insight into like how he views this issue, because you being outraged about the tens of thousands of corpses you see piled on top of each other, that's you demanding perfection. That's you wanting just, you have, you know, that's you basically asking Biden to do pizza parties every single Friday for the nation.
Hey, that's how it is. That's how it goes. I'm not marrying the president. I don't pray to the president. Joe Biden is not my deity. No politician is.
Okay, and like I agree with that. Okay, but if you recognize that, then why are you trying to like undermine people's attempts for accountability? Like if I let's see, you know, Because if he's like, I understand the people that were saying like, I'm going to vote to punish Biden. That's stupid. That is stupid thinking. And I don't mind that being called out. It's like the way he does it though, that like, you know, I don't, it's like, it tells me like, okay, I don't agree with you where you're coming from on this. Like if I put uncommitted, like he didn't even mention the uncommitted movement. I guess it's better than him. If I search it, he was like talking shit about them. But, you know, nothing about that.
They are vehicles.
But those were coalitions of voters and people attempting to use the Democratic channels, the Democratic approved, you know, primary channels and whatnot to signal that they are serious about wanting change on this issue.
To get me and
not just saying change. I mean, most people were saying this should not have been the policy from the start, obviously.
Us closer to the future we want. You've heard the saying, voting isn't marriage, it's public transport. You're not waiting for the one, you're getting the bus. And if there isn't one to your destination, you don't not travel, you take the one getting you closest to where you want to be. If I were to say, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden because he wasn't perfect on every issue, that would be me sacrificing my future and using my vote to punish Joe.
The sad thing is I feel like Democrat politicians won't change a single thing about how they respond to what their voters want. Well, see, the thing is that they prove that they're possible of changing. But it seems like they're always willing to like immigration, you know, when you contrast Biden's messaging in 2019 and 2020, when he was trying to secure the primary, like his position on immigration versus where it ended up, you know, clearly they are capable of making these sorts of dramatic pivots, but I feel like they're only willing to embrace those pivots when they move further to like closer to the center and to the right than when they do to the left. That's the unfortunate thing. So they are, but it's like to the extent that they're willing to change, it's only to the right. Is only to get these like mythical moderate voters. Is only to try to peel off Republican voters, which, you know, I just don't really see that. That is not the way. I don't have a problem with them trying to reach those voters, but I don't think that you're going to reach like those types of voters on immigration. So you shouldn't even talk about it.
Joe Biden is not more important than using my vote to protect.
You know, like if you want to reach those voters, you should be talking about poverty. Like so much of Kamala Harris's rhetoric was talking about like the middle class, right? And like that's important to talk about the middle class, but more importantly, one, like things that go on under like the branch of like middle class definitely includes capitalists for one, and small business owners or whatever, because the distribution of wealth in this country includes everything from like billionaires to millionaires, people make hundreds of thousands of dollars, to then people that make tens of thousands of dollars or under 15,000, you know? But like, where are they talking? Like, they didn't talk to poor people. And I think for the first time in like recent history, maybe, I don't want to say ever, let me see. Dems lost ground with like poor voters. Did Dems lose votes from the poorest Americans for the first time in 2024? Let's see what this says. Oh, I have to pay for you? I don't want to pay for you.
Protect my future. That's giving him all the power. That's making this election about him and not about us. Joe Biden is 80 years old. He's not going to be around forever. But most of us are going to be around a hell of a lot longer than that. And so what's more important? Getting a jab in to voice your dissatisfaction with a politician, or finding the bus to get you closest to your destination?
As a result, the poorest parts of the country now serve as the base of the Republican Party, the party that is least supportive of redistribution. Like their constant focus on trying to get like the suburbs, you know, like it's happened, but you are like trying to narrowcast to just not enough people. There's far more poor people in this country than there are people that, you know, live in suburbs. There's far more people that only make tens of that. Like the average, I think the median income in America, at least for a man, is like $39,000, $40,000. It's like nothing. And this is like now creating a new coalition for Trump when it shouldn't be. But let's see this this liberal Joe Rogan search, you know. But yeah, on this, like, I just don't, I'm sure I agree with this guy in a lot. Domestically, I'm sure he's perfectly nice. It's none of that. The thing that just frustrates me is that they just really seem constrained as far as what they think is possible, I guess. It's so constrained to just whatever they're just working within the very, very narrow confines. I don't exactly think you're going to reach the lefty voters either by talking about Gaza. You're never going to be enough of a hardliner. But I'm not talking about lefty voters. I'm talking about like 700,000 people that are showing up, because usually the criticism with that is like, okay, but lefties don't vote. But the uncommitted movement, you got 700,000 people to go vote in a primary for an uncommitted candidate. You know, you had institutional backing and congressional representatives like Rashida Tlaib backing this movement. So clearly there were calls from within the party, like, those calls were then legitimized by party members, you know, like it's not this like huge amount, but the fact that, again, 700,000 people are taking time out of their day to go vote in a primary where it's all but determined at that point that Biden is obviously the eventual nominee, that tells us that's not something to ignore or just manage. And the fact that like the small windows of opportunities that they did have to attempt to like placate the space, they shunned them. You know, like, why are you finding room on the DNC stage to let anti-Trump Republicans talk, but you can't let a Palestinian American Democrat talk? I don't understand that. You know, like, if you're asking me what she should be doing, I mean, like, it's not about, oh, she should be doing this to get elected. It's like, no, you should call it a genocide, because every single human rights org is willing to call it a genocide. All of them document this extensively in their reports and news for the past, what, 19 months, 20 months now? And you should call it that because that's what it is, not because it gets you more votes, you know? But you were seeing that shift in that policy, like, did an increasing amount of voters want a ceasefire? Data for progress. Voters want Trump to back a ceasefire in Gaza. This is an hour ago, but I'm looking for stuff from like last year. Majority of US voters want Gaza ceasefire. Likely US voters about various foreign policy issues were polled, particularly related to the ongoing war in Gaza. When asked if they approve or disapprove of the way Joe Biden is handling the Israel-Palestine conflict, voters disapproved by a 21-point margin, with 57% disapproving and 36% approving. This margin has increased since Data for Progress started polling this question in early November, with approval highest in late November after the last temporary ceasefire began. However, disapproval of President Biden's handling of the conflict is driven primarily by Republicans, with 79% expressing disapproval. See, and like, they should see this and they should see, oh, okay, if they're obviously willing to shift both policy-wise and rhetoric-wise on immigration and move further right to attempt to appease this base because they want to reach out to moderates during the election, well, you have polls showing you that even Republicans were on board with this. So even by their own logic of what's necessary for them to be willing to say, like, okay, we should move on this. Okay, because I know they don't care about the left, right? I know they don't care about progressives, and fine, progressives are like a smaller faction in this country, but you're talking about something that had support across party lines, you know, driven more so by Republicans. You know, 2/3 of voters, 67%, including majorities of Democrats, 77%, independents, 69%, Republicans, 56%, support the U.S. calling for permanent ceasefire and a de-escalation of violence in Gaza. And that was an increase from November. And the 12-point increase came from independents, you know. There's one poll, more data out there that asks more precise questions and stuff like this. But to me, it just seems so unlikely that they were not getting this sort of information and just choosing to ignore it. It can't because it's politically inconvenient. We have laws that require action when certain determinations are made, so politicians and bureaucrats avoid that by just not calling it what by not calling it what it is. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they'll take action to sanction the ICC, right? So, but let's see this. Well, first of all, before we get into this, I just want to say that we're an hour into the stream. And if you're watching on YouTube and you're enjoying the content so far, you should go ahead and give me a like and subscribe if you aren't already. And same goes for Twitch. If you're not following me on Twitch, please go ahead and hit the follow button so you can know when I go live. And I stream every single day, practically, like 6 out of 7 days a week for hours at a time. And you can come hang out with me, and I cover politics, videos, drama, reaction, etc. And if you want to support me, my donation links are always pinned in chat or in the description box. So according to the New York Times, this was like 2 days ago. Yesterday, May 20th, 2025, Democrats throw money at a problem, countering GOP clout online. At private gatherings, strategists and donors are swapping ideas to help the party capture the digital mojo that helped President Trump win. Yes, there's a price tag. Hillary Clinton refused to call Honduran coup a coup because that would have required U.S. State Department action, for example. I mean, she went on The View and she was like, you guys don't get Hamas. Like, you don't get why you can't... there can't be like a ceasefire now. Let me see if I can find it. Hillary Clinton. Okay, maybe it wasn't. Oh, actually, maybe it wasn't The View, but she said this was her saying it here.
Calling for a ceasefire now do not understand Hamas. That is not possible. It would be such a gift to Hamas because they would spend whatever time there was a ceasefire in effect rebuilding their armaments, creating stronger positions to be able to fend off an eventual assault by the Israelis. So we're in a very different world. I don't think it had to be the world we're in, but that's where we are, and we've got to figure our way.
Okay, so to me, if this is your answer, even though obviously this is demonic, given everything that was going on at the time, like people are calling for a ceasefire, not out of concern for fucking Hamas, but out of concerns for civilians and Palestinians, obviously, one. And two, if this is your answer, the thing is that they coupled it with, we are like working tirelessly for this ceasefire, and there were ceasefires. There were ceasefires under or what have come to be known as ceasefires, but they were like humanitarian pauses or whatever. And they had those under Biden, but they were too brief, and people were calling for the permanent and lasting ceasefire, not just for humanitarian pauses so Palestinians could hit the showers before they had to fucking go back and have another bomb dropped on them. 6 months after the Democratic Party's crushing 2024 defeat, the party's mega donors are being inundated with overtures to spend tens of millions of dollars to develop an army of left-leaning online influencers. At donor retreats and in-pitch documents seen by the New York Times, liberal strategists are pushing the party's rich backers to reopen their wallets for a cavalcade of projects to help Dems. As the cliche now goes, find the next Joe Rogan. The proposals, the scope of which have not been previously reported, are meant to energize glum donors and persuade them that they can compete culturally with President Trump, if only they could throw enough money at the problem. I mean, this goes to show that they really also just think everything's fine, it's just like a messaging thing. That the reason why we're not connecting with voters is not because, they're looking at their life circumstances and not satisfied with what they're seeing. They're comparing their own what's to come for them against what their parents could have expected. That no, it's just a matter of them consuming the wrong types of media. And if they got the right type of media, then they'd love us. And don't get me wrong, that would change some minds. Media is a huge influence in how people understand things. You think what you're told to think of, you're not necessarily thinking just what you're told to think, but the priorities and issues that matter to people are largely just determined by other people and whatever's put in front of them to care about, At donor retreats and in-pitch documents seen by the New York Times, liberal strategists are pushing the party's rich backers to reopen their wallets for, maybe I have dementia. Maybe you can catch it. Maybe it's contagious because I just read this and it took me way too many words to realize that. Democrats widely believe they must grow more creative. What is this hyperlink to? Some Democrats want this too. They want TPUSA. But TPUSA was a joke for the longest time. And TPUSA is when you looked at who was part of this, it was old people. Yes, the faces of TPUSA are young people, but it was old people. It was funded by Coke money, It's obviously easier for Republicans to get their message out because they're willing to dump millions of dollars to tell all of these people to repeat that the status quo is fine and actually we need to go back on some things. That's far easier than trying to fund projects with people that have different visions for the future entirely and want to disrupt systems. It's always going to be a harder, you know, media enterprise to find somebody that's willing to give you money and like back that, because it usually comes at the expense of corporate and capital interests. In stoking online enthusiasm for their candidates, particularly in less outwardly political forms of media like sports or lifestyle podcasts, many now take it as gospel that Mr. Trump's victory last year came in part because he cultivated an ecosystem of supporters on YouTube, TikTok, and in podcasts, in addition to the many Trump-friendly hosts on Fox News. The quiet effort amounts to an audacious, skeptics may say desperate, bet that Democrats can buy more cultural relevance online, despite the fact that casually right-leaning touchstones like Mr. Rogan's podcast were not built by political donors and did not rise overnight. Yes, precisely this. This is what I was saying to somebody like who asked like, oh, wasn't he like a UFC host? It's like, yeah, but you got to start like in a different sector of like the media entirely. And he wasn't backed by like donors. Now he is, but then he wasn't. Wealthy donors tend to move in packs, and some jaded liberals worry that the excitement can cause money to flow into projects that are not fully fleshed out. They argue that the latest pitch on the left are coming from operatives who are hungry to meet donors' demands for a shiny new object. In a break from the past, some of the Democrats' new ventures are for-profit companies. And so far, there are still more ideas than hard, committed money. One Democratic operative described compiling a spreadsheet of 26 active projects related to creators, over a dozen of which are new since November. But a few of the efforts have ties to major donors that could give them liftoff. It needs to start with the legitimate investment, said Marissa McBride, a Democratic strategist who leads a donor group called Mind the Gap. Okay, like what's your mission? Mind the Gap, or MTG, is a left-wing super PAC dedicated to helping Democratic political candidates win elections. The PAC earns millions of dollars in donations primarily from Silicon Valley executives, quote, who are keen on quietly funneling massive political donations into the Democratic Party. So their citation for that is this. Open secrets. So they've raised 3.9 million. They've spent 2.6. No debts, no independent, but their last report was 2022. The mission of MTG is to, quote, empower private political donors to strengthen our democracy by providing them with evidence-based guidance on the electoral strategies, tactics, and programs that are likely to achieve the greatest impact in a given election. About us. The core mission of Mind, this is what I was looking for, like a mission statement. Joe Rogan was a comedian. He did news radio for 5 seasons on, oh wait, I just like put Joe Rogan. Mr. Braindead, who are you talking about? You mean Joe Rogan? Because I know Joe Rogan from like Fear Factor. Is to empower political donors to strengthen our democracy by providing them with evidence-based guidance on the electoral strategies, tactics, programs, blah, blah, blah. Metrics to vet and compare promising programs and to direct donors to the orgs and tactics that increase the probability of Democratic victory in key races. Improving evidence-based infrastructure across the progressive ecosystem, educating new and established political investors on the most cost-effective strategies and tactics that good science indicates will drive voting behavior and influence the outcome of critical elections. Interesting. I wonder who they've backed. There has to be something that's happening organically as well, but she wants it like, I just don't understand how this, is this not like a contradiction in terms? Like it needs to be organic, but first it has to start with a legitimate investment. Setting a hall monitor reputation. I mean, that's a good way to put it. The first out the gate has been Chorus, a well-publicized liberal nonprofit group co-founded by the Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen. So this is his, right? Oh, wait, no. Why did they hyperlink to that? Weird. But others have stayed under wraps until now. In November, Ms. McBride and other liberal operatives gathered in Washington for a series of meetings to survey the election wreckage. At the headquarters of American Bridge, one of the largest Democratic donor networks, they eventually hatched a plan for a for-profit media company called AND Media, which stands for Achievement Narrative Dominance. There's like a chat GPT type name. The company, incorporated in March, says it's aiming to raise $45 million over the next 4 years. The group hopes to have a $70 million budget over that time frame based on predictions of $25 million in revenue. It says it's raised $7 million so far. Ms. McBride and Christian Tom, who led digital strategy for the Biden White House, the experts, have pitched the company to American Bridge donors as a broad cultural project, hoping to move away from the current didactic hall monitor style of Democratic politics that turns off younger audiences, and media will focus on directly funding influencers and co-producing their content, opening a creator talent agency and starting by inking deals with our 4 flagship creators, according to a business plan shared with the Times. Okay, but how is this not just going to lead to them doing like Dem press releases? It needs an AstroTurf with a layer of topsoil on it. I mean, basically. You know, like the whole pitch with people like this is that they're independent. And not that there's not... People aren't aware of like, you know, bad incentives that exist with independent media. And that's just with like audience capture alone and like the incentives that brings along with it. Now you're talking about like overt financial incentives. Another effort with ties to major donors is called Project Bullhorn, which is meant to pool contributions to back creator projects. The money is running through Jason Birkenfeld, who has advised the political giving of Eric Schmidt, the billionaire former Google chief executive, and others. Mr. Birkenfeld pitched the project to major Democratic contributors at a briefing this month featuring Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey. Mr. Birkenfeld is seeking to raise $35 million in the first year for Project Bullhorn and aligned work, according to 2 people who've spoken to him. He's largely trying to amplify existing influencer networks. An early recipient of the money he raises will be a fund backing left-leaning creators. I mean, like liberal-leaning creators is more accurate. On YouTube. Another will be a matchmaking service to book these creators on YouTube shows and podcasts. Project Bullhorn plans to include a for-profit arm that will, quote, have the potential to reap significant returns, according to a concept document obtained by the Times. We'll need to create a self-sustaining business if we want to build an echo chamber with sufficient scale and reach. So they do want to build an echo chamber, you know. And like, fine, you want to build your echo chamber, but that's going to come at the cost of honest reporting. You know, that's going to lead to them leaving certain things, or even if every single thing that they say is accurate, you know, you're going to see what their agenda is based off what they choose to cover. We can't afford to wait. All of these programs are somewhat similar and they will compete for scarce capital. I mean, you're talking about millions. This seems like they got lots of money, you know? I mean, what would it take for anyone in chat to be bought off? Me personally, just 1 million. That's it. You know, just a single million. And fine, I'll read your Democratic press releases. Okay. Democratic strategists and fundraisers say that many major liberal donors are still being stingy with their money, and that the few laying out cash are more focused on legal efforts to fight the Trump administration. You know, where the money should be going, trying to oppose Donald Trump. This sounds like more worthwhile, obviously. On the top aides one of the top aides on former Vice President Kamala Harris's 2024 campaign, Rob Flaherty, and a digital media executive, Mike Vainassi, have been in conversations with donors in recent weeks ahead of what is expected to be a multi-million-dollar fundraising round for a new for-profit company called Channel Zero. The group is meant to provide back-office services to content creators who already have large followings. It's like, what does that mean? This is already like making me raise eyebrows. Dude, I could fund so many activists with $1 million. Yeah, but to them, they're like, yeah, you know, ground game activists, tenants' rights, or general strikes, whatever about that. What if we told you that Brian Tyler Cohen could make a bigger salary? Consider it. He's also advising Project Echo. This is like kind of dystopian. I mean, if you are trying to compete with the media ecosystem, though, it is echo chambers. A new 4-year, $52 million influencer program from People for the American Way, a progressive nonprofit group. See, what drives me crazy is that they will kind of just reprint like what these people say that they are. But when you actually look into it, it's like, okay, but what progressive values do they have? Let's see if this actually does line up with being progressive, truly. No, I don't want to donate to you. I want, what are you about? Mission and overview. Like, let's see if they have any policies, you know? Our mission, People for the American Way, is a national progressive advocacy org that inspires and mobilizes Americans to defend freedom, justice, and democracy from those who threaten to take them away. For more than 4 decades, we've been dedicated to making the promise of America real for everyone. I've worked towards a vision of vibrant America where basic rights and freedoms are upheld for all, not just the wealthy and powerful. So this is a nothing burger. This is a nothing statement. This is completely vacuous and empty, and it's just platitudes. And I guess maybe this is the closest that they get to policies. We empower people to stop far-right extremism. And you can learn more about all of these things. Stop book bans and censorship. Fight for fair courts. Defend voting rights. I'm here for that. Protect democracy. Elect progressive leaders. But again, like all of this kind of begs the question. It's like, yeah, but what's your understanding of defending voter rights? What is going on under the umbrella of protecting democracy to you? Does that mean like re-electing centrist Democrats instead of getting out the ones that are ineffective, you know? Or electing progressive leaders? Okay, like does it mention anything about like certain policy positions? Doris Ruben Gallejo. Angela was a progressive. Alyssa Slotkin, again, like worked in the CIA. Like they don't seem to have any sort of positions that like bind them to these people, or like that before they, you know, offer to give them money or like work with them. You know, if the only requirement is just literally beat a Democrat or like beat a Republican, okay, fine. But then like, I'm like, that's fine. Like, I agree. You should try to not let like a centrist Democrat is better than a Republican. I'm not disagreeing with that. I wholeheartedly, emphatically believe in that. But don't call yourself progressive. You know, that's not progressive to me. That's just like standard liberal advocacy. You are just trying to bait people into thinking that you're, you know, in the Bernie AOC wing, like Justice Democrats league, when you're talking more like you're like third way, but rebranded. Because I don't actually think that they have, I don't think they make them actually do anything. Like hold certain positions if they want money. That's what this should be tied to. Because to me, if you just want to get them elected, it's like, then go work on, I don't understand why you don't just go work on their campaigns. Because it seems like there's almost no strings attached to this. It's weird. Stop far-right extremism. Like, see, I can get behind this, like, you know, funding right-wing watch. Huge Twitter account or whatever, like, showing insane thing, like, so Right Wing Watch's reporting has led to deplatforming and disinfo promoters like Alex Jones, spurred legal action by state attorney generals against televangelist Jim Baker, aided the congressional investigation of January 6th, exposed and discredited extremist politicians like North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. This was worth it. This guy was like literally found to have been saying like, I'm a fucking black Nazi, and Taylor rocks. He was like saying that on different forum posts, and it did sink his election. Shaped thousands of news stories and other investigations of white nationalism, Christian nationalism, anti-LGBT forces. Like, see, I'm behind this. This counts to me as like, fine. It's like progressive advocacy, you know? But like, not everything that they're, this to me, again, I just think that, these are their only like issues, you know? And to me, that should be just like standard stuff. This is not, it's the usual, we are better than Trump, bare minimum. Yeah, this is not like pushing the bounds or whatever. You know, it's good stuff. It's worthwhile stuff. I'm happy that I'd rather have them doing it than not doing it. Sure, like fight the book bans and stuff like that. But, you know, I don't know that that's progressive. That just seems like it should be kind of, one, it should be bipartisan, obviously. As in, it should be so baked into American consensus that it's not just one party upholding it. Like, it's not, it's like, it just becomes something that neither party can touch, even if they wanted to. But yeah, I don't know that that's progressive. Where were we? Yeah. So they want to put all of that money into this. The group is spending about $10 million of its own money and pitching donors for the rest, according to the president. A program called Double Tap Democracy, meanwhile, is working with 2,000 mostly apolitical creators who generally have smaller followings. Like, what are you? Coming soon. A new media network that turns influence into impact. We connect organizations with culture-forward talent to drive change. Okay. But how and drive what change? Did they funded a study or something? The study explores how political leaders use TikTok to construct and communicate political authenticity through strategies of immediacy, consistency, and ordinariness. Through a combined qualitative and quantitative method, we take a case study approach and analyze 380 videos by the political leaders in Queensland, Australia. Immediacy, the most prominent authenticity type, demonstrates high engagement, reflecting the platform's demand for real-time interaction. The concept of ambivalent ordinariness, where politicians blend personal and political personas, emerges as a significant strategy. Is this how you get Kamala Harris, like, talking brat or whatever? This is exemplified by videos showing personal activities like cooking, which humanize the political image. However, the study also acknowledges the paradox of performative politics, where strategic efforts to appear genuine may undermine perceived authenticity. No shit. The research contributes to understanding how social media platforms like TikTok can effectively contribute to political engagement, offering insights into the interplay between digital media strategies and authentic political communication. TBH, I didn't know progressives were against intelligence agencies. Like, well, I am, but like, no, that like me commenting on the fact that like she's CIA or whatever is the fact that she was talking to Kristi Noem, like that specific person. Hold on. So this occurred yesterday. Have any American citizens been deported? Slotkin fiercely confronts Noem over deportations. It's like, okay, I'm here for confronting her over the deportations.
Thank you, Chairman.
But she was like, well, I'm CIA and I think illegals should be kicked out as well. But you guys are violating due process to do that. And fine, you can hold that position. And you can say that the reason you have that position is because of your experience at the CIA, like force it, you know, shaped your understanding of how that, you know, what your position on that issue should be. But, you know, when this is your way of approaching immigration, which is that there's more of an emphasis on like kick the illegals out instead of like helping people find a path to citizenship. Are you a progressive? Should you be getting like money from organizations that consider themselves to be progressive orgs? You know, that just seems to me like very, very typical, very, very typical, like centrist corporate DEM, you know? What is it? Project was started by Rachel Irwin, who led a $30 million influencer program last cycle for Future Forward, the biggest Democratic Party super PAC, and they had the war chest. Yeah, I don't like that comment she made, Slotkin. Yeah. But there was tension during the campaign over the size of the influencer program, which some donors wanted to be even bigger, according to a person briefed on the conversations. Ms. Irwin incorporated Double Tap late last year. She received an initial grant of about $250,000 from Future Forward and has raised money from some Silicon Valley donors. And it's like, what did you, like, what strings came attached with this money, with you getting $250,000? She has argued to others that the party did not invest early or enough in cultural talent in the last election and that she is trying to learn from her experience at Future Forward. We can't keep running these programs late in the cycle only to break down after or treat these relationships as transactional and expect success. Ms. Irwin wrote to allies in a March email seen by the Times. Every day we don't engage online is a missed opportunity and we can't afford to wait. To some DEM operatives, the repeated gatherings of donors to mull such ideas has felt like a ceaseless calendar of cattle calls. Aides to the liberal donors, George Soros and Laurene Powell Jobs held an idea-a-thon. God, this is stupid, this title. Idea-a-thon. This was in February of this year. In February in Washington, this month, about 50 digital operatives presented their proposals at a hotel in Austin, Texas, at an event organized by Civic Resolve, a think tank backed by a Walmart heir. At least they don't try to pretend like they're progressive. A gathering hosted by Future Forward this month in Half Moon Bay, California, featured a session on return to, quote-unquote, return to culture that paired Nime Nadolo, a progressive content creator with Jeff Lawson, a Democratic mega donor who recently bought the satirical website The Onion. Who's this guy? Or gal, lady? $2.4 million, but like that doesn't really tell you anything because you can have a ton of followers on TikTok, but that doesn't necessarily correlate with engagement. Because like, look, she has like 2.4 million followers, but 8,000 views, 5,000 views. But then this one has 20,000 views. This one has 50,000 views. Cory Booker. Progressive content creator with Jeff Lawson, a Democratic mega donor who recently bought the satirical website The Onion. And Mark Gallegly, a private equity veteran and Democratic donor, has invited contributors and operatives to the latest of a series of gatherings on this issue on Tuesday in New York. So he's a former Harris strategist who has been at some donor events, said emulating the right success would take time. The key is building off what's already resonating and investing in it. And if it all goes into more tools for delivering poll-tested messaging, it'll fall flat with its audience. At that point, you might as well just buy more ads. See, their way of approaching this is they think there needs to be more direct integration and interaction between influencers and like politicians, you know? And to me, I'm like, I'm not so sure that that needs to be the case, you know? Like the notable examples of Trump interacting with these people was just that. It was like just Trump, but they're not getting on like Mike Johnson. You know, they're not getting on different, like they're not getting Mitch McConnell onto these podcasts. It's like just about Trump. It's just Trump. That's it. So they look at that and they're like, oh, we should like not just get, you know, Kamala Harris or whoever the like main person of the party is right now. It should also be like Cory Booker and stuff like that. You know, Cory Booker, only vegan in Congress, regrettably a lib. Yeah, I remember he was asked like, would you make it illegal to eat meat or something like that? in one of the I think in 2020. Reminded me of this. What's this? What is this? Why is this 90% of political content on YouTube?
I hate talking about this stuff. Politics is boring. Politics is stupid as hell. I actually try to keep out of politics. I think both sides are stupid. I think both sides have some good points. I'm actually apolitical. I'd call myself a centrist. I have no real opinion on politics, and I don't consider myself educated enough to discuss the topic. Here's why people should stop criticizing Israel. Here's why people...
Wait, I'm muted. Thank you. Sorry, I'm muted. I was saying that to anyone who wasn't listening when it like got to the end, it said like neutrality established. They're trying to wag the donkey rather than giving it a reason to be happy. I just don't know. As it is, these creators are already kind of like I don't want to say sycophantic, but they, you know, give a lot of how is that a rational progression? It's amusing but not real. What part of it do you disagree with, Dispel? Because it was called like how the video title was called like most political content or whatever. And it's like, that would be the type of political content that they're trying to make. They explicitly say in this article that they're trying to get people with smaller followings and people that are actually not already just talking about politics or news. They want to like get their message, make inroads with like normies, basically. Like normie type influencers. Let's see. Where did it say that? I know it said that somewhere. Yeah. I like that Brian Tyler Cohen has the same initials as Bitcoin. Going from I don't like both parties to both parties have points to I'm apolitical is cope. It is cope, but that is how the majority of like currently the most watched like political streamer, that's like what they're up to. Let me see. Zach Rohr. That's like what? So he's got 55,000 people watching him.
Let me see if I can pull this up. And where the
Every
fuck did
time
it
I
go?
pulled this guy up, he's just on Twitter.
Did this just happen? Oh, fuck. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, did he go into kick? I'm not sure yet. I have no idea. And
But this 55,000 people tune in to watch this guy like nod his head at whatever he's watching. Let me see. Like what's maybe a better representation of what he's up to is like on his YouTube channel. Let's see. CNN just doesn't get it. Like Trump is building a new wall. Okay, he's talking about the Golden Dome. Asman's voice causes pain.
Trump's live, is it finally happening? Oh, here we go.
We're going to have it at the highest level. I want to thank Secretary Hegseth, who's been fantastic, and Secretary Rubio and Space Force Vice Chief of Space Operations General.
Like Dems are over here, like in that article, being like, we need to promote like fact-based media and left-wing podcasts and stuff. And like this guy is currently mogging every single political content creator on Twitch and YouTube. And it's this. It's him uncritically listening to and agreeing with a presidential press release or like press conference.
Foreign missile attack.
Oh, shit.
And that's what we're doing. Today I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based...
Like they're over here like funding studies about what's the proper way to integrate a politician with a young millennial influencer with a Gen Z audience, and how will it ring authentic? Maybe we can have them cooking. And it's like, no, this is the slot people want to watch. They want to watch Asmongold, his face in the corner of him watching the news, being like, whoa, epics, wow, cool, what, no way. That's all he's doing.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting
like
missiles.
I can't even look through the transcript of this because it's not going to actually give me what he's saying. It's just like, the majority of this transcript is probably just what Trump's saying.
Other sides of the world. And
like, is there a point where he starts yapping? Not yapping. Oh wait. Oh, he was about to say something. He had a thought.
All grown up enjoying.
So the keeper of the Golden Dome is bald.
I greatly appreciate.
So the keeper of the Golden Dome is bald. Brilliant. Like, I don't know that Asmongold's been interviewed on like why he's pivoted to political content, but you know, if and when he is, I would guarantee. I would stake my life if I were like a betting person that what we saw in that like little meme video about like what you need to include for, you know, neutrality to be achieved or whatever, at least one of those would slip their way into the interview. I'm not really a politics guy. I'm not smart enough to talk about this stuff. I'm just listening. I'm just taking it in. I'm just authentic. I'm just giving my reaction. You know, that's all I'll say. Asmongold is like a caricature of a human. He's a bug man. A bug man for the bug men. But okay, let's see. So Jon Stewart reacted to this. Jon Stewart slams CNN's bombshell book, Biden book, promo amidst cancer diagnosis.
Man, my name is Jon Stewart. What a program we have designed for you tonight. A bespoke artisanal effort that I think you're going to truly love. And Patrick McGee is going to be here. He has discovered...
Asmongold looks like Shaggy has never discovered weed or bought a dog. If Asmongold had a dog, he would probably kill it because he wouldn't feed it. I mean, if you see how he takes care of himself, there's no sign to me that he would be capable of keeping another animal alive that wasn't a fucking cockroach infestation or ants. Majority report yesterday, I think, is that one, they're like, he is commodifying, he's like gatekeeping information that he has access to as a key journalist in the United States, and then attempting to leverage that, or like has successfully leveraged that into, you know, the commodification of information that probably should have been made available to the public. But the thing is that everybody already knew that Biden was really, really fucking old. And the good thing about books like this, like in his defense or whatever, is the same, like, they also criticize like Bob Woodward for doing the same thing. Cause like Bob Woodward came out with a book. What's it called? I haven't read it. He came out with War. It was like Rage. I think in this book, Rage. I think this is where he exposed that, yeah, it was like critical of Trump, focusing on his handling of the pandemic. And, what does he say? Like, the whole thing was that Trump knew, Trump told Woodward that he wanted to always play it down regarding the threat to the public health of Americans presented by COVID-19, despite being told that it may be 5 times more deadly than the common flu. Trump added, "I still like playing it down because I don't want to create a panic." Rage concludes with Woodward's assessment of Trump as the wrong man for the job. Right? See, someone in chat says, Bob Woodward's "How I Hid That Trump Knew the Virus Was Airborne." But the thing is that we're getting, at this point, day-to-day updates as to how he's mishandling it. So it's a bombshell revelation that like, oh, Trump knew and he didn't do anything. But it's like, one, whether he knows or not, he's not doing anything. And two, if Bob Woodward had come out with that instead of like in a book where you get, you know, a 200-page narrative from start to finish of what they knew, and then he goes and contrasts it against what he was saying to the public at the time, and he releases it right before the election that Biden ends up winning, isn't it arguable that like it's, you know, it's more valuable because it's a huge reminder and it's something that like is touched on in the media in a more significant way than if he had just come out with that one piece of information and then it's in the news for 2 seconds, and then because of how quickly the media cycle, you know, moves and now with, you know, the rise of social media and whatnot, it would be gone in like a day. Because Bob Woodward ends up doing like a press tour of the book, it is something that is coming up and coming up and coming up. The thing is that I'm more willing to praise Bob Woodward because, you know, he did it so strategically that, again, it was like published September 15, 2020. So people have enough time to read it, and he's doing his media cycles in the critical weeks and final months leading up to the election, and Biden wins, you know. And, you know, how Biden like won that election or whatever. There's a book called Lucky, the story of Joe Biden. This book, how Joe Biden barely won the presidency, it talks about like all the different ways that he was able to win, even though it seemed like he was not going to. But this contributed to it in a small way, not a huge, significant way, but, you know, something big. But unlike this book, you know, contrast that against Jake Tapper's, and this is a more valid criticism, is that this was not released 2 months before the election to give people, you know, information that they needed, or like several months before, like where it would have been critical, because it's like, shouldn't this book exist and then you can get it out to people and they can make a more informed decision, or you can have more pressure exerted on the Democratic Party for Biden to drop out because people are being told that he's fine, but he's clearly not. But I guess this is going to be more, this is, you know, he opted not to do that. And I skipped through this interview that I want to react to. And his explanation for it is that we kind of already knew that he was old. And this book explores, like who knew what and who knew it when, and what were they saying to him privately versus like what they were saying to him publicly. So it does end up being like a long form explanation, but I can't see like, and it definitely rubs me the wrong way that like there's sort of these incentives that exist in mainstream media, you know, because he is incentivized to like hide information so he can write a book. Like Bob Woodward, again, like he's not part of CNN. You know, he's like a long form journalist. He always has been. But Jake Tapper is part of the current American media and like news establishment. There's arguably, you know, it's more incumbent upon him to be forthcoming with that as it comes and sacrifice putting it into a book, or like waiting to put it into a book, or do a first part of it, you know? At what point did Tapper know that he was going to write a book? I think we'll see if he talks about this. We'll see if he talks about it. Let's see. It's called How Groupthink Protected Biden and Reelected Trump. This was on the Ezra Klein show. Our beautiful boy and his abundance agenda. But since Tapper is the one who has the insight, who is the one who like kind of, you know, broke the story, or like has the most, the most information on this, is where I have to go to get it. So
Code is about a seemingly simple question. Was there a Joe Biden cover-up? Like a lot of people, I was worried about Biden's age when he ran for president in 2020.
Folks, the people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory, a convincing victory.
And so, like a lot of reporters, I found myself continuously asking top White House staffers during his presidency, how's Joe Biden doing? What's he like in the meetings? How's his energy? I always got the same answer. He's great, completely in command. His energy is amazing. These are people I'd known for a long time. I don't think they were lying to me. The harder question, in retrospect, was whether they were lying to themselves. We all know the story from there. Biden's collapse in the presidential debate.
With the COVID.
And like really quick, I do think some of them were lying.
Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look.
The push to remove him from the ticket.
The growing number of congressional Democrats have called on President.
That might confirm it, but I wonder how much Tapper knew before he decided that it was going to be a book. Well, he said a huge obstacle, and this was brought up by somebody in the Majority Report segment that I watched, that he also had a difficult time getting people to go on record before the election because they had a vested interest in this not coming out, you know?
Biden to step aside.
Kamala Harris' sprint of a campaign.
But I guess I just don't see it as mutually exclusive. You know, I think he could be reporting on like what he does know. And there's different points where they get into it, where there are settings where it's like, okay, but it wouldn't have, you're like, this story did not need to, like, there were other ways to report on this story already that clearly emerged that people didn't, you know?
Donald Trump's return.
Like settings where Joe Biden, before an audience of like a dozen or so people, 20 people, was already demonstrating signs of like aging, signs that showed that he was not fit for the job. And yet like notable people and Democrats and donors or whatever were in there, but yet said nothing, you know? But I think they also are balancing that against, well, even though he's not fit, I still want him to beat Trump because who else is going to do it?
To the White House. Back when I and others were arguing that Biden shouldn't run again, it was seen as, at the very least,
the paper story saying his marital sex is great. Yeah. The secret to a healthy marriage or whatever.
Contestable argument, maybe a crazy thing to be saying. In the last 6 months, though, I've watched a new conventional wisdom solidify.
One of the most powerful figures in the Democratic Party is putting the blame for Tuesday's historic loss on President Biden.
Yes, of course, it would have been better for President Biden to have made that decision earlier. I think there's no question about it.
And his close advisors shouldn't have told him to run again, and they shouldn't have told him he was going to win.
Was there a cover-up? A cover-up would at least reveal a core of cold rationality to the system. It would mean that people dealing with Biden every single day, they knew the truth, they saw it clearly and decided to lie. That there were adults in the room, if only malign ones. In a way that would be more comforting than what I think actually happened. And so there are questions here that are relevant long beyond the Biden campaign. How do you see what is right in front of your eyes when you don't want to see it? How do you not let loyalty to a person, to a party, to a cause blind you? Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's new book, Original Sin, is a reconstruction of what Democrats should have known and when they should have known it. Thompson had covered Biden at Axios. Tapper is, of course, an anchor at CNN, and he was co-moderator of that historic and for Biden disastrous presidential debate. So I asked Tapper on the show to talk through what they learned in the more than 200 interviews behind that book and what lessons we can take from it. And just to note, we tape this before the news of Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis. The episode isn't any less relevant. In fact, maybe it's more relevant. But of course, I want to...
And again, this is coming off the heels of Biden saying that he was like, I think he just said the other day, if he had run, he would have won. Biden says if he had stayed in the race, he would have won. Oh, like, see, I'm way off. He didn't just say this. He didn't just say this recently. This was January 9th, 2025. He said he would have beaten him. Ezra's reasoning sounds like everyone is guilty, so no one can be punished. You'll see where they're willing to kind of let some people slide with like abdicating responsibility, unfortunately.
Right, your decision to run for re-election, do you think that that made it easier for your predecessor to now become your successor?
I don't think so. I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump. It wasn't about, I thought it was important to unify the party. And when the party was worried about whether or not I was going to be able to move, I thought even though I thought I could win again, I thought it was better to unify the party. And it was the greatest honor in my life to be President of the United States, but I didn't want to be one who caused a party that wasn't unified to lose an election. And that's why I stepped aside, but I was confident she could win.
This is delusional. You know, this is insane that he still thought that.
Say that we wish him well.
You know, and like I'll be honest, I was skeptical about him dropping out. Because to me, I was like, I supported there being a primary like way earlier. He had signaled that he was going to be a one-term president or something, or a transitional figure. Like he had given indications early on that he was probably not going to run for a second term. But then I always knew that was going to be difficult for them to actually hold him to, because the incumbency advantage confers such a huge advantage in any election that I could see how it was going to be hard to get him to step down when, you know, who's the natural predecessor to him? Is it Kamala? It didn't seem like it was. People were talking about Harris. They were talking about other people, you know? But I just thought, like, even after that debate, I was like, it's way too late. It's way too late for him to drop out. Like, it would, like, that I was thinking it should probably be Harris, but, you know, she's even more unpopular than him. So is that really, like, going to be the right way? But she's younger, you know? And there was, you know, it surprised me how much support there was, but I still don't think she was able to make up the gap that she would have needed to win for lots of different reasons.
Jake Tapper, welcome to the show.
It's great to be here. Thanks so much, and congrats on all the success of this.
Thank you. I want to start a bit in the middle.
Okay.
You tell the story of Special Prosecutor Robert Hur's interviews with Biden in a lot more detail than I'd heard it before.
Yep.
And I think people know that report comes out and the prosecutor calls Biden a sort of well-meaning old man with a flagging memory.
Something like that, yeah.
But
which is nice, by the way. That's a nice description. That's not a mean description. That's an accurate, nice description. He could have been...
Well, at the moment, it was taken as a very mean description.
It was, yeah.
So what was going on behind that description?
Well, I think for Robert Hur and the
it really angered me. He said he would be a one-term very early on. Didn't he say it when he won in 2020? He said he would be like he like hinted at it. He never explicitly said it, but he certainly gave that impression.
Prosecutors, they were legitimately flabbergasted by how President Biden appeared in that deposition, in the interview in October 2023. They were stunned. And I think they legitimately debated how he would appear to a jury. That I think they legitimately thought, if there's even one person that sees him the way that we see him, which is addled, we're not going to be able to get a conviction. I mean,
what was happening in those conversations that he seemed so addled?
Well, if you read the transcript of her interview, he is just meandering, unable to focus on the train of thought. He doesn't know dates. He's asked about a period that's significant for the investigation about, his holding and sharing information that is of a classified nature. So 2017, 2018. And first of all, he thinks that it is around that time that Bo died and that Bo was deployed. And it's not. Bo died in 2015 and Bo had been deployed years before that. And then second of all, he's just unable to place events.
And Trump gets elected in November of 2017? 2016. All right. So, why do I have 2017 here?
That's when you left office, January of 2017.
Okay. But that's when Trump gets sworn in.
Right.
January.
Right. Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
It's beyond just an avuncular, charming Irish Paul sharing anecdotes. It's a meandering old man.
And in 2017.
And I remember there was pressure from Republicans that Robert Hur is colluding to cover this up or whatever. And apparently similar audios for similar depositions that had been given to Trump had never been released. So the Democratic argument was, no, this is, it's the thing about his old age is a red herring. And they just don't want to release it because these sorts were never released under Trump. So they just want it to be released so that they can, spin, narrative spin around it.
Bo had passed and this is personal. The genesis of the book and the title, Promise Me Dad, was I know you're all close with your sons and daughters, but Bo was like my right arm, and that was my left. These guys were a year and a day apart, and they could finish each other's sentences. And Bo, I used to go home on the train in the period.
Keep in mind, I kept this one at 1.25 speed.
That I was still in the Senate. Anyway.
And while he got assailed, Robert Hur, as...
So, just meandering all over the place, And I thought this at the time, if he needs to be stepping aside because he can't run for re-election and he's clearing the pathway for Kamala, he probably shouldn't be president now. And I didn't understand why he didn't just, resign and have Kamala Harris be the president. Would have helped your campaign, certainly.
A partisan hack out to destroy Biden. My conclusion, and the conclusion of Attorney General Merrick Garland, by the way, was far from that.
My read of how people reacted to that document was it was a suspicion that Hur was trying to find a middle path, that he didn't want to prosecute the president. And so he sort of dinged him on memory so the right could feel good about that. I think people understood that as a political document. When you read those transcripts, though, and you produce some of them in the book, the sense that the president of the United States is actually appearing too forgetful to be convicted of a crime that requires intent in front of a jury is a much more extraordinary and damning thing. And in retrospect, it makes the reaction to the Hur report look much too modest because I think people assume.
This is the Reuters from that time reporting on this. U.S. Justice Department rebuffs Republican demand for audio Biden interview. This was April 8th. U.S. Justice Department on Monday rebuffed demands by Republicans in the House of Representatives to hand over audio recordings of President Joe Biden's interviews with special counsel, whose report questioning Biden's memory set off a political firestorm. Special counsel Robert Hur angered House Republicans by deciding not to pursue criminal charges against Democrat Biden for retaining classified records dating back to his time serving as vice president under Barack Obama. The department had charged Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump for keeping classified documents after he left the White House. That it was Republicans mostly calling for it.
It wasn't quite on the level.
But then, so Biden exerted executive privilege over the audio of his interview with special counsel Robert Hur that's at the center of a Republican effort to hold Attorney General Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, the Justice Department told lawmakers on Thursday. It comes as the House Oversight and Accountability Committee and the Judiciary Committee are expected to hold a hearing to recommend that the full House refer Garland to the Justice Department for the contempt charges over the department's refusal to hand over the audio. Garland advised Biden in a letter on Thursday that the audio falls within the scope of executive privilege. Garland told the Democratic president that the committee's needs are plainly insufficient to outweigh the deleterious effects that the production of the recordings would have on the integrity and effectiveness of similar law enforcement investigations in the future. Assistant Attorney General Carlos Felipe Uriarte urged lawmakers not to proceed with the contempt effort to avoid unnecessary and unwarranted conflict. It's the long-standing position of the executive branch held by admins of both parties that an official who asserts the president's claim of executive privilege cannot be held in contempt of Congress. White House counsel Ed Siskel wrote in a separate scathing letter to Congress on Thursday, the lawmakers' efforts to obtain the recording was absent any legitimate purpose and lays bare their likely goal, to chop them up, distort them, and use them for partisan political purposes. The White House memo is a tacit admission that there are moments from the interview it fears portray Biden in a negative light in an election year, and that could also be exacerbated by the release or selective release of the audio. The transcript of the Hur interview showed Biden struggling to recall some dates and occasionally confusing some details, something longtime aide says he's done for years, both in public and private, but otherwise showing deep recall in other areas. Awesome. Biden and his aides are particularly sensitive to questions about his age. At 81, he's the oldest ever president, and he's seeking another 4-year term. Hur found some evidence that Biden had willfully retained classified info and disclosed it to a ghostwriter, but concluded it was insufficient for criminal charges.
I think it was on to be is actually appearing too forgetful to be convicted of a crime that requires intent in front of a jury is a much more extraordinary and damning thing. And in retrospect, it makes the reaction to the Hur report look much too modest because I think people assumed it wasn't quite on the level.
I think it was on the
one of the unsung villains of Trump's second term, Merrick Garland. Well, that's why I was like, I swear to God, they were like just praising Merrick Garland. And I was like, this piece of shit took way too fucking long on January 6th and whatnot.
Level. The pushback was interesting because the pushback was not about, well, there was the White House pushback, which was not about, hey, the president broke the law, which is how people, by the way, how prosecutors at DOJ thought it was going to be received. They thought the White House is going to be, oh crap, the president broke the law. But the pushback was not on that, but that he was old, which I think is the tell from the White House. And the White House went to war not just against Robert Hur, they went to war against their own Attorney General, Merrick Garland. And Garland comes to the conclusion, and this is in our book, that ultimately Biden, even though he brought him on board saying he wanted a fair, just Attorney General and a Justice Department that had no fear or favor for anyone, Garland ultimately came to the conclusion that's not what he wanted. That's not what Biden wanted. Biden did not want an independent Justice Department. He wanted one that would protect him and his son.
Okay, so to me, I don't understand how he reconciles that being the narrative that ends up in his book when there's reports at the time of Garland himself saying that this, like, you know, advising Biden in a letter on Thursday that the audio falls within the scope of executive privilege. And he's telling the president that the committee's needs are plainly insufficient to outweigh the deleterious effects that the production of the recordings would have on the integrity and effectiveness of similar law enforcement investigations in the future. Like, how does Jake Tapper, does he confront him with that? That just seems like left out to me.
I have this weird experience with this, which I happen to be at the White House on the day the Hur report comes out.
And like, are these the types of deals you have to make to get these people to get on the record? Like, that's what's unsavory to me.
Oh, wow.
And I'm there doing a bunch of other reporting. But one of the things I'm there working on is a story that in my head at that moment is titled, "Is Joe Biden up to this?" Because he'd been doing basically no interviews, not really doing press conferences. We had no real evidence that he was capable of the rigors of campaigning at that point. And then they decided not to do the Super Bowl interview.
Yeah.
Which for me was some kind of very big tell. Like, that was a moment when I really shifted. You have a different explanation than they ever gave me on why they didn't do the Super Bowl interview. Why?
Well, first of all, laid across all of this is the fact that he's not capable of doing good interviews as of 2023, period.
Right. They don't do the Super Bowl interview the year before either. Well, they blame that on it being Fox, right. But they don't do it.
They told me actually it's because they knew the Hur report was about to drop. And they knew it would have all this stuff about classified information and about him seeming super old behind the scenes and addled behind the scenes. And they didn't want to have a interview on that.
So that's what they're saying. But at this time, this is February 5th, 2024. He's skipping it. Advisors say it's part of the plan. For the second year in a row, Joe Biden's passing on the opportunity to sit down for a Super Bowl interview that could reach millions of Americans on Sunday, a move his advisors say is part of their larger communication strategy. This is a communication strategy in the same way being bald is like a haircut. It's like a lack of, you're putting up barriers to communication. There's a lack of communication because you're trying to hide him from the public. Biden's aides believe many voters, already exhausted from a bruising political season, simply want to tune into the game, and that seeing the president pop up while waiting for kickoff might turn them off. Like, this should not have been an answer that anybody really accepted at face value, you know? But some in his party worry about his decision to skip the opportunity to speak to millions of Americans, which it was. He could have boasted about accomplishments, you know? Either he doesn't have anything to say or his team is worried about what he might say and how he'd say it, says a veteran Democratic campaign operative, adding that Biden should have given a national address after recent retaliatory strikes in the Middle East. Regardless, it's a problem. It drew a quick response from his expected November rival, Donald Trump, who posted online that he'd be happy to sit down for the interview instead. Crooked Joe Biden has announced that he'll not be doing the Super Bowl interview. A great decision. He can't put two sentences together. I would be happy to replace him. Would be ratings gold. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, these offers are only for presidents, not for the loser. Biden campaign communications director Michael Tyler said in response to the Trump comment. Second of all, no one's tuning in to watch football this Sunday wants to hear Donald Trump say a damn thing about anything. But it's just all these different ways that he was attempting to not have to speak to the media. Biden has participated in far fewer interviews compared to his predecessor. Since becoming president, he's done 86 versus 300 for Trump and 422 for Barack Obama at this point in their presidencies, according to data collected by the White House Transition Project, Martha Kumar. Trump skipped 1 year of pre-Super Bowl interviews during his time in office. Obama largely established the tradition, participating in the interviews each year during his 2 terms.
No matter with whom and no matter what the format was going to be. They didn't want 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
We were joking that they were restricting the amount of time they kept Biden thought in order to extend his shelf life.
It's 20 minutes about what it would have been. Oh my God, this Hur report says that you're not up to the task.
The Hur interview comes out. Biden seems himself authentically furious. And they call a press conference. It happens late that night. I remember being in my hotel room after being at the White House all day watching this press conference.
Yeah. In addition, I know there's some attention paid to some language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even reference that I don't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? Frankly, when I was asked...
Garland decided Biden wanted to be protected, and so Garland, being a fair and balanced prosecutor, also extends that deference to Trump and everyone of any importance to January 6th. I do not understand why there was this emphasis on getting Merrick Garland somewhere in the administration. He was the Supreme Court pick that Obama advanced once Scalia died. That Supreme Court seat remained vacant. He could have just installed him, but he didn't do that. And that's not me just like, oh, he could have just do the thing. I'm saying you can just do the thing. Why doesn't he just do the thing? Like, no, he actually could have just done the thing, because there were constitutional law scholars saying that when the Senate is refusing to have hearings on whether or not they'll confirm the Supreme Court justice pick, that the president actually has the authority to just appoint them, because the Senate is refusing to convene them, as they do with other members of their cabinet. So he could have done it. And it's like, what are they going to do? Not let him, be on the court?
That's the question I thought to myself. Wasn't any of their damn business.
Biden attacks her. He is angry about the allegation that he didn't remember when Beau died.
For any extraneous commentary, they don't know what they're talking about. It has no place in this report. The bottom line is the matter is now closed. I'm going to continue what I've always focused on, my job of being president of the United States of America.
And then at the end, he takes some questions.
Yeah.
And in this interview, meant to reassure people about his memory, he mixes up Egypt and Mexico.
Yeah.
As you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate.
For me, that was the moment when I realized, okay, it went from the question mark, can he do this, to he can't, right? If you can't go out and not have a memory flub in the press conference about your memory, you're in real trouble.
And I would note that what Biden said in that press conference was not true. To hear Biden tell it, Robert Hur says, do you remember what year Beau died? But that's not what happened. Biden brought up Beau.
Where did you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying.
And look, I can't imagine the grief he feels about Beau or his first wife and daughter. And that's also one of the subtexts of this book, obviously, or texts in this book, is that the two main areas where we think, according to top aides, that his diminishment happened the most had to do with times of extreme stress for Hunter in the summer of 2023 when the plea deal fell apart, and then the summer of 2024 when he was convicted of a crime in a Delaware jury, because in Joe Biden's brain, understandably, he thought there was a very real fear he was going to lose a third child, that Hunter was going to either overdose or commit suicide. And I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm not saying that lightly, but I'm just saying this is part of what happened. That stress helped really deteriorate his essence.
In Biden's defense, he couldn't remember the interview.
Are really persuasive and sad. The reason I wanted to focus on this Hur week is that, to me, it's a moment when a lot of things burst out into the open. For me, after that press conference, I write this series of pieces arguing that Biden should step aside or be convinced not to run. You
didn't ask me to toot your horn, but let me just say that was very gutsy and very difficult for you to do. And I applauded you then, and I applaud you now because, first of all, probably a lot of people who are fans of yours didn't want to hear it. And also, it's kind of lonely to be saying things like that.
Well, I appreciate that. But the thing I want to get at here, because you have more information on this than I do, is, as you can imagine, when I write these pieces, I get a lot of incoming from Biden world, and they're not happy about it. And my honest assessment of them, my view of how they think of this, is that they actually think I'm wrong.
Yeah.
They think I'm being unfair.
Some of them do.
Some of them do. Certainly the ones I hear from.
Well, you're not telling me who you heard from, but I'll tell you that this disaster that happened with Joe Biden running for re-election and then the cover-up of what he was like behind the scenes, what Robert Hur saw.
I don't know what's more damning, if they're lying or if they've actually internalized their own bullshit to the point that when they're discouraging and getting angry at credible liberal commentators from drawing attention to what everybody can already see, which is that Biden is too old for the job that he currently has, let alone another 4 years of it, plus campaigning, that like how many levels of ideology are we operating on at that point?
Was orchestrated by Joe.
But I don't know what's worse, that or the lying.
Joe and Hunter and Mike Donnellan and Steve Ricchetti. And there are other people to a lesser extent, but those 5 people are the most responsible.
Cover up. That's where I want to get at here.
Yeah.
One thing throughout this whole period, and for years before it, which was always a bad sign, is like a lot of political parties, I am asking people in the White House constantly, how's Joe Biden in meetings? How's he doing? And they all say, fine, to a person. The line you often hear is he can perform the presidency, but he can't, quote unquote, perform the presidency. Right. His communication skills have degraded, but as a decision maker, he's better than ever. And it keeps a lot of people from writing what's sort of in front of your face. You think, well, these people are seeing things I'm not, right? If they tell me he's good in the meetings, I don't know if he's good in the meetings.
Right.
So when you say there's a cover-up, my sense of these people is that this is what they believed, or at least had talked themselves into believing. Do you feel most people were seeing him in meetings and he came off the way he came off with Robert Hur and they're just not telling anybody? Or is it something more psychologically complex going on here?
Both. Yes, they were lying to themselves, they were lying to others. But it all, like the definition of a cover-up is when you are hiding something that is an ugly fact. And the ugly fact is that the Joe Biden that we all...
The cover-up would be better because you could just jettison those people, exile them from politics. But it's like, as today's fucking, Jerry Connolly dying proves in the reaction to it, it's clearly that, this is a systemic issue within the party. It went all the way up to the top, but it's infected, even like the DNC, the fact that they don't want to, they're like pushing David Hogg out, who's no threat to the fucking establishment, because they want to retain, their senior members and older members. They don't want to be challenged.
I saw at the debate on June 27th, 2024, did not just step out of nowhere.
Beyond just
that
the
was Joe
presidency.
Biden, and that was the logical consequence of what they had been hiding since, really, in a big way, since 2023. Look, I'm not saying that every meeting President Biden had, he came across as addled. What I am saying, what Alex Thompson and I, he's my co-author, Alex Thompson from Axios, what we are asserting is that there was, as far back as 2019, a Biden that was fine, and then a non-functioning Biden. And that from 2019 to 2024, the non-functioning Biden would rear his head increasingly. And what do I mean by non-functioning? I mean losing his train of thought in a manner that's uncomfortable. I mean not able to come up with the names of top aides or close friends. I mean not recognizing people that he should recognize. I mean not able at all to communicate to the American people. And I think there's a degree to which, and this metaphor was used by so many White House aides we interviewed, the frog in the boiling water. I think there's a degree to which people, as the water is increasingly turned up, they don't notice that it's getting hotter and hotter. And then we would hear from so many people who worked at the White House, then left, and then came back 6 months later or turned on the TV 6 months later, and they could not believe what they saw.
I always feel like you can track this across.
And I mean, that is actually, more plausible explanation. Because look, Biden 2020 interview. So this is in 2020. And this is when he was already too old to be doing this.
When we spoke with Joe Biden this past week in Wilmington, Delaware, the former vice president was ahead in the polls, but confronting a withering final assault from President Trump. As the presidential campaign enters its final full week, we also had questions for his running mate, California Senator Kamala Harris. In our conversation, Joe Biden discussed how much he'd be influenced by progressives within his own party, whether his proposed tax increases would hurt the economy, and how he viewed.
And I feel superstitious when I predict anything other than it's going to be a hard fight. We feel good about where we are, but, you know, I don't underestimate how he plays.
What do you mean you don't underestimate how he plays?
Well, you know, there's an awful lot of talk out there about that trying to sort of delegitimize the election. All, I think, designed to make people wonder whether or not they should, whether it's worth going to vote. Just the intimidation factor. But what
Okay, so 2020 versus 2024. The one-on-one interview with the president. This was 10 months ago, and he was being interviewed by George Stephanopoulos on ABC.
News. New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now, or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. I mean, the way the debate ran, not my fault, no one else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble.
Like, this job had, like, clearly taken its toll on him already.
Also, the couple of elections.
And actually, the same thing happens with Trump. Hold on. Obviously, I want to show, like, 2016 Trump 2016 interview. This was 9 years ago. Donald Trump straight talk about his 2016 presidential bid. He's like sitting down with ABC to discuss how he made headlines.
We're going to turn now to my interview with the news for the first time.
Look at Cleveland, you look at all of the places, you're just exploding. We have an African-American president that we've never had it so bad. You look at what's happening, we're in a big bubble. We have a phony stock market. We have artificially induced interest rates that are very low.
Our polling shows you have an uphill fight, 71% unfavorable.
Well, it could be, and you know what? I've always heard if you're very successful, if you're a really big success, and I'm a really big success.
Those numbers are as bad as Vladimir Putin's.
Well, but a lot of people are in those numbers because they said I'm not running.
Okay. Versus now. I'm sure I'm being more unfair because I'm doing like 10 years or whatever, but he's a fucking president, so. This is him. I want like an interview, not just him. Okay, him. 2 weeks ago.
President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here to mark your first 100 days.
Blowing ships up and watching them sink in the ocean. We're hitting them very hard. No, he's doing a very good job.
His job is safe right now?
Totally safe.
Okay. Let's talk about the border.
Okay.
Let's talk about deportations, border crossing.
Good. Doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums, isn't it?
Like, he's so much slower. He's so much older. He's like lost so much energy. And like in the other one, he looks like, you know, chipper and spry in comparison. By this, he seems like dejected, you know.
Biden rescues the ticket to some degree in 2012.
2016, Trump's a different man. He had quips. He'd shoot from the hips. Now he just kind of fumbles around aimlessly. I know, yeah, 2016 was his peak as far as his quips.
After Obama's bad first debate with Mitt Romney, Biden mauls Paul Ryan.
You can cut tax rates by 20% and still preserve these important preferences for middle-class taxpayers.
Not mathematically possible.
It is mathematically possible.
At least he can speak in full sentences. Biden was a fucking embarrassment. But Biden, like, both of these men are an embarrassment, just in different ways.
It's been done before. It's precisely what we're proposing.
It has never been done before.
It's been done a couple of times.
It has never been
Jack Kennedy lowered tax rates, increased growth. Ronald Reagan.
Now you're Jack Kennedy.
Ronald Reagan. Republicans and Democrats.
It's an exceptional debate. And he sort of gives a ticket, its mojo back before Obama's second debate with Romney. You go to the 2016 convention. I think he gives the best speech at the convention.
His lack of empathy and compassion can be summed up in the phrase I suspect he's most proud of having made famous. You're fired. I mean, really, I'm not joking. Think about that. Think about that. Think about everything you learned as a child, no matter where you were raised. How can there be pleasure in saying you're fired? He's trying to tell us he cares about the middle class. Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey.
By 2020, I thought it was...
If he should have, if he had run in 2016, he probably would have won. He probably would have beat Trump. Honestly, he still had the energy, and then the only reason why he didn't was because death of his son.
Communication problems were already clear.
There's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now.
As even top campaign advisors told me and Alex, COVID was a disaster for the American people, but it was a blessing for Joe Biden's campaign in 2020 because he got to basically run from his basement. I mean, there were some appearances outside, but nobody was judging the size of the crowds, and a lot of the stuff was just done on TV.
You mentioned some of the accommodations that his staff begins making for him. One of the ones that feels very striking is the teleprompter at what are usually impromptu fundraiser remarks.
Yeah, I'm talking about like 40, 50 people.
Yeah, do you want to talk through what that was?
So his presidency starts off, he's still, we're all still in COVID lockdown. People forget the degree to which 2021 is still part of COVID. And note cards and teleprompters are just standard procedure for him. They become crutches to the degree that Democrats are getting phone calls in 2023 because he's doing small.
And by the death of his son being the cause of his son's dying wish was for Joe to become president. How does that translate to Joe not running? I don't know, but it did, and he had already wanted to run for president 2 other times. So
fundraisers,
nothing. It's not like it would have been like the first time he'd run for president. And the CNN was trying to be accommodating. I remember turning on the 2016 Democratic nominee debates it was like Hillary Clinton, it was Bernie Sanders, it was Martin O'Malley, it was can't think of the other 2. Lincoln Chafee and one other guy whose name I can't remember. But they were literally saying, they were like, well, if Biden said that he wanted to get into the race, I'm sure we could literally get him onto the debate stage tonight. So they were still like hoping that he would.
40, 50 people. And his campaign staff is demanding a teleprompter. We have a Chicago fundraiser where the host doesn't want to have a teleprompter there. And they're like, this is the price of admission. And Biden will walk in, read from the teleprompter and walk out. Sometimes he'll do a photo line, sometimes he won't. But it's very odd and it's very weird. And that's not what happens in these fundraisers. The whole point of these fundraisers, if you're giving huge money to the Democratic Party or to a pro-Biden super PAC or whatever, is you're getting time with the stars of the event. And he's not really doing that in any comfortable degree. And he's making people feel very uncomfortable because why does he need a teleprompter to come in and talk for 10 minutes, something that anybody in politics or the media should be able to do, just talk for 10 minutes about whatever. And those become crutches to the degree that then they become also part of the cover-up, even if they didn't start out that way.
What are other accommodations that the staff begins to make over the course of that term?
The hours in which he's asked to function. It's not normal to say that a president can't do anything after 6 p.m. or should only very, very rarely do something after 6 p.m. That's not normal.
But they would always say he had lots of fundraisers that were at night. They always resisted this. It got reported, it got rebutted. But your view is that they really did try to keep him unscheduled after 6.
As much as possible. That's not to say it was 100%. Of course not. But like as much as possible. The degree to which they started keeping him away from people, or rather keeping other people away from him, a cabinet secretary told us. So he had a cabinet meeting in October 2023. And then he didn't have another one until I think September 2024, after he had dropped out. Why would he keep the cabinet at bay? We had a White House staffer say, somebody who left because they were so upset by what was going on, that there was a very purposeful decision to just limit his interactions with anybody who wasn't in the Politburo or a must visit.
Who makes a decision like that?
Well,
because I don't get the sense Joe Biden himself.
It should be normal after 6 p.m. You only make 4 choices.
Believe Joe Biden was diminished.
I don't know what he's aware of. I don't let him off the hook because I'm older than you, Ezra. I'm 56. How old are you?
41.
Okay. So
you look great, Jake.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not capable of doing things that I was capable when I was 41, both physically and probably mentally. I find myself stumbling a little bit more on the teleprompter than I did 5 or 10 years ago. It just happens. It's just part of aging. I only say this because I'm aware of my limitations. I don't believe that Joe Biden is not aware of his limitations.
My sense of Joe Biden's belief about himself is not that he has no limits.
I don't think that we just showed this clip from January of this year where he was like, I think I would have won if I had stayed in. So
he knows he walks more slowly and might fall and they change the way he gets off the plane, that kind of thing. But that he is not sitting there thinking, I am addled. I am losing it. I have to limit my meetings.
No.
Someone is doing, if you are saying someone is doing that, who is doing that? Because you just said a minute ago, right? Mike Donilon, Ricchetti, from everything they say in public, they seem to believe he could have been president through the end of this term. So,
which is crazy.
Fair enough,
it's
but I believe on some level they believe it.
I believe that they believe it too.
So when you say somebody is deciding to limit his meetings with other people, who is deciding to limit his meetings with other people? And are they saying this to the rest of the staff? Does a memo go out? Like, what is going on here?
So,
I mean, it definitely doesn't seem top down. It seems like his aides were noticing when he had good days, bad days, what were good times for him, bad times for him, and adjusting his schedule around that. And he may have not even been clued into it, but that's a problem in and of itself.
As JFK quoted after the Bay of Pigs, success has 100 fathers and defeat is an orphan. There are very few people willing to acknowledge who made the fateful decisions.
I mean, you cannot admit you're getting old, even if it's the factual truth. I mean, yeah, earlier they said this is like, you know, people being unable to see the decline is because you see it so slowly from day to day. There was that guy who was on Oprah who literally turned blue because he was taking colloidal silver and he didn't notice, even though he was taking it daily. And let me see, guy turns blue from colloidal silver. Okay. This was how blue this guy is. This is not Photoshop. This is actually what he looks like. And he was taking care of his parents and he never really left the house. And he said it wasn't until a friend came over and was like, do you have paint on your face? Or like, what are you doing? That he realized that his skin had the reaction to the colloidal silver and turned blue because of it. So, you know, the same thing can happen. It happens with plastic surgery as well. You look at these celebrities that are botched and you're like, how do they not see that they look awful? And it's like, because they see themselves so frequently that it just normalizes in their mind. They look normal.
X, Y, or Z. I would say that ultimately on the staffing level, who do I think is responsible for decisions that protected Joe Biden the way that we're talking about? I would say Anthony Bernal, who was the chief of staff for the First Lady's office and perhaps the most powerful chief of staff in the history of First Ladies, and Mike Donilon. And those two would convey the wishes of the president and the First Lady. So when the decision was made by Joe Biden that he was going to run for re-election, that decision would be conveyed to the staff from Anthony Bernal and Mike Donilon. Mike Donilon would say, presidents get to decide if they're running for re-election, and he's decided he's running for re-election. End of story. Anthony Bernal would say, you don't run for president for one term, you run for president for 2 terms. And they were conveying the wishes of the first couple. And in the book, we talk about this. There is a shocking lack of discussion about this with Biden. It is just Biden decides he's running, and that's it. And in fact, there's a very good, and I'm sure you know him already, John Anzalone, the pollster, who he worked for Biden all the way back in the 80s when Biden was plagiarizing speeches in Iowa. John Anzalone has known and loved Joe Biden forever. And Anzalone wants to poll for it. He wants to see what are the liabilities, how do we do this? Obviously, he's aging. And Anita Dunn says, we're not polling for this. The decision's already been made. And there is not one meeting where they all sit down and talk about this and kick the tires of it. And
that's also a damning indictment of the fact that the Democratic establishment was not already exerting pressure on his administration, scheduling meetings to tell his team that he really is not, he should not be considering that. And they should have been more aggressive with saying, sitting him down and basically being like, okay, who is going to be the replacement? Because you've already talked about being a transitional figure. So who's it going to be? And strong arming him into it.
Jeff Zients, who becomes the White House chief of staff after Ron Klain leaves in early 2023, he comes in, and he's a former Bain Capital guy. He has Bain brain. He wants to run the diagnostics. He wants to kick the tires. He wants to see, is this a good idea? But the decision's already been made. It's done.
One thing I saw happen during this period is the bar got set really low for Joe Biden.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a big right-wing argument that this guy is senile. He has actually lost it. And the counter argument then became pretty easy because he wasn't senile. But there's this really vast range between senile and at the peak of his powers. How do you think his age affected just how he carried out the day-to-day work of the presidency? Not the campaigning, not the politics, but the decision-making, the attention, the party leadership.
I think that his presence in the Oval declined, and he would spend more time in the residence. Now, in terms of the decision-making itself, what we call them in the book, the Politburo, we didn't call them that. People in the Biden administration called them that. The Ricchetti, Donilon, et cetera, the people that surrounded Biden that were the true believers. They would argue, the Politburo, that the decisions were always fine and sound and never problematic. There are people in this book, senators, Democratic senators, who would take issue with that. Not as an affirmative prosecution against him, but just as a question. There's a scene in the book where Biden talks to the top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner, a man with whom he does not have a particularly close relationship. And Warner is concerned because the White House is about to authorize the release of, I think it's 11 Yemenis from Gitmo. And there are a lot of senators, Democrats and Republicans, who are worried these guys are just going to go rejoin the fight, whether with the Houthis or Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever. They're going to, or the militias in Iraq or Syria. They're
You shouldn't tell me this, though. It just pisses me off.
Going to rejoin the fight. And Biden called.
We can't give these people that we've kept at Gitmo, illegitimately, we can't set them free. It would look bad.
Calls Warner.
This thing we shouldn't have done in the first place.
Warner's under the impression that Biden does not know much about this, that he doesn't really understand what's going on. And that concerns him. And then there's another scene in June 2024, before the debate. Biden has an immigration event, and Senator Bennett of Colorado goes to it, another pro-Biden Democrat. And Biden has just like this moment where he's like whispering into the microphone. Nobody can hear a word he's saying.
Secretary, I'm not sure I'm going to introduce you all the way.
It's very odd.
Yeah.
And it's reported as Biden forgets the name of his DHS secretary, but it's much worse than that. But in any case, Bennett leaves the White House thinking, well, this is why Biden's immigration policy is such a mess. He's not capable of leading the disparate factions in the Democratic Party and in his administration on this. And in fact, there had been a desire to beef up border security at the beginning of the Biden administration, and that kind of just like faded away. And Secretary Mayorkas and others never knew why. It just went away. And Bennett's overall conclusion is this did have an impact on the country.
I want to pick up on the Bennett vignette because I took note of that too in the book. This binary, I guess, that they created between can you make good decisions and can you do the superficial theatrical dimension of the presidency. One is real presidenting and the other is just BS the media cares about.
I honestly think a huge reason why Biden had the low approval ratings that he did is because, when the total amount of interviews that he's doing is by the end of his first term is only in the 80s, compare that against Obama's 422 interviews, you are just not having the communication with the broad public and the American public that you need to in order to sell your agenda and help explain it to people, And it's not because those types of addresses themselves garnered, millions of views. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it's because it forces it back into the news cycle and then it's commented on by all of these other private media orgs. Then it keeps it alive and, there's discussion about it.
So I always thought that distinction was incredibly false. The power of the president, as is famously said, is the power
because Biden had a significant amount of progressive legislative accomplishments that were impressive and unexpected for him. But it's not what's coming to define his legacy. Now it's this. Now it's marred with this scandal and Israel, Gaza, obviously, but that and inflation that's coming to market.
If you can't communicate effectively, you can't persuade. You are giving up a lot of your power. But a lot of the presidency isn't about major decisions. I mean, you know all this better than I do, but it's just constant presiding over meetings, constant taking in information, constant sensing into the shape, the zeitgeist of the country, of your party, of the issues, of the constituencies. One of my sort of conclusions covering the White House was that Biden's just attentional bandwidth was more limited than it would have been when he was 65.
Of course.
And so he was extremely engaged on Ukraine, extremely engaged on Israel and Gaza. But his attention to domestic policy seemed to meet a flag.
100%.
And his ability or interest, I mean, Biden...
Is it that, or is it that you don't like the more progressive aspects of the policy that he got through?
Had sharp elbows for his entire career. He was
which at a lot of different points has been overstated.
A moderate Democrat who had little patience for a lot of the people who would disagree with him. And that intense party leadership, we're going to do this, not that. You guys have gotten too far away from the American people here. We're pivoting back. That was just gone. That doesn't mean he was making bad decisions, but energy matters, right? How present the president is on different topics matters because without him, the White House is not going to do risky things that might cause problems for him.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think that when it came to domestic policy, he let his first chief of staff, Ron Klain, kind of run things for a while. Ron Klain, who was a hero to progressives And therefore, Joe Biden, in many ways, was a hero to progressives. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, that the progressives were the very last ones to abandon him, the progressives and the Black Caucus, because they had gotten so much that they wanted from him policy-wise. And I don't mean that in a pejorative way. Policy is why they're in the game. So,
of course, like libs and centrists like Jake Tapper will like put too much emphasis on it, making it sound like the Biden presidency was just this like wish list to progressives, when there was different points of tension, you know, between his administration and what the Progressive Caucus wanted, obviously, and with the Black Caucus. I remember him being like screaming at this group of people that had this like grassroots org that he was meeting with, I think the first year of his presidency, that, you know, he knew what's what when it came to race relations.
I think you're right. I think it became something that he was not focused on. And then beyond that, I think also is just the fact that, as you note, he was interested in foreign policy. That's his area of expertise. And in fact, one of the reasons Obama picks him is for that. And that really is just what he likes. But we had a cabinet secretary say, and this is in the book, that if you expect the president to be somebody who can be woken up at 2 a.m. because there's a national or international crisis, that Biden was not capable of that in 2024. Then that's a cabinet secretary telling us that. That's not, you know, Donald Trump Jr. It's not Steve Bannon. It's a Biden-loving Democratic cabinet secretary.
Did this person believe that at the time, or did they believe it in retrospect?
At the time. I mean, I the way they presented it to me, they didn't say it to, I mean, 99% of this book was told to us after the election. Mm-hmm. As you know, very frustratingly, they got really honest after the election. And before that, they were either not so honest or elusive or didn't return calls and texts. But, you know, we interviewed more than 200 people, and that was almost all after the election. But yeah, I mean, we have cabinet secretaries in there talking about something happened. They kept them at bay. And one of them saying that they didn't think that he could be relied upon to handle that 2 a.m. phone call, which is actually a very terrifying thought.
He was extremely engaged in Israel-Palestine conflict. Let's not just lie. At this point, we know it was not true. Maybe it was true about Ukraine. No, there were different points where he exerted a significant amount of pressure. Hold on. What is it? Was it enough? No. Do I think that he aided in this genocide? Obviously. Biden negotiates for 9 hours with Bibi. Let me see. Maybe it wasn't, it was Blinken, maybe. At this, let's see. This was back in October 16, 2023, U.S. and Israel develop aid plan for Gaza civilians. Blinken says U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said the United States and Israel had agreed to develop a plan to get humanitarian aid to civilians in Gaza without benefiting Hamas, and that President Joe Biden would visit Israel this week to hear how it would minimize civilian casualties in its war effort. Blinken made the announcement after 9 hours of negotiations with Netanyahu that stretched into the early hours of Tuesday. Their meeting was disrupted by air raid sirens warning of incoming Palestinian rocket fire, forcing them to briefly shelter in a bunker. So I'll amend what I said. He was not I thought it was Biden personally who was engaged in these talks. It was Blinken, but his administration had the directive to have these sorts of negotiations that went on for this period of time with Netanyahu. So there's like a grain of truth to it. Blinken also a villain. I don't disagree with you there.
It seems to me that in the campaign, the most consequential decision made after Joe Biden decides to run for re-election,
which is a huge decision, but yes.
Although
no such meetings are happening now between Trump and Netanyahu over trying to get aid in there.
Well, as you say, doesn't even seem to have been a decision at all in the sense that there was a process, a conversation.
There was no process, but it was a decision had by the president.
Is the decision to go for a June debate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're not a presidential campaign nerd, that doesn't happen usually. We do not have June debates.
No, we wait until after Labor Day.
Yes. How does the June debate happen? Because in a way, it's a show of confidence.
It's a complicated process, and there are lots of different parts. One of the parts is that both Trump and Biden had lost all confidence in the Commission on Presidential Debates. So they had discarded it. And so it was really for the networks, every network for himself or herself, trying to get a debate.
Okay, I found it. It took a minute. It took a minute for me to find where he like yelled at these like civil rights leaders. Hold on. This is this was in 2020. President-elect Joe Biden met with civil rights leaders from the NAACP and other groups with Al Sharpton as well, talking about like, you know, these people helped get Biden elected. And so obviously they want to extract the concessions, you know. So 328.
Typically, it's just that they want to be president. He was the vice president, so of course he wants to be president. You know, so it's a
Remember, a lot of you told me talking about the soul of America was going over people's heads. They didn't know what we're talking about. The words of a president matter. What a president says matters. And you've never seen me shy away. In the middle of the debate, I called him a racist. In the middle of the debate with him, I took on white supremacists. I'm the guy that took on every single time somebody was threatened in this country. The only white boy you know who did it, period, out there. Every single time. So
I don't know if it's the only white boy.
Okay. I'm brave. I called Trump a racist. Nobody's done that before.
There was an eagerness by both Trump
Only white boy who did it.
and Biden to start the presidential campaign. For Joe Biden's case, he and Donnellan thought the sooner we make this a choice election, the better. Right now, it's a referendum on Biden. And as Biden would always say, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. Biden thought the moment people realize that it's between me and Donald Trump, they will come back to me. Now, there were people internally who thought, no, we shouldn't do this. Steve Ricchetti thought that debating Trump just like sullied everybody involved in the process. He brings out the worst in everybody. The old saw about don't ever wrestle with a pig because you just get dirty and the pig likes it. And Anita Dunn initially, and Jen O'Malley Dillon didn't want, Jen O'Malley Dillon, his campaign chair, didn't want Biden to debate Trump for any number of reasons. But then the Hur report dropped.
It should be required that all presidential candidates have to do these fucking debates, as far as I'm concerned.
In which there were serious questions and a permission structure for folks in the media.
Because Biden, like Trump shouldn't have been allowed to. I've only debated Harris the one time. They should have been made to do at least 2, if not 3.
Talk about the aging issue. And then Anita Dunn thought, okay, we do have to do this. We have to show that he's okay and he can
It's so insane to me that your debate is optional. I mean, what can you do if these people don't show up, you know, or they say they're not going to do it?
do this. And that's where the June debate came in. An eagerness by...
But yeah, like under the current paradigm, obviously, like, yeah, it should literally be like illegal to skip it, you know, or like it should be disqualifying if you don't show up.
Biden to change the subject from himself to Donald Trump.
So on some level, doesn't the June debate imply this is not a cover-up, that they believed he could do this?
I would say it was malpractice by his people, and the degree to which they were not honest with themselves about Joe Biden's abilities and such is kind of striking. The evidence for the fact that it was a cover-up is the fact that we were also shocked by what we saw on the debate stage on June 27th, when in reality, that was not a shock to people who had seen him like that behind the scenes.
You were right there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're moderating this debate.
Yeah, co-moderating with Dan Abash, yeah.
Tell me about your experience of it, because on some level, I was a little bit shocked by everybody's shock.
Oh, really? That's funny.
I guess because I had done this thing after I'd done these pieces, and before I did these pieces where I went back through all of these speeches and looked at all these clips and came to the view he really wasn't looking good quite often. But what's it like for you being there? You're co-moderating that debate. Yeah. It begins.
He walked, well, first, before it begins, he is late showing up. We're in Atlanta, in a battleground state, Georgia. So Biden won in 2020 and Trump won in 2016. And both campaigns and candidates had been offered walkthroughs. Donald Trump shows
up. The other
up.
thing is that maybe they'll mention it. This was like, it was late. It was like 9, maybe even like 10 p.m. for some reason.
Neither of them show up on time, of course.
And it's like, these men are like in their 80s.
But the time for them to show up was still, you know, laughably early. It wasn't really necessary for them to show up as early as CNN asked them to be. But Donald Trump shows up and, you know, whatever you think of Donald Trump, he's a pro. Which one's my camera? What if I want to ask a follow-up? What if I want this? You know, what do I do? When he's talking, when Biden's talking, is the camera on me, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I'm supposed to go out, the debate's starting at 9 p.m., which, by the way, was another shocker to me. When I found out that they had agreed to do a 9 p.m. debate for an hour and a half, I thought to myself, that seems late. That's late for me.
Yeah, 9 p.m.
Like, how's it going to be for...
Not 10, 9.
Joe Biden. I mean, I understand Donald Trump runs on some energy force that I don't understand, but like, That's late, but okay. I guess
Trump has literally bragged about like how little he sleeps. He sleeps like 4 to 6 hours a night.
they know what they're doing. I think there is a degree to which I guess they know what they're doing infected the heads of so many of us covering him. Because why would you put him out there for an hour and a half debate at 9 o'clock at night when they could have agreed to a 7 p.m. debate? But in any case, he walks out. Oh, wait, I didn't.
Well, he had also, I think it's an
That
important.
was the other thing that was like particularly embarrassing about how bad the debate went for Biden is that it was all self-imposed. They were the ones that wanted to do this debate. They were the ones that chose the time, you know, and they completely fumbled it.
Thing in their heads, as I understand it, they sort of see him as a clutch player. He gives this pretty excellent, at least for him, at this period, State of the Union address in 2024, and he's vibrant and he's loud and his quiet voice is gone, and there's all this talk about do they have him on stimulants?
Right.
But I think they had come to the view that Biden can perform in the clutch.
He's a gamer. That's what they say. He's a gamer. To look at the legend of Joe Biden and everything he has overcome and not realize that that infuses the man with a degree of, not just the man, but the man and his family and his supporters with a sense of this guy rises to the occasion, and it doesn't matter what fate throws at him, and fate has thrown a lot of horrible things at him. He will rise. And his whole philosophy, as he lays out in one of his books, is get up. His dad used to say to him, get up. So, yes, this idea that he's a gamer, this idea that he will rise, that, yes, this has been a horrible month for him. He's traveled all over the place, and his son was convicted in a court, but he showed up to debate rehearsal, debate practice, unprepared and sick and needing to take.
His State of the Union was still lacking compared to his performance in previous years. Well, that's the thing. It's only like with people's memories being so short, you know, like people don't realize just how bad, like how much slower he was in 2024 compared to 2020 even, because most news is not doing that sort of like side-by-side comparison. So it just ends up being judged against his last public appearance, if at all.
Naps, but he is going to rise to this moment. Okay, yeah. I get it. That's how they think about these things. And that's how Joe Biden thinks about these things, because at 8:30, I'm supposed to be out on stage just sitting there, and we're doing lighting and all that stuff. And I can't go out there because Joe Biden has just shown up a half hour before the debate. He's supposed to have been there hours before. And why was he so late? Because he didn't think he needed to do it. He didn't think he needed to do a walkthrough, which is crazy. Every candidate does a walkthrough. Barack Obama.
The bar was set at dementia, so suddenly everything seems like a clutch performance. Yeah, because they were like, the Republicans were like, oh, for sure he has dementia. And it's like, no, it's not quite as bad as that. So as long as he, you know, when you're setting it, that's the bar, then people are expecting this. So then, you know, relative to that being, you know, it being better than that, obviously he looks like he's overperforming, if anything.
That did walkthroughs. Like, you just do this. So he walks out, he hobbles out, you know, he does that shifting thing. Shuffling thing, seeming really old, but I'd seen him, so I was not surprised. He starts.
It's also the fact that he was like slack-jawed during that, like his mouth would be open. He was like looking off is what contributed to him looking so old.
He obviously has a cold. He sounds awful. His voice is already thinner and reedier than it had been, but now it's, you know, it's really bad. His first answer is whatever, it's fine, serviceable. But then he gets to that horrible answer where he completely loses his train of thought.
Eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's just.
And we have these iPads, and I wrote
so
to the control room, "Holy smokes!" And Dana writes to me on a piece of paper. He just lost the election.
It's one thing about this debate, and it was why his just complete absence of doing any serious extended oppositional interviews, just tough interviews. I don't mean like with Fox News. I mean, you know, say with you, was I think worrying. You can talk about communication style. You can talk about how somebody comes off when they're communicating, but one thing communication is supposed to reveal is train of thought, is how people are reasoning under pressure. And what I watched in that debate was somebody who under pressure was not reasoning well. You would not want this person in the meeting with Xi. You would not want this person exhausted after a couple nights of poor sleep in an international crisis. You wouldn't really want this person being the principal structuring and deciding between competing alternatives in a hot meeting about immigration or inflation. That I feel like this is where saying it's all communication, as they often did, really fell apart.
Right.
Like communication is how you think.
Right. Yeah.
And he was not staying on normal tracks. Like his own train of thought was derailing.
There were people that we talked to who worked for Joe Biden. Okay, I'm not talking about Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham, and I mean, who worked for Joe Biden, who watched that debate and thought, who is running the country? Because it's not that person. Now, I That's not me saying that. That's them saying that. But I think it is a reasonable question. So I found that debate incredibly disturbing. And the degree to which the Democratic Party attempted to gaslight.
I'll admit a very rare dignified moment from Trump to not hit on Biden for trailing off and losing his train of thought. Well, the thing is that, like, if he does it when he's right there, Biden at least has the state of mind to maybe hit back like, hey, you're old too, buddy, shut up. Like, he can't really do that, but he would hit at him from like Truth Social and like on social media and in other statements he would say that he was told and that he couldn't string a sentence together.
The country. And when I say Democratic Party, I mean mainly the White House, but also leaders of the Democratic Party attempted to gaslight the public about it immediately.
Gaslight.
As if like, oh, he had a cold. I've had colds. We've all had colds. This was not that. And
yeah, I remember this.
I think one of the reasons why the Democratic Party's numbers are still so low is that they have not reckoned with the lies that they told about this. And these are lies. These are not lies about tariffs. These are not lies about economic policy or things that I don't fully understand as the average voter. These are lies about things that we all perfectly understand. Aging, colds, being adult, not being your best. I mean, these are things that we all have access to.
So I talked to a lot of members of Congress in that period between the debate and Biden stepping aside. And I'd watch them go through this thing where they would talk me through every meeting basically they had with him in the past, year or two. And those meetings, they began to realize had become more seldom than they had been before.
Yeah.
But there'd be the meeting where he was great.
Yeah, 2021, 2022.
Or even there were meetings like that in 2023 and even 2024. People still had good experiences with him in those years. And there would sometimes be the memory of something they had sort of pushed aside where they thought he was tired or they thought he was distracted. I often heard people say they often thought he was distracted by some other matter, which when it's a president is not a crazy thing to imagine, that their mind is on, some terrible crisis. And that, we all have a bunch of data points in our head about it.
I actually agree. I think Trump was relatively very, very nice. He could have been, I mean, Trump is more cordial, he's passive aggressive, that's usually the way his his rudeness or whatever, to the extent that he has that manifests.
Other people.
And
we
he's a queenie bitch.
And then we have also the image of them it is convenient for us to believe. And it can take a lot to push us off of that. But then when you get pushed, you sort of reconstruct a new story out of things you had been downplaying. How much do you think that was happening?
A lot. And I think that especially these are political animals and they were terrified of Donald Trump. And I think that after it became clear that Donald Trump was going to be the nominee, a lot of people said, well, this is what we got. This is the only one. This is the only person who's ever beaten Donald Trump. So this is what we got to do. And a lot of members of Congress who saw things and wanted to speak up were told, what do you want, Donald Trump? This is what you want? They were called a traitor.
I want you to be more specific because that isn't what they were told in a way. They were told, at least in my experience, they were told, do you want Kamala Harris?
Oh, well, that was another argument. And that
was the actual, it seemed to me, first line of defense.
Sure, absolutely. The Kamala defense, which is if Joe Biden doesn't do it, do you want his vice president, who is even less popular than him, to be the nominee?
It's also terrible that there was not even a discussion or a pretext of oh, do we have to have an open convention or primary or something like that? It's well, no, it's obviously going to be handed off to her. And at least yeah, you voted for her. If there was an emergency or if he had died in the office suddenly, she would have assumed the presidency. But I didn't think that it was the maximally democratic thing.
That's crazy. So yes, she was their line of defense. And by the way, this drove David Plouffe insane. David Plouffe, of course, he was Barack Obama's incredibly successful 2008 campaign manager, served as a senior advisor to Obama, and then basically retired from politics in 2012 until he was called back to help Kamala Harris run for president in July 2024. And this drove Plouffe crazy because Plouffe's whole argument was, you picked her. You picked her to be the vice president. If you didn't have confidence in her, you shouldn't have picked her. And he knows what he's talking about because he and Axelrod helped pick Biden for Obama.
Well, this was a thing that drove me completely crazy in that post-debate period. The Biden team's response, Joe Biden's response, when he called in to say morning Joe, was the elites are trying to push me out of the race.
I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party, who they know so much more. But if any of these guys don't think I should run against me, go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me in the convention.
But the elites, myself very much included, with my stuff in February of that year, were late. If you looked at polling, going back years at that point, super majorities of the country believed he was too old to run again. This had been true in 2022. It was something that Biden himself had to finesse in the 2020 race when he didn't quite promise to be a one-term president, but he said things that sounded like that he was going to be a transitional figure. But the public had already come to this conclusion long ago. And you could see it. It was in every poll forever. It was the Democratic Party that
I guess the thinking was that why are we over here worried about age when Donald Trump is like literally a convicted felon at this point, and he's also old as shit as well. So
was late to give it credence. Put aside whether or not you thought the issue was that he could or could.
Even though it's clear that like Biden like it was viewed by the general public as more mentally unfit than Trump, you know, regardless of whether or not that's fair, that's just how it is. Biden was always about Biden. He undermined Harris from the moment he said he was going to pick a black woman for BP. He could have picked her, but he had to make it one of his value ads. Well, to me, it was like, why did you put somebody on the ticket who you were worried about ever as having to assume or rise to the level of being, the presidency in the event of something happening? What do I think of people who say that running another female candidate for president will lead to a guaranteed loss again? I don't personally believe this. I mean, I do think that the extent to which racism and sexism unfortunately did play a role in Kamala Harris's loss. Do I think it's like the biggest thing? No, but I also think some people try to ignore it or act like it didn't happen at all. And obviously it did. When you had top Republican officials like Don Jr. reposting things, questioning what her race was. And when you had Ben Shapiro being like attacking her race as like makes us look bad and does nothing. It's obvious that that was something that, you know, she faced. And that, you know, if these top Republican content creators are saying it, then you can only imagine what their constituents and base and viewers think, you know? So I know that that was an issue, but I've never felt like that's going to be, that's the thing that's like a guaranteed loss, honestly, because you see so much enthusiasm for people like AOC or Ilhan Omar and different like younger female members of Congress. And I've also always felt like I've always been worried that the first Republican or the first female president is going to be a Republican, you know, same way that the Iron Lady, fucking Thatcher, was like the first female PM. No,
could not perform the role of the presidency. The public saying, we don't want this guy.
Yeah,
we don't think he should continue being president. And then the party, you know, in the ways that parties do, closes ranks.
Like anybody, if you come to, I feel like if people come to the conclusion that like, oh, it was her being like a female candidate, that's what sunk us or whatever. To me, I'm like, no, I don't think, I think that's not the right takeaway. And I feel like it's just a very superficial understanding of what was at play there.
Around him, nobody of.
Because she had objective limitations and it's not just her own, you know, inability to inspire and like broad appeal in the American electorate. It's like, she also had very, very few months to make her case to the American public. Meanwhile, Trump has literally been the president one time and he has not left the media cycle. You know, he's basically been around like 10 years, even while Joe Biden was a president, you know, he announces that he's running again only like 2 years in. So he took like a very, very short hiatus. And then it was Trump being in the media again, you know.
Any national profile will dare run against him in the 2023,
even though people are trying
primary.
they're trying to get like Bill Daley and others, Bill Daley, Obama's former chief of staff, and others are trying to get Pritzker, Whitmer, whoever.
Dean Phillips is you know, attacked. There's efforts to allow him on the ballot in certain states.
Wisconsin,
in Wisconsin. But I think there's a reason that you don't get a big primary that year. I actually had been planning to write right after the midterm election, Democrats need a primary.
Yeah.
Just to see if Biden is capable of running again. You just can't give this to him without testing his capability to campaign. But Democrats were so thrilled with how they gained some ground in the Senate in 2022. They held down losses in the House. And even though Biden hadn't been in any super significant way out there on the campaign trail, even though his approval rating was the main thing the Democrats had to get over, the sense was, oh, Biden did it again. He was underestimated by the media again. He was underestimated by the politicos again. And here he is, and he led his Democratic Party to a much better midterm result than Barack Obama did in 2010, than Bill Clinton did in 1994.
Yep. That's what what Ricchetti and Donilon would tell everybody. Yep.
And you just felt like all the energy out of the possibility of anybody primarying him, who is a sort of serious national figure in the party, drain, right? It was just gone.
I would add on the midterms, there is a lot of evidence that they went the way they went despite Biden, not because of Biden. That the two main things that Democrats had going for them were the Dobbs decision, the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which resulted in a lot of single issue voters very mobilized by the abortion rights issue. The Republicans had less than stellar Senate candidates and in some cases House nominees too. And that's really one of the reasons why I think that midterm went the way it did.
This is one of my sliding doors moments in recent American politics. Imagine the red wave had hit. The Democrats get wiped out in the House. They get wiped out in the Senate. Biden does not look like some uncanny political genius. And also the party has to take his unpopularity seriously. So Biden is unpopular by this point. And I'm talking to his people, the same people you're talking about here, after the election, and asking them, okay, well, what are you taking from this? What's your read of this? Mm-hmm. And they are telling me directly that this proves that presidential approval has decoupled from election results. That the fact that Biden is low 40s, high 30s, that in this era of highly negative polarization, with a Democratic Party that's highly committed to beating Donald Trump, to restoring abortion rights, that the fact that Biden is unpopular, well, we just saw the midterms. Unpopularity doesn't tell you that much about how the election is going to turn out. And so they're also...
All they care about is that he's unpopular, fine, but isn't the other guy more unpopular?
Isn't then a need to address his unpopularity, to do a kind of big center pivot in the way that Bill Clinton did after 94, in the way that Barack Obama did after 2010, a thing that annoyed liberals in both cases, but was part of them confronting the fact that voters did not seem to be buying what they were selling. That also feels like it was very, very significant.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, do all your listeners know this 1990s Gwyneth Paltrow movie, Sliding Doors? Are they all familiar with it? I mean,
you can tell them about it.
Well, it's just a question about like she walks out of the subway and she lives one life and she stays in the subway, she lives another. It's a great movie, but I just wanted to make sure. I similarly date myself with Gen X references, and my staff is so much younger than me. They look at me blankly all the time. I just wanted to...
You know what? The truth is, I don't think I've ever seen the movie.
I don't think I have either.
It's just a
even though I said it's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's
and you can't trust the media.
By reputation, it's a great movie. Let me just say by reputation.
Democrats in search for whatever narrative allows them to continue to reach for the 51% victory. I mean, yeah, when you're at that point, you've had that disastrous debate performance, and you're like, they thought they had no options left.
And it's great enough that
I thought they had no options left.
There's referencing it in 2025. Yeah, I think that is very wise. I also would say that Mike Donilon, who came up as a pollster, it is one of the most interesting things about him and his character that so much of what he does is based on gut and not data. You know, Battle for a Soul of America, that's gut. There's no, the numbers that support that was a strong argument are questionable. The decoupling of the presidency from midterms. I mean, there's no actual data to back up these arguments, but it's what they think. It's how they convince themselves of these arguments. He's the only one that ever beat Trump. Okay, that's true, but that doesn't mean...
Vibes-based campaigns, you know? Meanwhile, it does feel like it's loser shit. They're over here like focus group focus group testing and doing polls on like what sort of language polls the best. Meanwhile, you've got like Trump saying whatever he wants. Just like slandering somebody every day, being like completely vulgar and like having no filter or whatever.
It's been only 2 general elections Donald Trump is running at this point.
Yeah, I mean...
Like, and the Republicans know about messaging and marketing and whatnot. That's actually talked about by... an author named George Lakoff. He talks about like the importance of like phrases and, you know, communication when it comes to helping people get on board with policies. And he talks about this in the book, like moral politics and Don't Think of an Elephant. But because Republicans have things like Frank Luntz, you know, the estate tax becomes the death tax, or like climate change or global warming becomes climate change. Like that's all the product of Republican like linguists effectively helping determine like what is the most effective way to like sell our extremely unpopular agenda to people. And Democrats don't really have that, or like they have it, but for like the wrong and most superficial things.
And Hillary, you know, won the popular vote. It's kind of that one was kind of a fluke,
and it created this sort of distance that opened up, I think, between Democratic Party leaders.
It's like Democrats seem convinced that they think that their agenda is ridiculously unpopular, so they're constantly trying to talk around it, and like their pitch revolves around like pointing out how evil Republicans are, which they are objectively, or you know, the importance of the Supreme Court, or like just a few things that they know that they can win on. But the Democratic agenda is not unpopular. You know, it's the Republican Party's agenda that's far more unpopular. People don't want Social Security cut. They don't want their schools to be underfunded. People don't want there to be the abolition of the minimum wage. People want stronger labor protections. But yet you wouldn't know it because Republicans focus so much on like culture war issues that it just doesn't even come up. You know, or they have identified problems, but they have their stupid solutions.
It's in the country where their view, the Democratic Party, was that Biden was historically successful and under any normal measure one, he deserves to run for re-election and win it. But two, who are you to question him when he has been so successful? On the other hand, the country didn't feel he was being that successful. He was unpopular. People were unhappy with his administration. They were not feeling the Bidenomics. They did not feel the world was a more stable and orderly place. And I think there's this way in which the Democratic Party just kind of got a little bit into an insular conversation with itself. Why did that happen?
I mean, I think your question answers itself, which is the Democratic Party was talking to itself. I would, without question, argue that the CHIPS Act and the infrastructure bill are huge achievements. There's no question. But why did the American people not know that? Was it because you weren't talking about it? No. Was it because I wasn't talking about it? No. I was talking about it. There's nothing that Washington media loves more than bipartisan legislation passing. I mean, that is the wet dream of every reporter in Washington, D.C. It's bipartisan and it passed. Therefore, it must be good. But in this case, investing in infrastructure in this country is a good thing because our infrastructure is so horrible. So why weren't the American people sold? I would argue that it was his cluelessness on the inflation people were feeling and how much of that is age and how much of that is just his stubbornness. And beyond that, his inability to communicate.
And so then, having not been given a choice in the primary, the party then goes and says, see, the Democratic voters.
And then on top of it, people hated his press secretary after Jen Psaki was gone.
Chose Joe Biden.
Right.
And now you'd be betraying them.
Yeah.
Put aside everything else. This is just a party that is not, in this period, listening. In your reporting, what actually mattered? What took Joe Biden from the defiant Joe Biden that we heard on Morning Joe, saying that the elites are trying to push him out, that Biden, who is sending a letter basically threatening Democratic members of Congress, to the Biden very shortly thereafter, who leaves the race. What pushes him to where so many people said he couldn't be pushed?
I would say that there are two reasons. One, the lack of support among.
There were big accomplishments, but if the original Build Back Better had passed, Biden would have won from the grave. Yeah, instead of bipartisan infrastructure. They also should have. Fucking progressives were one, naive to think that they could hold Manchin to his word, and then two, Manchin fucked them over. They should have kept the I think it was the American Rescue Plan and Build Back Better tied together.
Senators meant a lot to him. And there is a meeting that the Senate only gets. Well, they want one with Biden, but they don't get it. And they only get one with leaders of his campaign in the White House that
was very telling, by the way, when they wouldn't send Biden to that meeting.
Yeah, of course. Basically, it comes down to there are 5 senators in I think it's a 51-member Senate Democratic caucus. There are only 5 who are standing with Biden. And there are a lot of Democrats who are running for re-election who are on the bubble, who their jobs are really at risk. And then I think he kept on being told, the polls say you can't win, but Biden kept saying that's not what my guys say. And he's not talking about his pollsters, but he's talking about his pollsters' polls as described to him by Donnellan and Ricchetti, who constantly give this unrealistically optimistic view of the polling. It would have been a wipeout, without question.
There's also one of the things in this period when they're saying, look, he's still only 3 or 4 points behind Donald Trump, we can make it up. At that point, you had a history of him just not being able to make it up. You come out for the Robert Hur press conference, you flub the countries, you fail at the debate. You could have had more things happen. This was, to me, the sort of crazy risk that I was watching a lot of Democrats at least publicly say they were willing to take, that this guy had not been a game-time player for a long time, with the exception of one scripted State of the Union. The idea that you're going to get through a tough campaign where you had to make up ground, and this guy can't even do interviews?
The fundamental problem, the pollsters, ultimately, they were supposed to have a meeting with Biden, and then that got canceled. So they had a meeting with the Politburo, a Zoom meeting, and basically what they say is, the fundamental reason why you're behind cannot be changed. The American people have concluded that you are too old and cannot do the job, and you are not capable of disproving that to them. And at this point, we've all seen the 3. You don't have to be a political science major or a highly paid operative to say, okay, he had a bad debate. Go out there, do 10 tough interviews and 5 town halls and settle this issue. Everybody knows that. And he couldn't do it. And ultimately, the Democrats who were seeing him, giving him the benefit of the doubt, Chuck Schumer, others, come to that conclusion. He can't do it. But then the other thing, the last thing.
And they can't see, it's the blind leading the blind, because all of these old people can't see it either because they're old themselves.
That I think was decisive. Mignon Moore was in charge of the 2024 Democratic Convention. Longtime Democratic operative, very respected in this town, When she got the job, she set up a thing, an unofficial group called the What If Committee. And the What If Committee was there to talk about, well, what if Biden drops out? What if the protests are so bad they shut down Chicago? Just any possible thing. One of the reasons why it wasn't as difficult in 3 weeks or whatever it was to swap out, 3.5 weeks, I think it was, between Biden dropping out and the convention, why it wasn't as difficult to do is because Mignon Moore had decided they were going to have decorations in as vanilla a flavor as possible, so that if somebody else's name needed to be in there, it wasn't like everything was in the shape of Delaware, let's put it that way. The What If Committee was in touch with all the delegates, and they were monitoring everything, and eventually, before the weekend, where Ricchetti...
The hell is the What If Committee? Like a legit thing. Democrats 2024. I don't even know what I would search.
And Biden and Donnellan talk. And that Sunday, the 21st of July, when Biden announces he's not running anymore, the What If Committee conveys to the Politburo, you can win at the convention, but it will be really ugly. They were losing delegates to that degree. The delegates were losing confidence in the president. They were with him 100%. But after
I think Jake Tapper at any point mentions like the uncommitted movement or like the criticisms about his policies, not just his age.
3 weeks of torture,
his book,
they were out.
What do we know
Not all
about
of them,
that?
but
Doesn't
enough
come
of
up
them
at
that it
all.
would have been an ugly, ugly fight. And Biden would have won, but it would have ripped the party apart. So when Biden talks about like he dropped out because he didn't want to have a divided party, he means it quite literally. He doesn't mean like emotionally a divided party. He means an ugly floor fight on the convention floor in Chicago, and it would have been nasty, and there was always a chance he would have lost. But even if he'd won, it would have been really ugly. And I think Donnellan and Ricchetti and Biden just ultimately concluded, like, these bastards are chasing you out.
I want to just talk through some of the lessons of all this. One that has been on my mind is, and I wonder how much you have this experience, how much in the media we prize inside information. And often the truth is just right in front of you. If you were asking people around Biden in 2023 and 2024, how good is he, how capable is he? You were being told, broadly speaking, he's doing great. You have a fascinating little vignette about, his press people pulling members of the administration onto these phone calls to say things that they may not even believe. If you were just watching him at his public appearances, you were getting a more accurate presentation. How do you think about that? How that should make us think about the balance between...
See, but was he reporting this? This is where people's criticisms, these parts start to become valid.
It sure seems very official when you get a non...
Like him reporting on that doesn't undermine his ability to later contrast that against what he put in the book later.
Senior administration source.
And what people told him.
In a story. But, just watch these guys and listen to them. What they do in public is what tells you what's true.
I think that's right. We have a senior Democrat in the book, in the first chapter, who talks about how he would call seeing what you're talking about, his inability to communicate in a way that you would want for a president. And he would call inside people, Donnellan, et cetera. And they would all say, he's fine, he's fine, he's fine. And then after Biden dropped out, this Democrat went to the White House and sat down with Joe and Jill Biden, the First Lady and the President of the United States, behind closed doors, just the three people. And this Democrat told us he wasn't fucking fine. Jill had to complete his sentences. He was losing his train of thought. He wasn't fucking fine. So, I think one of the things that there are a lot of failures in this book, and certainly the news media, it's hard to argue that we were on top of this. Even people like you and me who were questioning this publicly, it's hard to argue that any of us, in retrospect, covered this sufficiently.
Although I want to give credit to a bunch of my newsroom colleagues here and Alex and others. There were a bunch of stories.
Sure.
There were great
But dude, you could have done something about that. You didn't have to. You could have mentioned these things.
time stories, great Wall Street Journal
100%.
stories, Axios stories.
100%.
It was harder to get people to say anything.
That's the point.
And it's hard to get,
Well,
you need evidence
that's
for
what he
stories.
means.
Well, look.
You need evidence for stories. It's like, yeah, but you don't need evidence when he's old. It's obvious that he's old.
But we were trying to.
You could create stories pointing out that these answers don't add up with what we're seeing,
Crack this.
But I do remember there already being a lot about Biden's age, a lot by this point.
That's my point, is if a president's inner circle is willing to lie.
Is Jake Tapper becoming base? Don't get excited. No.
And if they don't even think they're lying, that's an incredibly dangerous thing. I wish I had a solution. Here are the three things we need to do, and then this will never happen again. One of the things that we talk about in the book, and we have Jonathan Reiner, a doctor at GW, who's an advisor to the White House Medical Office who says that he thinks the White House medical reports should be affirmed under threat of perjury and given to Congress every year, so that there could be no lying or dissembling. But beyond that, what can we do? I don't know.
But I think there are lessons from this that are broader even than that. And honestly, to me, they reflect Trump as well as Biden. I think modern political parties have become very personality driven.
Could you imagine if Bernie were the one that, like, this was a book on, this wouldn't have been a book on Bernie. It would have been something that was already fucking out there. This would be like, he would have been like lambasted for this if it even came out that just like his aides and staff were trying to cover up his like mental condition, you know. But like when Biden and John Fetterman do it, it's just like it's a few days in the news cycle, then they move on.
They have leaders, and the structure of them is to really fall in behind the leader. That was true to some degree in the Democratic Party. It's true incredibly strongly in the Republican Party. I feel like a big difference even between Trump 1 and Trump 2 is that in Trump 1, his own staff was willing to tell people all the time that this guy was wrong. He was making crazy arguments. They had to restrain him. Now they see him as kissed by destiny. And, you know, how dare you question the sun god? And I think that recognizing as a structural mode of failure.
Dark Bernie Corps, remember what they took from you? I mean, like, I just hammer on about it because I see how they're treating, how they are able to like scramble and consolidate power when it comes to challenges from the left, aka David Hogg, who's just some lib kid with a bunch of money that wants to challenge like safe districts and get better Democrats in. I see how much they work overtime to like, you know, get rid of that and quell dissent when it comes from within the party. You know, when the attacks seem to come from the left, but when it's Biden or whatever, it's like that. It's a whole other story.
That parties have a lot of trouble saying what is just obvious to everybody in front of them is a thing to grapple with, because I feel like Democrats would not admit what just everybody knew about Joe Biden. And now I'm watching Republicans not admit that, you know, what everybody's always known about Donald Trump, that he's erratic, he's all over the place, that the stuff he says often doesn't make sense, that he's surrounded by yes men and sycophants, that the parties have just become too weak. They can be so easily taken over by whoever leads them.
Yeah, it's not just the parties, though, right? It's all of the things, all of the structures that are supposed to, all the institutions that are supposed to structurally check any leader to one degree or another failed. I mean, Congress, there are any number of moments that one could point to of interviews or weird moments where, let's say, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer should have marched up to the White House and said, what the fuck is this? Like, what is going on? And they didn't. So it was on them. But then also, like, donors should have been able to look at Biden any one of these moments and say, what's going on here? But the modern presidency, in addition to the weakening of the party, I mean, I'm sure you know the name of the Democratic National Committee chairman during the Biden years, but I bet 99 out of 100 of your incredibly smart listeners do not. It was Jamie Harrison from South Carolina. And we have a vignette where Biden doesn't even know Jamie Harrison's name.
Although, you know what disturbs me so much about that vignette? There was no stronger Biden defender in this period than Harrison.
Still to this day.
Saying, you know, what you do is you protect your quarterback from getting sacked, right? Treating this as if the question is loyalty.
To this day.
As opposed to the country itself. I thought Jamie Harrison like covered himself in dishonor in this.
Harrison is still out there saying that the mistake was having Biden step down from the ticket.
That's a little bit what I mean when I talk about this is a thing people have to begin thinking about in the structures of their parties. I mean, look, Laura Trump was co-chair of the RNC. I think you're right to say Congress is probably where authority to check things like this should lie, and people need to be able to speak a bit more freely. But when you look back at just what people were willing to explain away, to cover up, to talk about this as if the point of politics is your loyalty to the politician and not what the country needs from them, right? The number.
What's funny is that this is an issue that obviously transcends party lines, because right now this description of what he is giving is what the image that's conjured up to me is MAGA more so than Biden, because they did eventually get him to step down. But, you know, Trump is made a convicted felon, or found to be a convicted felon, and they don't do anything about it.
Number of Democrats have made arguments like,
and now the second the first administration, there was at least the veneer and like gesture of like keeping in establishment Republicans to kind of like keep the guardrails, quote unquote, on what Trump was up to. There was no such overture for this one. It's just his entire cabinet is just stacked with loyalists.
Like, Joe Biden has had our back. Now we have to have his.
Man, what the hell does that even mean?
The point of the party is to come up with a candidate who's the best person to lead the country. And if you're a Democrat, keep the country out of Donald Trump's hands. Like, this is not some kind of interpersonal payback for years of friendship with Joe Biden or any other president.
100%. I keep thinking about the Clooney fundraiser, which is in June, and Biden shows up, and the behind the scenes, behind the stage Biden is shocking to George Clooney, to Barack Obama, to a whole bunch of people. The only one who said anything was George Clooney. But this is a room full of people who saw this.
Yes.
And Barack Obama is one of them. I'm not blaming Barack Obama.
I'm not blaming Barack Obama. Why not?
Barack Obama is one of them. I'm not blaming Barack Obama.
Why not? He is just as much at fault for this. You know, he could have said something. He should have said something.
But institutionally, there's so much deference given to a president, even by a former president. I don't think it's...
Why not blame Obama and every bit? Like, if only Clooney speaking of, that whole room should be saying something. That whole room should be, you know, going on the record.
Healthy for this country. So you're talking about the weakness of the parties, and I agree. I also think...
It's so funny how he's like, oh, I'm not blaming Obama. Like 2 seconds after, like there's too much fealty and just, you know... The party has become too much about personalities, and it's like, I cannot understand for the life of me why he would not blame President Obama if it weren't for like a personal bias on his part.
That the strength of the presidency in this regard is a problem.
Well, in a way, no one is saying anything because no one is saying anything. It's such an obvious dynamic that it barely bears pointing out. But people look to each other to see what is safe to say. And if you watch Dean Phillips get defenestrated by the party,
the whole room of people would be just fine materially if Biden lost. Yeah, but of course they always frame it as they're so scared that saying something will cause Biden to lose, that's the real reason why they were actually doing the altruistic thing.
If it seems clear that you'll be profoundly on the outs, and if you don't think you saying anything will do anything, even people who would privately tell me they understood how bad this problem was, what kept them from saying anything on some level, in addition to careerism, was fatalism. Nothing's going to change. Joe Biden's not stepping aside. It's impossible. So to say anything about it is simply to weaken him against Donald Trump. Well, to admit what is in front of your face is to empower the other side.
That's certainly
part of it. And that became a very powerful enforcement mechanism inside the party.
Right. And in this time of silos and social media,
on some
the
level,
fear of being labeled, oh, MAGA EZRA, or whatever. When Annie and Siobhan, the great Wall Street Journal reporters, put out their piece about Biden behind the scenes, the degree to which Dean Phillips was defenestrated, Annie and Siobhan got kneecapped. I'm sure it wasn't pleasant when you did your things. I know it wasn't pleasant when I did mine. Alex, the same.
No, you felt like you were destroying all of your relationships with the White House all at once.
Yeah, and not just.
I mean, I'm not saying
not just the White House, with the Democratic Party,
with the Democratic Party, and I'm not saying it was literally that bad. But I mean, I was fairly public on this, and it was a bigger firestorm of pushback coming from, I would say, like privately, a lot of people said, "Oh, you're right." In the email inbox, like just normal people like, oh, thank God somebody's saying something. But then people I thought of as sort of friends who are like liberally aligned pundits or, people in politics proper, in public, even people I knew who believed this stuff in private, were absolutely flaying me. And that was to me the most shocking part. Having people who I'd had a version of this conversation with in private then slam me in public when I said it publicly.
There is a Democratic operative in our book who defended Biden publicly, who says to us on background that Biden stole an election from the Democratic Party and from the American people.
You should be leaking these names.
This person has only publicly said positive things about Joe Biden. I mean, this is where we are. We're truth-telling of any sort, because we're so tribal and in camps, is legitimately a career ender, or at least a risk. Robert Hur could not find work after being special counsel. He finally did months later. But the word went out. Don't hire him. I mean, it's nasty. Look, the same thing is going on now in terms of anybody questioning Trump, although it's more, questioning what he's doing with, it's more policy oriented, at least at this stage. But none of it's healthy for a republic to be able to. And I don't think, by the way, that it's like this in other democracies. I think there's much more room for debate in other democracies, whether England or France. I mean, it seems like they have more room for inter-party criticism, or even the notion that journalists or commentators are allowed to say.
Something tells me that Robert Hur, who's literally a Harvard and Stanford graduate, a Republican, and a fairly, he's 50, is going to have no issues finding work.
Things without not being able to feed their families.
Well, it also reflects different political systems. So in a lot of the systems, the they're parliamentary, and the party leader is chosen by, the party elites and the people in parliament. And if the person loses the confidence of his supporters or her supporters, they're out, and they get, we just have watched the UK go through a bunch of different party leaders in both parties in the last couple of years. And I think here, the division between we choose with primaries, which is not how, we've done it for most of American history. This is sort of one of the whole arguments about open conventions, that like we actually did used to pick people at conventions. It's not a completely unknown thing to do.
Yeah, but it was
still how the convention
people.
is structured.
But it was back.
Right. But that's what I mean, that I think one reason in some other countries it's easier to deal with these problems, if you believe it is that more power is still in the back room. I think we have both quite irresponsible political elites in this country, but we also have quite weak ones. And I think those two things exist in relationship to each other, that elite failures are most obvious when elite power is most degraded. I don't think elites were some grand class of hyper-competent guardians of the public trust in the...
Hating that libs are repeating the tribalism discourse. In reality, the social media bubbles aren't exclusive. They overlap frequently, and they don't really coalesce around a specific party anymore. At the end of the day, we are really all in this together, but they keep doing the division thing.
1950s or the 1940s.
Yeah, he's like, he thinks he's like, saying something profound here, but it's nothing new for sure.
In the 1930s. But among other things, they had more privacy and they had more power.
We're too polarized. We're off in our own silos. We need to have more conversations. We need to reach across the aisle. We need to come to consensus, et cetera, et cetera.
Closest we got to that in the last few decades was in 2020, when the elites got involved because they...
As if more conversations now don't just lead to fighting.
Feared a Bernie Sanders nomination and rallied around Joe Biden. And they didn't do it because they liked Joe Biden. They did it because they thought Joe Biden could beat Bernie and then Trump. And that was just...
Oh my God, he admitted.
Strictly on the numbers. Who can win college-educated white voters in the suburbs of Philly and also black voters in South Carolina? And there was only one person who was running who could do that, and it was Biden. And so, and we'll never know probably the extent to which Barack Obama and others called.
It's like, is that true? Or like, if you're having to press your fingers on the scales to make that a reality, are you how that just becomes self-fulfilling?
Buttigieg and Klobuchar and Booker and Warren and all the others, and encourage them to drop out and get behind Biden. But it did happen, and that's the closest we've gotten to a smoke-filled room in my lifetime.
I give the Democratic Party some credit here. It did in the end happen in 2024. It happened too late. But the party did something very unusual and pushed him off the ticket, did persuade him not to run.
Well, it's like what Churchill said about the United States. You can always count on them to do the right thing after they've exhausted every other possible option.
I think it's a place to end. Then always a final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
Oh, that's such a great question.
Okay. No book recommendations from these dorks. What's next? What's next? I think I want to take a look at this Hutch versus CINEMARXISM, aka what's his name? Brett Hamilton, I think. So Hutch got himself into a fight online. I think what was it? I think I have the clips. Hold on, of what started his kind of I noticed he started feuding with online leftist factions on Twitter. So this was May 10th of this month. Call of Duty streamer Hutch claims that bombing hospitals is not a war crime and implies that some hospitals in Gaza are valid military targets. So here's the original clip because I'm not blocked from that person.
Hospitals, and that is part of the reason why Israel is bombing hospitals.
Does anybody dispute this?
Hospitals is a war crime.
No, it's not.
Okay, bombing hospitals is a war crime. In your conversation
to be clear, and I'm not saying all hospitals should be bombed, but there's no such thing as a building that is exempt from bombing if it's a valid military target.
Gone back and forth on it, and you called it a war or whatever. But having said that, in your conversation with Sam Cedar, you thought you had a gotcha.
I'm not sticking up for bombing every hospital. I'm saying if you set up shop in a hospital, you make that hospital a valid military target. It is not illegal by international law. Not something to be celebrated, but You can't disagree with me. You can just look it up.
How is that pro-Zionist?
So Hutch was just neutrally stating the fact that you can that bombing hospitals is not a war crime. Don't look too far into that, apparently. Okay, what he's saying is technically true. It's true that any safeguarded area can technically lose its protections if it starts being used for military purposes. However, and it's a huge however, his default answer to be like, no, it's not. It's basically, in most cases, it's basically assumed to be a war crime until proven otherwise. And the Israeli government has not only not provided evidence for individual strikes, but the claim is that there's a command and control center under Al-Shifa, like under these hospitals, and that's supposed to be the blanket justification. And there's no evidence of that. There's evidence of tunnels, but there's not evidence of these so-called like command and control centers. And they have been making this claim all the way like back to like 2008 or 9, I believe. So, and the other thing is that even if an area loses its protected status, that doesn't release Israel or the other party from their obligations under international humanitarian law. They still have to use the principle of distinction. So they have to be attempting to make a good faith differentiate. I can't even how would you say that? You have to make a good faith attempt to differentiate between civilians and combatants, which they're not doing. And the response and attacks need to be proportional. So there's far more that goes into what could justify bombing a hospital than it's just as simple as, oh no, it's not a war crime because they can lose their protected status or they can become valid military targets. It's like even when this part's true, there's still other obligations that they have that come into play. So that was, and this is not even just me saying it, you know. This is Human Rights Watch. When did they do this? This was March 20th, 2025. Gaza, Israeli military war crimes while occupying hospitals. Israeli military forces caused death and unnecessary suffering of Palestinian patients while occupying hospitals in the Gaza Strip during the current hostilities, amounting to war crimes. The Israeli military's denial of water and electricity left sick and wounded people to die, while soldiers mistreated and forcibly displaced patients and health workers and damaged and destroyed hospitals. The Israeli authorities have not investigated Israeli forces' horrific abuses. Those responsible, including senior Israeli officials, should be held to account. Then they go on to describe disastrous conditions, obviously. So in the context of him reacting to Hassan saying this, differentiation, yes, exactly, it's for. In the context of him what he was like immediately responding to, it's like, you know, if we didn't know that Hassan and Ethan were just talking about this specific conflict, if we didn't know that and they were just talking generally, then sure, there's an edge case to be made that what Hassan's saying is not technically accurate because actually there's times where it can lose its protected status, blah, 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 blah. But we know what the context is. There's no shortage of human rights information saying that, you know, they're labeling it as war crimes. They're labeling it as genocide. This is well documented. The timeline of the Gaza Strip healthcare collapse goes all the way back to October 2023. Ambulances being struck October 14th. Having to beg the Israeli government to let aid into Gaza. Doctors Without Borders are stating thousands of people are at risk of dying within hours because it's impossible to give them medical attention. Let's go over here. Emergency rescue teams were unable to reach the wounded December 20th. In January, the Red Crescent is condemning Israel's attacks on a different hospital. 95% of staff had evacuated and left people. Children are buried in a mass grave at this hospital, January 28th. Let's keep going. Like, Gaza's Ministry of Health stated that hospitals and health centers in Gaza City were at risk of shutting down due to lack of fuel, June 12th. Doctors Without Borders stating addressing psychological trauma is not possible while the conflict's ongoing. Human Rights Watch stated, people in Gaza have told us that the dead are the lucky ones because the wounded suffer so acutely due to the Israeli authorities' blockade of life-saving aid. First recorded case of polio, August 2024. April 13th, Israel destroyed the last part of the last fully functional hospital in Gaza City, which is managed by the Episcopal Church in Jerusalem. Child dies due to interrupted medical care. So to say this statement neutrally, to just simply point it out in the context of this is like not helpful. It's not grounded in reality. It's not true. And this was not, it's not even like new information. This is November 9th, 2023. Human Rights Watch. Israeli military claims that Hamas has its headquarters underneath Al-Shifa Hospital and that Hamas military officials are inside the hospital. Human Rights Watch cannot corroborate this allegation. So this is their pretext to why they need to attack healthcare centers and civilian centers and hospitals and whatnot. Amnesty International. What do they say? Command, if I put command. Reports have been circulating regarding a 2015 Amnesty International report regarding Al-Shifa Hospital serving as a, quote, Hamas interrogation and torture center. This framing is misleading. The 2015 report entitled Strangling Necks documented incidents of torture and other ill treatment of Palestinians documented by Amnesty International relating solely to the 2014 conflict and specifically in abandoned areas in the hospital grounds, including a disused outpatients clinic. Amnesty International has no evidence to indicate that Al-Shifa has been used for anything other than treating patients during the current conflict in 2023. Amnesty has so far not seen any credible evidence to support Israel's claims that Al-Shifa is housing a military command center, and indeed, Israel has repeatedly failed to produce any evidence to substantiate this claim, which it has promoted since at least the 2008-9 Operation Cast Lead. Even if Al-Shifa or any other hospital was being used for military purposes, which again, the Israeli military has so far failed to produce credible evidence for, and therefore lost its special protected status under international humanitarian law, this does not absolve Israeli forces from their legal obligation to minimize harm to civilians in carrying out attacks, particularly the obligations to abide by the principles of distinction and proportionality. So you don't just get to go like hog wild because, you know, one Hamas person in there. So you hate Jews then. I've been foiled. So in the interest of being fair and balanced, I'll hear him out. So let's unpack. To start, one thing that I've observed in the last 10-ish years of covering politics is that very oftentimes the people with a complete inability to see current events outside of an ideologically dogmatic binary are the ones who bark the loudest on social media. He wasn't barking. He was just saying. Whom amongst us hasn't just said rationally, non-ideologically, straightforwardly, that it's simply true that you can bomb a hospital and it's not a war crime? It's technically true. I'm just saying, you know, it's like this sort of correction is always going, this is the like war crime correction of like, actually it's a femifile. Like, thank you, Hutch. Very cool. There are times, there are particular circumstances that could potentially occur where a hospital loses its status. It's very true. What I said, hospitals have protected status during conflicts and are thus prohibited from being targeted. However, they can lose protective status if they are being used by a military to harm their enemy. This is what international law says. So here's an explanation of it.
Something like hospitals are especially protected under international humanitarian law because of the life-saving function that they have for the wounded and sick. This means that parties to conflicts cannot attack hospitals and they cannot otherwise prevent them from performing their medical functions. That said, they can lose their protection if they are used outside of their humanitarian function to commit acts harmful to the enemy. This can be something like hiding able-bodied fighters or using them as a weapons depot. Now, the party has to do everything feasible to verify that it has lost its protected status. This means it has to do factual assessment before the attack on the basis of the facts reasonably available to it. So the first thing when a hospital has lost its protected status is that a warning has to be given. And the purpose of such a warning is to allow those who misuse the hospital to stop the acts harmful to the enemy, or if they persist, to allow for the safe evacuation of patients and medical staff. Now, of course, evacuation isn't always feasible of patients in hospitals, and even less so, of course, in conflict situations. This does not mean there's a free license to attack. Under riot shell, every attack is always subject to the principles of proportionality and precaution. This means that the party to the conflict has to do everything feasible in order to avoid or at least minimize harm to patients and medical staff. And under the principle of proportionality, the party...
Are hospitals supposed to refuse treatment to militants? Nope. If they treat militants, that doesn't make them a valid military target either. It's the reason why, like, if top commander is like at their home at night and they're like not engaging in hostilities, they're like, you also can't just like bomb their home.
The party has to ask itself, will the death, the injury, the destruction caused by this operation not be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage pursued? And when you picture a hospital in a fighting zone, it's most probable that the harm to healthcare services and delivery will not only be in the short term, but also in the medium and the long term. In a situation of conflict, where the delivery of health service is all the more crucial because of the high number of wounded and sick.
Okay, so he uses this video to support what he's saying, but this video spends far more time emphasizing that it's not a free license to attack. He's going into the nuances and intricacies of it, and they're saying it's not a blank check for you to just do whatever the fuck you want with it because, hey, we found somebody there engaging in hostilities, or they were co-locating like military tech and whatnot in it. You can't just do whatever. There's still rules. So yes, it's true, you know, but like the way that he inserted it into this particular clip was obviously to give the impression that, you know, maybe they got an argument. Maybe it's not always a war crime, you know? What I did not say, I co-sign each and every instance that Israel has bombed a hospital. So no, he did not technically say that. But given the totality of the circumstances here, what else would you be saying that for? You know? I don't. Israel is asking the world to trust that every single one of their attacks is based on rock solid evidence that Hamas operates wherever they're striking. This is a very tall order considering how much of Gaza is rubble at this point. I swear to God, there was a point where Israel said really early on to this, where they were like, we'll never bomb a hospital. Then that changed. Let me see. Israel claim they won't bomb a hospital. Let me see. Like, so hard to find this stuff because we're talking about like stuff from 2023 really early on. And like not just them denying it, but them saying like, oh, we wouldn't do that. But if I find it, I'll pull it up. It's pretty obvious these days that there's a particular brand of aggressively anti-intellectual leftists that mentally cannot process the very concept of criticizing groups like Hamas or Hezbollah without being an unwavering supporter of everything Israel is doing. So you taking, you know, you having an issue with what he said, well, that's anti-intellectualism. You silly leftist. Such Jewish? Don't know, don't care. Just know that he's making silly arguments here. Dumb arguments. So they see a clip of me literally just citing what international law says word for word. Okay, you didn't though, because again, the other half of even the video that you cited is just them emphasizing all of the obligations that every party still has when they want to target these sorts of facilities. And jump to the most insane and wildly dishonest conclusions that they possibly could come to. I mean, what other what point was he trying to make there? What point was lost on people? It's their standard playbook, and it's the reason these people are the absolute worst at actual advocacy. We need to start pointing out the finer points of bombing hospitals more often. I think the issue is that just because international law states something, you don't have to agree with it. Yes, international law justifies bombing certain hospitals, but I still think it's immoral. And it's like, even then, there's like all of this fucking emphasis on, there's like, international law is fine. It's perfect with respect to this. Yes, anything can potentially lose its protections. That's true. But it still has all of these obligations, and it's a high bar that you have to, as far as like evidence goes, and threshold that you have to meet to be able to do this, you know? And if Israel has all of this evidence, it shouldn't be a problem to them bombing all these hospitals because they have all of this evidence, right? If there are military targets in hospitals, do a raid, don't bomb it. Okay, this is a little bit of a like special ops meme, but I remember last time they did that, and you had, didn't they commit perfidy? Israel, like IDF soldiers literally dressed up as like doctors and nurses and shit went in and like killed people. I mean, it's not Israel. I'm going to put IDF dresses up as healthcare workers and kills people in hospital. Yeah, Israeli special forces disguised as doctors kill 3 militants at West Bank hospital. Are we in the West Bank? Counterterrorism officers enter Jenin's Ibn Sina hospital wearing doctor scrubs and women's clothing. Israeli forces dressed in doctor scrubs and women's clothes have killed 3 Palestinian militants in an undercover operation in a hospital in the occupied West Bank city of Jenin. A broader police counterterrorism unit and a unit from the International Security Forces, known as the Shin Bet, entered this hospital on the outskirts of the city's refugee camp early on Tuesday. CCTV footage of the aftermath of the operation shows. Units make their way to a room on the 3rd floor and shot all 3 men in the head using pistols fitted with silencers in an attack that took less than 10 minutes from start to finish, Israeli media said. So this is Israel admitting that they did this. A staff member who saw the attack told the Israeli Daily Haaretz, I think it's Haaretz, that only a few of the 12 or so special forces entered the room and shot the wanted persons. The others spread out over the hospital as the main entrance to prevent any disturbance. Israel's military did not provide details on how the 3 were killed. They said the dead men were Mohammed Jalamana, a spokesperson for Hamas's military wing for Islamic Jihad, and then a brother, Mohammed. All 3 were allegedly active in the umbrella force known as the Jenin Battalion, a newly formed group that has engaged Israeli forces in fierce fighting during raids in the lawless city over the past 2 years. It's like, gee, why are they fighting? Maybe because there's Israeli presence in occupied Palestinian territory that's been there for decades. The Israeli authorities said that the 3 men had been involved in planning an attack similar to the one launched by the Palestinian militant group Hamas on October 7th that killed 1,140 people, according to Israeli data, and sparked the latest war in Gaza, which has killed 26,000 people in the Strip, according to the health ministry and the Hamas-controlled territory. About 85% of Gaza's 2.3 million person population has been displaced from their homes in the dire humanitarian crisis, and this is at like earlier on. So yeah, this is what it looks like when Israel does raids. Oh wait, I don't even know if I could show this actually, but you get the idea. So like, no, they're not supposed to be dressed up as doctors doing this shit. This was far more moral than the pagers. Yeah. But the argument that I hear about, oh, here's you're supposed to be cool with the pagers is because the pagers mostly killed like Hezbollah. But by that logic, you should be fine with rocket attacks because the rocket attacks barely kill people. It's not only about like the outcome, it's also about like the intention. and if it's indiscriminate, and the pagers obviously are indiscriminate. You know, if the reverse had happened, nobody would be okay with it. It's only okay because Israel did it. The issue with demanding evidence from military is that they can always hide behind the "we refuse to give confidential strategic intel," but our closest allies who wouldn't challenge us anyway. Yeah, but they need to... There's a difference between, like, there are still ways to present this to these human rights groups without them compromising, like, security and intel. You know? They don't have to disclose it. They just need to be able to show it to these groups to confirm it. And they don't want to ever let them do that and, like, independently verify it. And then, but the real, I think, disagreement between Hutch and CINEMARXISM came from this clip. Hold on. Now, like, I have it downloaded because I couldn't find it anywhere else. I had to go to his, I think I went to his VODs and got it.
The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men.
Excuse me.
It is not
voting for Kamala enabled it.
This type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive.
Okay. So he's wrong because Sam was pretty clear in making the distinction between, he said, one, this conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is the fig leaf and cover for the things that Trump wants to do. That new sentence, he says, what does he say? It's enabled the slaughter of thousands and thousands of people. And he didn't just say Trump. He didn't just say Trump because a lot of this shit happened while Biden was president, while Kamala was the vice president. You know, do I think Kamala would have been better on this than Trump? Yes, I do. You know, but to say like not electing Kamala did this, that's just wrong. Most of this happened under Biden, you know. There were pauses, they had them get more aid in, but you know, it's not enough. It's not enough. So that, I believe, is the original contention that led to these two fighting. And I want to see how this debate went. Let me see. Where is it? 1343.
We're talking about like
and AOC are uniquely positioned as the leaders of the quote unquote Democratic Party as last one, you know what I mean?
So do you
people learned, I think that, you know, a lot of people like leader that it's like honestly, like the organizing, like political organizing going on in Kansas City is like more advanced than LA in some ways.
Interesting. How so?
Kansas City Tenants Union is like one of the most powerful tenants unions in the nation. Their leader, you know, they go and knock on doors in apartment buildings, build tenant unions, lead rent strikes, fight against slumlords, stuff like that.
Okay, so
do you recall what
the guy I was talking to is just giving some background on what he does? He like he produces media or documentaries or something.
The initial disagreement you and I had was?
Yeah, I think it was originally a conversation about, oh yeah, you were using the genocide. You were talking about the genocide in Palestine, and you were like kind of like throwing it in the face of the left, saying that it's like you know, our fault that this is happening because Kamala Harris would be obviously better than Donald Trump, and it's somehow our fault that Kamala Harris lost.
Interesting. I recall it a little differently, but I think
we just saw it, so do with it what you will.
Tweet, but what parts of those? What part of that do you think?
I don't think he was only blaming the left, though. I think he was just saying that like anybody who didn't vote for Kamala Harris to defeat Donald Trump in a significant way contributed to this.
Is a mischaracterization, and what part do you think is fair to how you?
But like I heard him talking to Lonerbox, and now they both say that they're willing to call it a genocide, but it's only because aid's not being left in. Which to me, I just feel like that's like, it's like convenient that now it's a genocide because it's under Trump, but all of this shit started under Biden, you know?
I believe, you know.
I don't think
I don't want to. I don't want to make any assumptions about what either. You know what I mean? What
yeah, that's fine.
You or I believe. Like if you want to know what I think about something, just ask. I'm right here. That's the point of talking, right?
Yeah. So like I would not. This election was it was.
Wait, Lonerbox actually called it genocidal. Yeah, or he called it a genocide.
Close in the margins in terms of the popular vote, but it was pretty much an electoral call.
If somebody were to talk, depending on who he's speaking to, maybe he changes that up, but the most recent thing that I saw, yeah, he says he does.
Blowout. And the margins that he won in those swing states were bigger than the margins that Biden won with in 2020 and Trump won in 2016. So when the margins were as close as 2016 to 2020, then I think you get to point the finger at any one individual thing, even if it's a confluence of reasons why a candidate loses. And I think there were many reasons why Hillary Clinton lost. You can single out certain things and say, well, you know, maybe if people took elections a little bit more seriously, then that would have made a difference. I'm not sure you can make that argument in the case of Trump winning in 2024. Just seems like there was a pretty broad rightward shift in the country. However, I do find myself a bit frustrated with like the left. How would you self-ID, by the way? I don't want to label you with something that you...
I mean, my name is CINEMARXISM.
Like, safe to say Marxist, right? Like, that would be a nice little... Yeah, so like, I have to say that my frustration with that particular crowd, I think, has been mounting for like several years. I would say like, shortly after Trump won in 2016 and was inaugurated, my initial intentions with politics was to build bridges with people that were maybe to my left. And again, at that time, I would say like pretty decently far left, ideologically. And what I don't want to.
And I think he mentioned this at the beginning, like before they started speaking, but it was just kind of meandering. But he was saying that like when he was in college, he used to be like really into like Chomsky and Howard Zinn. And he mentioned that in the conversation that I saw between him and Lonerbox, that, you know, he was pretty far left at one point.
I take up too much time, so I'll throw it over to you in a second. But what I observed in the Trump era was a left that had become like increasingly hostile towards liberals that I think they would do well to form a coalition with to stop this like ascension of what I would call fascism in this country. So that's my take on that.
Do you think it's fascism? Do you think like right now it's fascism?
I think we're possibly in the beginning stages of something that could become like much, much worse. So as bad as things are right now, I think the potential is there. So like,
definitely get worse. It can definitely get worse.
Well, that's that's interesting.
I think like there's a lot of places to push back there, and I think like, you know, like Democratic lawmakers, I think play a very narrow. They're walking a narrow tightrope, right? Because at the end of the day, they are beholden to their donors. There's a financial incentive and a material like interest that they are not going to do things that benefit the working class. And they are, you know, beholden to that. So they're playing against the Republicans, which are, you know, out front for the capitalist class. But the Democrats are still going to do what the capitalists want. But there's like, they just have to couch it in this like, you know, more liberal presentation, right? And so I rather than blaming voters,
I don't really, and I mostly agree with the CINEMARXISM guy. I think you have two parties that just have two different strategies for managing capital, and I think Democrats just do it better. When your only options are between the two of them, yes. They happen to do it in a way that at different points benefits working people more so than Republicans.
I think we should blame like the politicians. We should blame the story that is being told to voters that fails to explain the conditions of those voters in a meaningful way that Trump was able to take advantage of. You know, like there's the Trump story that is told to voters is, you know, your lives are not getting better, the economy is not getting better because there are, you know, X out group, because of trans people, because of, you know, undocumented people. And I feel like Kamala, and to another extent also like, you know, Hillary, this like mostly liberal and Biden in the same way, like they, rather than leading and presenting another story, which is that there is a group of people that is responsible for the lack of like advancement for the working class in this country. It's the capitalist class, but they're unable to say that. They're unable to like make that argument because they are also reliant and of the capitalist class.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's very, very little room for the Democrats that even need to exist. They're always going to be chasing the popular, like tailing the popular sentiments and not actually leading on anything.
So I agree. And I also agree with like one point that he made is that there is too much it's like, is it equivocation? I don't think it's equivocation. There is too much of an emphasis on demanding people be enthusiastic for the candidate instead of using that energy and demanding more from the politicians and the candidates themselves. It's not incumbent upon the politician to get people's votes and make the best pitch that they can to voters. It turns into scolding, and it just turns into scolding individual people that are not as enthusiastic as some people feel they should be. These liberals usually. And, you know, it turns into questioning if, like, do you want Trump to win? Are you sure you're actually like liberal? Because if you were, you would be like writing super hard with like Kamala Harris. Like, it's not just enough to say that you want to vote against Trump. They want these people to be saying that, and it's not even enough to say you're voting for Kamala Harris. They want it to be this like this enthusiastic endorsement of the Democratic candidate every single time. And I just think that that's a fucking losing strategy, telling people shut up and be grateful for what you're getting because look at the alternative. It's Donald Trump, you know? Like, that message is not inspiring to anybody. I saw it in 2016 with people saying that you needed to love Hillary Clinton. How'd that work out? You know? And I saw it again in 2024.
Yeah.
And I also think that he's correct that the Democrats are constantly like putting out fires that Republicans have started, that they have contributed to or enabled at different points. And rather than like offering voters like clearer alternatives and different visions for how they want to see the future in the country, it is just always like trying to do diet versions, you know, of what is being proposed, or like half measures.
I guess there's a lot to unpack there. Like when you say you're a Marxist, so like Hassan, for example, I think he avoids using the label communist, but he wouldn't complain if it happened. So it seems like his perspective is like, he believes that would be sort of like
which is lame,
correct way to structure society, but he maybe doesn't necessarily think it's going to happen in his lifetime. Do you have aspirational goals of a Marxist revolution in your lifetime? What is your political project defined by? Are you trying to get closer to that? Or are you trying to like do that in your life?
Yeah, I would say in general, the answer is yes, but I also like don't think there's like a whole lot of like value in doing that because this is like a long-term process. I think there are things we can do like right now, and this is definitely something I would love to talk more about with you, is like what is the plan for like the future, you know, as we see every day a step further into fascism, every single day more and more you know, precedents and institutions that are meant to stop this from happening are failing to stop anything from happening. You know, and as it becomes clear and clear that voting might not be a way that we can get out of this, yeah, I think, you know, we have to talk about what that actually means. But I don't think it's like,
I mean, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. You know, I see the way that like the evangelical party has managed to capture so much of the Republican Party and just wish that there could be that, but on the left. So I think it should be basically, it should always be like the go-to easiest thing that you do, but should not be the only thing that you do.
Something where, you know,
because otherwise you're just ceding all of that territory to corporate Democrats, moderate Democrats, and the right.
I don't honestly, personally, don't think there's much value in like me sitting here and like explaining or telling you the, you know, the castle in the sky of details of what the society that I would like personally want to have, because I am like a democratic centralist at the end of the day, and it's going to like have to be discussed amongst like literally millions of people, you know? But yeah, I'd like those people to actually have a stake in what they're building. And I feel like right now, with the political environment that we're in, especially in electoralism, most people are not even getting any leadership that questions the direction of capitalism or questions who controls the power in our society.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know how much value there would be in us like going into great detail about the specific granular details of how you think society should be structured in your ideal situation. But I want to key in on something that you said. I watched one of your videos recently where you were talking about AOC and Bernie, and you were expressing you were expressing frustration with them because you felt like they weren't adequately pushing the movement forward in any kind of meaningful way. And you had expressed the idea that they should initiate what you call the clean break from the party. So essentially create a new political party. And there were
this is like super hypothetical, and obviously I don't think is realistic. I think Bernie has made it very clear that they are not going to do this.
See, I feel like even if you don't, you know, because like the way things are set up now, it is incredibly difficult to get, like, there's no point in any of these candidates starting a third party unless there's ranked choice voting. Just being real. Like there are third parties already. There's the Green Party, there's Working People's Party, there's the Forward Party, there's the Reform Party, there's all these fucking parties. It doesn't, and there's PSL or whatever. None of it matters if you don't have ranked choice voting. That to me is ranked choice voting and the elimination of the Electoral College. I feel like that's a more tangible criticism that can be like someone can take action on right now of like what AOC and Bernie should be incorporating into the Stop Oligarchy tour, which is here are these things that you should be going around the country educating voters and young people like all people of all ages about. And it would fundamentally shift the way that elections are conducted and making, our election a federal holiday so people can actually go and fucking vote.
Disappointing. But I definitely think that the Democratic name
is like just saying like, they need to start a new party, just do a party or whatever, just do a new party and like win in it. It's not a new idea. And I know how unserious it sounds to people.
At one point.
To people that are like totally like electoralism pilled.
May have been valuable to try to like, interest, like do an interest politics and try to like co-opt and change the dynamics of class advocacy within the party. Maybe that was at one point a good strategy. I think at this point, as a brand, it's actually like actively harmful to leadership, and they like will never allow people like AOC or Bernie to have any control. Like we have multiple examples of Bernie being like absolutely fucked in primary seasons, in like. Well, there's 10 years, I think like the idea that we can vote our way out of this or that there's a path.
There would have to be an overturning of state laws that limit third parties. Otherwise, it's just how can we make this so hard that it becomes impossible? No, literally, people don't understand that like there are institutional mechanisms in place to ensure that it's two parties for the most part.
Path forward through the Democratic Party is no longer realistic.
Okay, so for example,
I think Bernie and AOC are uniquely positioned as the leaders of the quote unquote Democratic Party, as seen in a bunch of polls, to reach out, build a coalition of progressives within the Democratic Party and build a new party that is not a third party, but actually exists to replace the Democratic Party.
Okay, so I think like we've found like the big, besides.
But it would have to start as a third party. And like, I don't understand to people how it seems easier that you're going to create a third party that's going to effectively capture the apparatus of the Democratic Party, how that's somehow easier than just trying to capture the apparatus of the Democratic Party. Because then you're just telling me like it's all of the infrastructure is there. You just need to occupy it. You need to seize it, versus like, let's do it this other way. And it functionally takes over the role of the Democratic Party and we just need to make them an irrelevancy and marginalize them. You will only succeed in like splintering the party and being a thorn in their side. And it will be depressing to see how much more energy they will put into fighting off the third party than opposing Republicans. But I know that would happen.
It's ideological differences, which I would say there are some differences there, some big differences. But like, I would say that the big divide that you and I have right now, like philosophically,
it sounds like it would be subverting the Dem Party with extra steps. Yes. It would literally, like what he's talking about is like far more difficult than just trying to capture the party.
Let me explain this to you by just like describing where I'm at politically in terms of what I think we should be doing right now.
I'd love to hear that.
So I mentioned the looming threat of fascism in this country, and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that. I don't think America is uniquely like immune to be susceptible to that kind of manipulation, demagoguery, propaganda, etc. Like I don't think we're constitutionally different from any other culture that succumbed to fascism, whether it be like Cambodia or Italy or Germany or anything. And I think that if America succumbed to that kind of fascism, and of course there's like different shades, but I mean like to the point where Pol Pot, for example, killed a quarter of the population of Cambodia. Hitler obviously killed 6 million Jews. And if America succumbed to that level, to
6 million Jews, like 12 million people total,
that kind of fascism, to that degree of fascism, we're talking about a dystopian nightmare that I think would probably eclipse the Third Reich. Because
and that's not even, not to get off on a tangent, but that's not even counting the amount of casualties that went into trying to defeat the Axis powers. Like Soviet Union alone, that's like 27 million Soviets died trying to defeat Hitler.
Because if the Third Reich had American technology, 21st century technology, what do you think they would have done with that? And so that the stakes to me could not be higher. And so like the Trump era, I would say, has radicalized me, but not not into becoming like a leftist or anything, but it's radicalized me into taking electoral remedies seriously. And so there was a time where, like, for example, by the way, if I ever start to drone on or whatever, just let me know. But I'm just trying to flesh out my thoughts here.
Okay, keep going.
When Bush was reelected in 2004, I was, it like devastated me because this was a year into the Iraq War. It was kind of known at this point he had lied about WMD. I think Abu Ghraib, that prison that they discovered where we were torturing people, was exposed, and he still got reelected after that. That made me kind of check out of politics for a little bit. I honestly don't know if I voted in 2008. I might have, but I definitely didn't in 2012. And then starting in 2000,
can I ask? Since Obama, every presidential candidate that the DNC has put forward has voted for the Iraq War. Hillary and Biden both voted for the Iraq War. So
Yeah.
like, where did you? This was once a red line for you.
This is what I was about to say. I was like, does he realize that like how many like the most prominent Democrats supported that until it was no longer feasible for them to do that anymore?
Yeah. And something changed. What happened?
well, who do you think is more to blame for
Of
us?
course, Bush. But I mean,
No, like address that point, you know? I hate how it's like Marxism brings up this valid point where it's like, this was a red line for you, and now you're like cheering for the people that were the architects of this, that went along with this, you know? Joe Biden was one of the biggest cheerleaders for the Iraq War. And he's going to be like, he's just going to move the goalpost and be like, well, isn't it better than the alternative? And he's like, that's the point that he's making. It's not enough to just always compare it to the Republicans. It's always going to be better than the Republicans. That doesn't say much.
I mean, they voted for it. They allowed it to
We're talking about like standards within the party.
happen as well.
So the Bush administration,
they supported it at the time. They were a part of that. Like,
there's an exact parallel now with Gaza BTW. I mean, what's that saying? That a liberal is somebody who supports every single civil rights movement except the one that's happening now, and opposes every single war except the one that's happening right now. So usually it's either, you know, liberals today are either transphobic, that's like the civil rights movement they don't want to support, or they're against every single war, but they're completely fine with the genocide in Gaza.
Like propaganda, they consented, you know, like, yeah.
well, I believe Obama did not, right?
No, I said since. Okay, since
Oh, you said since Obama, right? Yeah.
Yeah, since Obama. Like the last 4 elections, right? 3 elections.
Yeah, in the sense of like who I would delegate blame to, I would obviously focus on the Bush administration, who cherry picked raw intelligence to dishonestly create a narrative about WMD in that country. And then, and I don't know if like you remember the build up to the Iraq War. You must have been pretty young at that point, like 10 or 11. But it kind of morphed from like WMD into like spreading democracy and freeing people from the tyrant, you know, Saddam Hussein. And so like, but
yeah, it was democracy promotion. That's what it was called.
But in terms of the WMD justification, like them lying, not just to the American people, but to the Congress. So like I think
is why there was election in Gaza, because the US urged it. And then Hillary Clinton was like, well, we shouldn't have done that fucking election unless we could guarantee the outcome.
I think at worst, you can say that people like Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, who took the Bush administration at their word, were too gullible. But I wouldn't put them nearly as culpable for the Iraq War as I would the Bush administration. Like it wouldn't. That's
like Dick Cheney.
Yeah, Dick Cheney, obviously, yeah, right.
So when Kamala aligned with the Cheney family and brought them like throughout their entire campaign, that wasn't like a problem for you either.
Well, you say when they aligned with the Cheney family, like what happened was Dick Cheney, I think, had said that he intended to vote for her, not because he liked her tax policy or, you know, her politics, but because he thought that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. She was asked that question, like, how do you feel about that? And on the fly, she answered, like, I'm honored to get his endorsement. I think at the time, I do a podcast with some friends. I think at the time I said, okay, that's a bit much. Like, I don't know if you have to say, like, I'm honored to get Dick Cheney's endorsement. But in the case of Liz Cheney, I think it's really obvious that Kamala was looking at the numbers and looking at what American voters were telling.
I also didn't like this downplaying of like, you know, the tent has gotten too big if it includes the Cheneys, in my opinion. These are people whose, you should hear Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney's name and instinctively spit on the ground. Same with like Colin Powell, you know, again, the person who helped contribute to spreading the weapons of mass destruction lie, who before he died was like, I can't call myself a Republican anymore because he didn't like where the party was going. But you think that these people are coming to the Democratic Party as it's pure infiltration. It is not an attempt to, it's not that they've liberalized more. It's not that they've become more enlightened and see the benefits of these sorts of policies. They're like, oh, well, you know, Republicans are captured by MAGA, so I'm going to try to influence the corporate wing of the Democratic Party instead. That's what's happening.
politicians at the time in 2024. And I think, like, would you agree that the country shifted somewhat to the right in the Biden era on a number of issues?
For sure.
Yeah, and so I think,
but I think that is like, there's a reason for it, and it's because there's no Democratic leadership. Like, we come back to this idea of there is a story being told from the right wing. The Republican Party has a very clear story that they're shaping the reality in American people's minds of the nation, and the Democratic Party does not have one. I think, for the most part, Kamala's campaign was actually gaslighting the American public, telling them that things were actually working really great when their lived reality was very different. And so they had these options of, do I believe this person telling me that things are good and I know in reality that it's hard for me to put food on the table, or do I believe the narrative that is, it's because of this this outgroup? So there was no counter to the argument of the outgroup. There was no counter to the story of the right wing. It was only no. The immigrants are really bad. We're going to do something less in here.
So she was in the hard place that she was in is that she was afraid to break from Biden too much, because as what is largely seen as the second in command to Biden as the VP, she could only talk so much shit about his agenda, because the natural follow-up question to, if you didn't like that, to talking shit or complaining about different aspects of his agenda is, well, you're the VP, why didn't you do anything? So they don't want to deal with that. Then the other thing is having to acknowledge problems, but then you have to find ways to blame Republicans or blame Trump for it. It's not hard to blame Republicans for it, because Republicans obviously opposed everything in the Biden agenda. But it is difficult to get people to think that Trump and the candidate that you're running against is responsible for what's going on now in a clear and concise way. So she should have been willing to depart from Biden, and she should have been willing to be more honest about failures and things that were not working,
Humane than them, but mostly,
But yes, it is going to give the impression that you're saying everything is good. You just don't, people just don't realize it, or they're not giving, this administration enough credit.
Mostly the same policies, right?
When you say mostly the same policies, what do you mean?
Of the narrative that they're building, it wasn't this idea that hey, it's actually a noble thing for a family to go through something to improve their own lives and come here and to and to contribute to our society. There should be pathways to amnesty. There's never any argument about this. There's no story being told that actually explained immigration. I just feel like there's very, very little that the DNC actually has done to counter the lies. So yeah, the population followed their leadership, which I think is what happens typically with politics.
So I think there's some overlap here, because would you agree with the statement that Joe Biden was way better at policy than politics? I heard you one time. No. You wouldn't agree with that? So I heard you describe Biden.
Biden was on the wrong side of every issue up until he was the president. I had zero expectations for him. He surprised me, but
good track record on unions. I watched a few of your videos.
NLRB was strong. His NLRB was strong, but I think he also did some things that were pretty, okay with unions, but not strong. The PRO Act was still stalled in the Senate for his entire run. He could have been pressuring the senators to pass the PRO Act. That would have actually made a very significant,
I mean, I have
on Americans' ability to unionize, but
I have a very different take when it comes to Biden during his.
The Cheneys could deliver votes, it would be one thing, but someone this toxic is more likely to suppress your vote. Yeah, that was pretty much the hypothesis from people on the left,
Time in office. I don't think what I hear a lot from, and I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but what I hear.
And to me, I guess the middle ground to that is if they want support from wherever they can get it, if they want to show that they're reaching across the aisle and all of that, then thank them for it and move on. But you don't need to go so far as to say I'm honored to have their endorsement. You should frame it as it's fucking common sense thing to oppose Donald Trump,
Hear a lot from leftists is they'll compare a president like Joe Biden to a president like Lyndon Baines Johnson and the various, hugely consequential pieces of legislation that he signed into law, from Medicare to civil rights to voting rights. They'll like to compare him to FDR. But the obvious difference here is that they had enormous majorities to work with in Congress. I think each president, and this is just
Cope, Trump ran on trans bathrooms and won. People don't give a fuck about policy or what the DNC says. Who said that? Where did I say that they care about policy? I'm talking about acknowledging people suffering. Where did I say that voters care about what the DNC says? I'm saying that Kamala Harris shot herself in the foot by tying herself too much to a candidate that had lost favor with the American public a long time ago. That happened after the Afghanistan withdrawal, and then it never recovered. And she was unwilling to call out the failures and issues and things that they needed to work on, to continue working on, to make her case to the American public. No one is talking about she needs to like run on policy or whatever. And like even CINEMARXISM is saying they need to be outlining a different vision for the future. Trump running on trans bathrooms and culture war shit, it's not a sophisticated or substantial future, but that is you providing a narrative for people to cling on and understand, you know? You don't, and it's proving my point that you don't need to get into like the intricacies to tell a story to people that's simple and easy for them to understand. It can include policy, but it doesn't have to.
Just the way, as a function of the system. Each president is constrained or empowered by the Congress that's elected alongside them. And so it's difficult for me to place expectations on Joe Biden to deliver like transformational healthcare reform. I just didn't go into his term with that expectation because most people didn't even think we were going to get the Senate. And so the fact that we got that 50-50 Senate was just like, holy shit. And if you would have told me, for example, if you would have told me like 20 years ago, that in 2020, we're going to elect a guy, and then that guy is going to do, regardless of whether or not you think it's enough, that's a separate conversation, but it's like, we can have that conversation. But like, if you would have told me that we were going to elect a guy that would codify gay marriage, that would pass the largest investment in climate that any country has ever done, that passed the most robust stimulus package in modern history, someone who is for sure the most pro-union president of my life, like by far, I would have thought
I mean,
that's fair, that's accurate, but it's still true. And so if you would have told me all these things 20 years ago, so I'm looking at things.
Yes, his policy. How are you going to say that, okay, he won by outlining his policy when the second message you sent in this chat says people don't give a fuck about policy? Reconcile that right now or I'm banning you.
In the context of the last like 40 years. So I understand people like your frustrations.
Another thing where it's like, I think a lot of like the disconnect between our ideologies are going to be the political of the possibility, right? Like what you think
definitely,
is like possible, and like what is it within the realm of possibility of like the government doing?
Yeah, that's a huge
yeah, it's going to be a gap, right? Like I think we and I also like think there's limited uses for electoral politics in this way in general. Like, you know, like I don't view our political engagement as strictly one thing you do every 4 years, and you know. I think politics is a lot more than voting. You know, you build power by like organizing, by like actually, you know, going out and working with each other. And
Trump's big policy position was, I don't know anything about Project 2025. Well, see, in 2020, the RNC actually refused to release a policy platform entirely. What happened in 2020? Trump lost. Okay. In 2024, they released a policy platform. What was Kamala Harris delaying doing? They didn't want to release a policy platform because they were too scared that it was going to be pulled apart by Republicans, which is so stupid because their policies are far more popular than the policies that the Republican Party puts out every single year. The Republican agenda is to gut Medicare, gut Social Security, eliminate labor protections, eliminate the minimum wage if they could, roll like tax cuts for the wealthy. It's literally like things that are just not popular with any demographic except rich people. And yet they still won. So the Democrats were just too scared to act in a moment where they needed to be pulling out all the stops and be willing to do unorthodox things because it was an unprecedented upset that Kamala Harris was stepping in anyway. But she got in and then she started getting more and more worried and like trying to like play it safe. And I think that ultimately like hamstrung her. No, I'm saying you said Kamala needed to distance from Biden policy and talking points. I said from Biden and his policy and talking points, yeah. But she lost because Trump appeals to transphobic culture war shit. I don't understand your point. She did need to distance. Biden was at like the lowest approval rating right before he left office. But she lost because Trump appeals to transphobic. Yeah, but are you saying that people are just so transphobic that they couldn't possibly like elect anybody but Trump? How is that true? How is it that 4 years earlier Biden is winning? It's not true. People care about what they're told to care about, you know? And the way that Trump hooks people in is that he acknowledges their suffering and then he gives them a scapegoat or a stupid solution. They listen to it. But Democrats can't even do the first part. They're unwilling to acknowledge people's suffering and issues. They want to point to all of these different graphs and ways to show that actually now you're doing better than ever. But people don't want to hear that, you know?
Building like legitimate like power with organized people.
Sure.
And I think that's critically important right now in this moment.
I mean, it's
so like
we needed better counter arguments to trans ads. Why? He was bringing that up out of nowhere, you know, and she still got accused of talking too much about identity politics, even though she literally never brought it up. Not a single time.
Like I still like would love to hear the plan for like what, you know, if we can't get out of Trump via voting, what is the responsibility for people? What should your audience be doing to fight against the rise in fascism?
Well, obviously we can get out of Trump with voting. That's what happened.
And this whole, like, we needed better counter arguments to trans ads. That's what CINEMARXism is saying, is that they are constant, because they're always playing catch up to the Republicans, because the Republicans set the agenda. And then the Democrats are always just trying to respond and moment to moment focus grouping different issues, different things. Like, they don't stay consistent. They don't help keep people focused and educated on the more important, on like a good agenda. There's a reason why Bernie Sanders is so successful, even though he sounds like a fucking broken record. What is he known for? Every single time he has a media opportunity, he talks about Medicare for all, increasing the minimum wage, free college tuition. It's his 3 talking points. He sticks to it. And that's how he's able to be. It's simple and it's effective, you know? Because we have good arguments, but we just run and let cons own the agenda. I know, but that's what CINEMARXism is saying. He's saying that the Democrats need to stop being the ones that are constantly on the defensive and trying to react to Republicans, and instead outline their own vision for the world that's an alternative to what Trump and the Republicans are offering. But that they won't do it. They're constantly trying to, you know, appease this base that is impossible to please. You know, and it's not their base. They should not be focused on trying to get these mythical moderate voters or peel off Republicans to win back majorities and stuff. They just need to try to get their, you know, the biggest loss for them in this most recent election is the fact that how many millions of Democratic voters stayed home. You know, some people, there was a rightward shift, but a lot of people just stayed home. They didn't feel like it was important enough to come out and vote against Trump or vote for Harris, either or.
In 2020. And to be clear, it was a comfortable electoral college win, but the margins in the swing states were way closer than the other states. Like she lost by anywhere between like 1 to 3 points in these states. So when I think of a blowout, I think of like Reagan Mondale. He won fucking 49 states. Like incredible. Like it's just almost unthinkable at this point because things are so polarized.
Trump is like defying the Supreme Court though. Like there has been multiple Supreme Court rulings that have demanded his administration do very specific things, and they're refusing to do those. We have no, like, there's no reason to believe that. Like I think we're a lot closer. We are like a lot closer to fascism than maybe you're like willing to admit. I don't know if that's like a definitional like.
That's why you're
not willing to cross or something.
That's why your strategy confuses me though, because you seem to like the position that you took in the video was you were basically making somebody in you responded to someone in your chat in the video, and the guy said he brought up the concern about if you fracture the party, you're going to basically empower Republican political hegemony perhaps for decades. And how you responded to the person in the video is you said, things are already fucked. Basically, like it couldn't get any worse. It was sort of the sentiment that I inferred from what you said.
That I would push back. I think the point that I was making was that the Democratic Party is showing that they are hesitant and like actively resistant to actually doing any kind of reflection, to making any kind of change. Like if there was a moment after the 2024 election where the Democratic Party was like, it's 9/11 emergency, we're finding out anybody who knew that Joe Biden's brain was falling out of his ears, and we're exercising them from any political interaction. Like you know what I mean?
Is that what's happening now?
If there's any kind of movement towards a reckoning within the Democratic Party, then I might have some faith. But as it stands right now,
I feel like I
think that the Democratic Party will continue to slide, will continue to lose.
Really?
Like their approval ratings are like 30%.
Well, that's to be expected after, like, anytime a party loses an election, there's a period where they're pretty unpopular. Like that's not abnormal. That's what happened in 2007.
They were popular before the election though too. Like there's I think
no, but I'm just saying
right now there is a distrust with the Democratic Party, that there's like a stink on the brand that is so strong that I think we are dealing with a generational problem. And so, to me, the only solution to that is building outside of it and building political power that would one day replace the DNC.
Okay, he is correct that the Democrats are not rising to the moment. They're not showing that they're actually serious about correcting the mistakes that they made leading up to the 2024 election. And listening to different people, embracing different strategies. Like so far, all we're seeing is liberal Joe Rogan, but I've been saying that for months. I was seeing that before even the 2024 election happened. But he's wrong because he should look at, a black man abruptly replacing George W. Bush after 2 terms and Obama having this popular mandate. Like, what did the Republicans do? They're in the form of MAGA now, but they didn't build a third party. That fringe element infiltrated the main party. So he's taking the exact wrong point away from that, Seems like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Yes, exactly.
Here's what I think.
Because yesterday's Republican Party got the reason why the Republican Party was revitalized was because of the MAGA movement. It started with the Tea Party movement. It's obviously easier for the right because the Tea Party movement had Coke money and billionaires behind it. So it's easier to, get these things off the ground when you have that. But it was between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump in 2016. Ted Cruz was beloved by the Tea Party. MAGA was beloved by, crazy people. Crazy people. And when you actually, it sounds insane to say, but stay with me. When you actually look at the rhetoric and the things that Trump talked about in 2016, he actually kind of ran as a moderate. With the exception of the wall. The xenophobic thing, that like xenophobic rhetoric, yeah, that's bad. And it's more extreme. But it was a different iteration of what the Republican Party has always pushed for, which is, build the damn fence or whatever. There were McCain ads of him talking about the same thing. But he weaponized populist rhetoric.
I think we do have overlap because I do think that the Democratic Party right now is an enormous brand problem. And a lot of that is on Biden himself. I think Biden, his decision to stay in the race, history will regard that as, it will like really tarnish his legacy. And I know we
a lot of institutional things around that allow that to happen too, though. I don't think you can just put that strictly on Biden. Like somebody should have grabbed the reins a long time ago, whenever the stakes were as high as they were. Like as much as you're angry at the left for for Trump's ascension, I understand that. I'm angry about Trump's ascension too, but I actually feel like there's the blame that is deserved to be placed should go to the DNC and the people who saw Biden for what he was and allowed us to skip a primary election. Didn't have any, we would have found out Biden wasn't capable in a debate.
I guess I just disagree with the idea that Kamala lost just because of not distancing from Biden. I feel like the right owns narrative regardless and grifted on dishonest transphobic BS to fuck discourse. I mean, they don't own narrative. They usually change the conversation. And that's how they move off of it. It's how they're able to move off of the fact that Donald Trump is literally a convicted felon, or that he was found guilty of rape. They move off of it and they forget and they change the conversation. They talk about something else. But mark my words, every single Democrat that is unwilling to say Biden was too old, people needed to intervene, is going to be a laughingstock and made example of and lose in their races. They need to be willing to say, yeah, we fucked up. We should have been more transparent. There's only more and more evidence coming out every single day. The extent to which the party leadership coalesced around protecting Biden at the expense of the American public.
Primary.
When you say skip a primary, you're implying as though there was a break from tradition in 2024 with respect to how we did the primaries. We did have a primary.
There should have been a break. There should have been a break from tradition. There should have been a call for the DNC to run against him. Like there should have been if he wants to run again, he needs to earn it. It wasn't a break from tradition. That's what I think what the problem was, and that's why we got Trump.
So both parties, this is just the way that we do politics in this country. So like both parties, there's a presumption whenever an incumbent runs for re-election that there's really not going to be that much of a challenge to that. The last time there was a break from, at least that's how it goes like in modern times. So for example, like when Trump ran for re-election in 2020,
it's not true. It is not true. It is possible to pressure the sitting president and current candidate to leave. That happened with LBJ. So Kennedy is shot. LBJ assumes the office of the presidency. And then you have this somebody who is like a politician. And I think LBJ had been a politician for about 40 years, but he did not have the Kennedy background. So, Kennedy went to good schools and was highly educated. LBJ was intelligent, but he was just from like a state school in Texas or whatever. And like he said this as well, he was he knew about, like, he was upfront about his modest working class background. So all of a sudden he inherits the Vietnam War, and the Vietnam War is increasingly becoming unpopular with the American public at large. And particularly young voters are seeing all these demonstrations on college campuses, same way that you see them with Gaza and whatnot. And every single one of Kennedy's appointments to his cabinet related to foreign policy is telling LBJ, do not leave, do not withdraw, we need to stay, we can't lose this war, we're still winning. And because LBJ doesn't know enough about foreign policy, he doesn't have a counter argument to them, so he defers to their opinion. And then he gets stuck in this. There starts to be mounting unpopularity. They're like, his popularity starts to grow and grow and grow. Then he starts to get challenges from McCarthy, and then he gets a challenge from Bobby Kennedy. At that point, between how unfavorable his approval was because of the Vietnam War, he's got 2 Democratic candidates wanting to challenge him at the convention, and then the media, quote unquote, well, like, the media turns against him, quote unquote, because there are these huge flashpoint moments in the conflict that make it abundantly clear to the American public, something that they had been able to basically conceal up until that point, that we are not going to win. So there's the Tet Offensive. CBS airs that. Millions of Americans see it. They're finally exposed to the idea that, like, oh, we're not winning this. Or at the best, it's going to be a stalemate. Then Walter Cronkite says, I think in response to the Khamenei incident, that we can't win this war. And this is attributed to him, but I don't know if he actually said it. But LBJ admits, if I've lost Walter Cronkite, I've lost Middle America. At that point, he decides to voluntarily not withdraw his name, basically, and not run for president. And that's what ended up clearing the path. That was going to clear the path for Bobby Kennedy, but then we all know what happened there. But it is possible for pressure to mount and for a sitting president, to step back. You know? So it's not true that, oh, that's just what they do. Because if that were the case, LBJ would have seen all of that and he would have just stayed in the race. And he would have been telling the party, well, I should do it because there's already too much chaos because Kennedy was shot. And then imagine if we're going to turn it over to somebody else, like, we're going to lose, you know? Shame, think LBJ was actually a good dude. Well, he was, but like, the Civil Rights Act was passed under LBJ. But it's totally eclipsed because of how much he mishandled Vietnam. And it's going to be the same thing with Biden. You know, he is a party to this genocide. So it ends up, and like all of the scandals related to his age now, this all eclipses his domestic agenda, which was actually pretty good.
He didn't show up to his debates, and there was like Joe Walsh and another never Trump Republican, maybe Kasich, maybe was running. He didn't do debates because
and LBJ was belligerent because he literally called the president of CBS and he was like, "Are you guys trying to fuck me?" Because they were broadcasting to the American public that we weren't winning, and he got mad and he called for the firing of a journalist, and they wouldn't do it. So this is like this is not because LBJ is just so much more reasonable and amenable than Biden. He was also very, very pigheaded.
Because that's just not historically what they do. And
and then Nixon runs on so Nixon defeats the Dems, and he runs on, oh, I'm going to end the war. And then he gets in and he brings in Henry Kissinger, and they only ramp up the offensive and they start bombing Cambodia and they don't tell Congress, and, you know, history from there. But it reminds me of Trump because, you know, Trump got in and he's campaigning. He says, you know, he's saying contradictory things. He was like, oh, finish him with respect to Gaza, because he wants to like get it over with. But then when he's campaigning in Michigan at the last second, he's like, yeah, there needs to be a ceasefire, you know, basic like retail politician shit. But obviously he's like, you know, ramping shit up.
There's a practical reason for that as well, because you don't want to waste money and resources and manpower, you know, fighting primary challengers that you know are not going to win. What would be the point? Like, you want to save that war chest for the general. So I don't know, like when people say that, it implies that like 2020 was like, we changed things up and he just didn't debate, but that's just how we do things. You say that, you know, there could have been more institutional pressure on him to back out, and like hindsight's always 2020, that's for sure. It's
not hindsight though. There were people who were with him and worked with him every day who knew how like his brain was deteriorating. Like there are people who knew that, and they're still working within the DNC. They're still like top level operatives that are getting asked, you know, questions. Like,
I just don't know what
disqualifying.
I just don't know what in practice, like how many tools do you really have to, like, if an incumbent says like, I'm running, I think there was like more the institutional pressure to push him out.
It's not. It can happen. It's happened before. He must not know, or he thinks that like it's just things are so different now that it couldn't have been this way. He couldn't have been pressured to back down earlier, but he could have. He absolutely could have.
The race after the debate, there was just something to point to, some tangible thing, that disastrous debate that gave them this sort of like impetus and ammunition to actually exert that pressure. But before that debate, it was just, you know, like if he stayed in, like, I don't want to necessarily strictly disagree with you. Like maybe there could have been more movement behind the scenes. It's like we did have people challenge him.
Vietnam was one of the few times where CIA didn't suck and didn't believe the domino theory, if I recall, but LBJ did the typical bias confirmation bullshit a lot of presidents do. Vietnam's such a fascinating history. Yeah, well, this was at a point where the CIA was largely antagonistic to the administrations that were sitting. The way that you see it now, there's a lot of cooperation that exists between the executive branch and the CIA, but that wasn't always a given. This is what Kennedy hated the CIA because he felt that like they fucked him over when it came to the Bay of Pigs invasion. And then Nixon, the thing that's always, there's like I can't think of what soundbite is always brought up in relation to Nixon, but there's a point where he, it's related to Watergate, where he admits that he was like, this is like spook shit. I feel like I'm being set up to by the CIA, and I'm like walking into a trap related to this Watergate stuff, so we need to shut it down, which ended up being part of his demise. But the thing that's always left out is that he was talking, he felt like his own CIA was turning against him. So this is largely when like the CIA was more willing to be antagonistic to the executive branch.
Dean Phillips was out there, Cenk was out there, Marianne Williams was out there. But I think most people in the Democratic Party apparatus were like not thrilled that he was staying in the race, but it's like, this is his choice. Like he's the guy, and we have primary contests, and most of the time he was getting like 80-90% of the primary votes. And
it was more than just his choice. There were people and conversations happening about, you know, discouraging other challengers from running. And you know, as we know from just watching Ezra and Jake Tapper talk, it was just too quickly. It was a conversation that all of a sudden Biden's running again. They didn't really consult anybody. There was no polling data or whatever. It was just Biden wants to run, Jill and his family support it. And then you don't even have any pressure from Democratic establishments that hadn't been mounting. It was just like there was no contingency plan. So, you know, CINEMARXISM is talking to like systemic failure within the Democratic Party, that there wasn't more pressure already before that point. Newsom wanted to run with Pelosi's support. I hate Newsom so fucking much, dude. He's such a fucking weasel. But
that's the process. But like I
hadn't heard that. I need to look into it.
I want to get bogged down on like, I agree with you that Joe Biden.
That's like that's a problem with the Democratic Party, and I haven't seen and I haven't been convinced that anything has been changed within it that would give me confidence that party infrastructure that allowed that to happen is going to mount any kind of resistance to this fascist government that is totally has the press in his pocket, totally has the Supreme Court in his pocket, like he has the Senate, he has like who's going to stop him?
Well, what happened in 2000? What happened in 2018? I mean, I assume you were probably saying something very similar in 2017. That you had no faith in the Democratic Party. That I don't want to like, I'm not being malicious or whatever, but like, were you saying something similar in 2017 about the Democratic Party?
I moved to Vietnam in 2016. I was pretty fucking checked out of American politics.
That's fair. Did you do that because of the election?
It was a part of it. It was like a lot of different things, you know.
Okay. How was that?
It was the best decision I made. I lived there for 3 years. It was incredible.
Awesome. But you know, I suspect a lot of people, and now, in fact, I remember a lot of people were, you know, after the Democrats lost in 2017, that was a worse loss, by the way. So like Trump won, and he had like a 45 seat majority in the House and like a 3-seat majority in the Senate. And so like that was an actual kind of red wave. And there was a lot of conversations about the Democratic Party, like Dems in disarray. Are they ever going to recover from this? But this, I'm telling you, as someone who like this discourse happens every time a party sustains a big loss. There's always like this like overblown, is this the end of the party? And that's been happening for decades. And so like, I share a lot of the same criticisms that you have.
He's correct on, you know, every single time there's been like a devastating loss or whatever. Parties in disarray, they don't know what's going to come of it, but something always comes, you know.
I think it's kind of wild that you're acting like this is not an exceptional moment.
Exceptional how? What do you mean? I think I'm saying that I agree with you about like your concerns about. I think I agree.
A congressperson for the Democratic congressperson was charged with a felony like
But CINEMARXism is right that it's unique because, Trump is the opposition in this case. It's not just Clinton or HW.
Today.
Right.
What do you mean? People are being disappeared and sent to like CCOT. Like what? How? We live. This is a different political reality. Than Trump 1 was. This is a different political reality than we have ever lived in America.
I'm not sure what you think I think about that. I think those things are very bad, and I do want to see the Democratic Party improve their campaign strategy, their messaging. They for sure need to engage in alternative media spaces. They totally ceded all that territory to Republicans for years. So I'm sure we agree about maybe we disagree about the extent of things, but I'm sure there's a lot of overlap in terms of the various critiques that you can make of the Democratic Party. I'm simply saying that, people were saying very similar things in 2017 in terms of the future of the party. And what happened? Donald Trump went after healthcare. He ultimately failed. And Democrats ran not so much on fuck Trump, he's a fascist in 2018. They ran on we're going to protect your healthcare. And it worked. That was an actual blue wave election. We won the House in convincing fashion, won a Democratic trifecta in 2020. And so.
Yeah, but how popular is the current healthcare system? This is why these half measures, at this point, Obama has literally gone on record saying that if I knew what obstruction I would face in the as presidency with Mitch McConnell, the head of the opposition, I would have started from the position of a public option or potentially Medicare for all, not from the ACA. And it's almost worse in some ways because the ACA is about, 1, health insurance, not healthcare. 2, it was supposed to bring down costs, and it did that, but not as much as the public option or Medicare for all would have done. And so it's now kind of off the agenda. The mainstay of the Democratic Party with respect to healthcare just ends up being, we need to improve the ACA. It was a good start, but we need to improve it. That's the most they're willing to say. Biden said, public option, but he backed off that as soon as he actually got into office. Then there was no more talk of that, So they've done this thing, they have this issue that they're running on healthcare. Then you have the Band-Aid solution, a right-wing solution. It's a market-based solution embraced by the Heritage Foundation, like the Affordable Care Act. And they backed up and they were like, well, it's done. And they tried to move it off the national agenda. But people are still dissatisfied with their healthcare. People still pay way too much. There's a reason why Trump is still doing his empty gestures that, I'm signing an executive order to lower drug and prescription prices and put them in line with the rest of the developed world. They know this is still an issue for people, but the Democrats almost don't want to mention it because they know that the change that's going to be demanded from the base is going to be single payer, public option, Medicare for all, etc.
I have obvious concerns about the state of the country, and I want a competent party to be able to take on this president. But your solution, I find completely baffling because it seems as though it's you're saying that you acknowledge that Donald Trump is escalating now. I agree with you. The fact that he's taking people to CCOT and revoking people's student visas for being pro-Palestinian, even vaguely pro-Palestinian, is certainly an escalation. It's not like he wasn't doing horribly inhumane stuff in 2017 and 18 either. The family separation policy was one of the most barbaric things this government's ever done. It's one of the worst things you can imagine is kidnapping a child. But you seem to be of the opinion, you seem to you acknowledge that a clean break with Bernie and AOC would fracture the Democratic Party. It would weaken the Democratic Party so much that it would ensure Republicans not just have majorities, but enough majorities to pass constitutional amendments.
See that. Wait, I want to go back a little bit.
And it worked. That was an actual blue wave election. We won the House in convincing fashion, won a Democratic trifecta in 2020. And so I have obvious concerns about the state of the country, and I want a competent party to be able to take on this president. But your solution, I find completely baffling because it seems as though it's you're saying that you acknowledge that Donald Trump is escalating now. I agree with you. The fact that he's taking people to CCOT and revoking people's student visas for being pro-Palestinian, even vaguely pro-Palestinian, is certainly an escalation. It's not like he wasn't doing horribly inhumane stuff in 2017 and 18 either. The family separation
I went back too far. I was trying to get
policy was one of the most barbaric things this government's ever done. It's one of the worst things you can imagine is kidnapping a child.
Okay, see? What's the difference between that moment and now? There was public outrage and there was opposition and an alternative from the Democratic Party because they saw the public backlash. And this is the same way that Biden's approval ratings dropped after the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Well, Trump's dropped significantly, and it started with the child separation policy and it never recovered from there. That was like the first thing that like had really kneecapped his favorability, you know, already more than it already had been because of how polarizing he was to begin with. But the Democrats saw that and they seized on it and they capitalized on it by humanizing immigrants, talking about paths to citizenship, fully rejecting what they had previously embraced and what the Republican Party was embracing with immigration versus what happens now. They have completely caved on and conceded on every single aspect of this issue, trying to cater to Republican framing on all of it. And what does it get them? Now Trump is underwater. Donald Trump approval. See, Donald Trump's approval rating now underwater on nearly every issue. Notice nearly every issue. What is the one issue he's not underwater on? Well, he's not underwater on border security. In 2016, this was a turning point for American voters. Now they love it. Democrats gave away everything in that bipartisan border bill. They conceded the framing entirely. Also, they can do a stupid stunt that they've done before and it never works about, look, we voted for it and the Republicans are obstructing and not letting us, you know, they're running on problems instead of solving them or whatever. I don't know how many times I heard bipartisan border bill from Kamala Harris and different top Democrats while she was trying to win. And you know what it led to? It led to, we want all of that. Also, we want mass deportations now. It just made everybody further right. Because, of course, people are going to listen to the guy who's been hammering on about immigration for 10 plus years in the public imagination versus somebody who's going back and forth trying to appease people. It comes off as disingenuous. You're just flip-flopping. And it makes it look like you were lying and you didn't know what you were doing when it came to the border and border security or whatever. And making voters feel like, okay, well, you know, if this is the top issue, I'm going to go with Trump because he's been saying the same things for 10 years. And he's always taken it seriously, quote unquote, you know?
But you seem to be of the opinion.
So it's like, if that is one of the most evil policies, which it was, then why is the Republican or the supposed Democratic opposition to this being like, I agree with like Slotkin saying yesterday to Kristi Noem, oh, I agree with you. Illegals need to be kicked out because they broke the law, but not this way. They need due process first. How is that inspiring? How is that an alternative? You're just playing catch up. And you sound like you're weak on this. You sound, it's the difference between, you know, what is it? Like Matt Crispin talked about this, how like the Democrats were the don't be fucking, don't be, what was it? Okay, I'm trying to remember how he explained this dynamic. It was basically that the Democrats are like, don't be mad about it. And the Republicans are like, don't be a pussy about it, you know? There's going to be, you know, kids in cages, but don't be an asshole about it. That's what it was. Don't be an asshole. You know, don't be an asshole about the kids in cages. The kids in cages are non-negotiable. They have to be there. And the Republicans are basically, there's going to be kids in cages. Don't be a fucking pussy about it. This is what we have to do for national security.
You seem to, like, you acknowledge that a clean break with Bernie and AOC would fracture the Democratic Party. It would weaken the Democratic Party so much that it would ensure Republicans, like, not just have majorities, but enough majorities to pass constitutional amendments. I don't understand that. That doesn't make, like, the idea that, like, oh, things are getting really bad, so therefore, here, let's take an action that, like, would empower Donald Trump to pass a constitutional amendment, like banning porn or certain political speech. Or this idea that we should just, or this idea that, I'll finish up, but like this idea that we should just let them pack the judiciary. So like, it's cool that you want to do a new party and everything like that, but
that already happened. Yeah,
you can't imagine.
We've already done this.
But
what are we talking about?
This is what confuses me about the way that you speak about these things. Is you are painting this picture as though we are already like maximally fucked.
Well, I mean, you just said that, like, well, they're going to pack the judiciaries, and it's like, well, Trump did that in 2016, both federal and not the lower courts. He got a lot of federal appointments done, and the Supreme Court now, obviously.
Everything is so irrevocably fucked that we have no choice but to do a clean break. And I think that that's very myopic thinking, because I think things can get much worse. I think the fact that there's a 3-seat majority in the House and a 3-seat majority in the Senate kind of sucks, because they're going to be able to pass reconciliation bills. If you give Republicans...
Isn't it even smaller now because the dead guy?
Super majorities so they can pass constitutional amendments? or give them the ability to continuously appoint judges for the next like 10 years without any kind of like Democratic administration coming in and evening those numbers in the federal judiciary, you can't imagine things getting much, much worse.
I think
Biden got more through, but Trump's back in office, though. Not only is he back in office, but he's just flagrantly ignoring and not listening to them, you know?
Are going to get much, much worse. And I think the institutions that you claim that are going to like save us from fascism and like the idea that they need constitutional amendments in order to do the things that they want to do, like the constitutional amendments only matter because of the Supreme Court, which they are openly defying.
Guys, an ad break is starting in 30 seconds on Twitch. If you do not want ads, you can always go ahead and subscribe to me using Prime, and you can avoid and have a nice ad-free experience. Or you can head on over to YouTube, where if you have premium, you don't have ads, or they're less frequent.
Already, these institutions are failing right now, and like they're not saving us. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think the actual, and also I think that this idea is very like, it's very typical of liberals in general, where it's like we're always on the defense of, well, of course it can get worse. And because we're always on the defense, there's never any offense. And I think breaking from the Democrats, identifying the Democratic.
Yep. I mean, like the people, like the same people that, you know, Obama and other Democrats in 2008 were saying not 2008, like think like 2012, right? You need to vote for Obama because you don't want to get Mitt Romney or whatever. Those were the same people that just 4 to 8 years later, they would be openly embracing the endorsement stuff to keep Trump away.
Party as a part of the oligarchy, if that's the term that we want to use, as tied to capitalist interests in a way that will not ever benefit the working class. Being able to make that argument, calling on local organizations around the United States to band together, build a big tent, actually coalition build to you know, mount a legitimate resistance that the Democrats we are here. They're not, there's no resistance from the Democrats. Like it's their choice is to,
I'm not sure I know what that means though.
And not do anything.
I don't know what that means.
Like, it's been openly their choice. And then we get like,
wait, come on. Can I just pause real quick on that? When you said there's no pushback whatsoever, what do you think blue states all over the country are doing in terms of the lawsuits that they're initiating? And it's true that the Trump administration has like, in my mind, flagrantly ignored a Supreme Court ruling with respect to the like renditions to Venezuela or whatever, but he has not ignored all of the rulings. You understand that, right? So like the courts are still like checking this administration like a lot. He is losing in court currently a lot. Like who do you think is bringing?
That's only as good as their ability to enforce that though. And the Supreme Court can't really enforce it. And if the whole party is willing to ignore them as well, then, you know, you're explaining to somebody who's like, you're like, what difference does it make? Although I agree with Hutch, but I think the way he's like approaching it, it sounds so like the Titanic's like halfway underwater and he's like, it could get worse. It could sink. And it's like, yeah, well, it's already sinking.
Okay.
Bringing about these lawsuits.
Is there like a red line in your head of like, if this happens, then it's like beyond the pale? Like there's, you know, like if this happens, then I need to change my tactics. Like, do you have that? Do you have like a
change my tactics to like the ANC, like, you know, violent sabotage, like violent resistance, revolution, that kind of a thing?
I mean, I don't think like individual action is really like the path for any like individual violent action like that. I don't think is a path to liberation, but I think like collectively building power.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Outside of the Democrats, outside of.
Oh, that did not sound like what he meant.
Democratic institution.
It sounded like he was saying like, oh, so you're saying we got to do individual acts of political violence? I was like, that's not what I heard him say at all.
Because these democratic institutions are not there to advocate for us, and they are not going to mount any like a meaningful resistance to the things that are coming.
This sounds kind of abstract to me. Like, can you be more specific about like, what do you envision this resistance? What form does it take? Are we talking about electoral politics at this point, or are we talking about like an insurgent sort of rebellion?
I think there should be rapid response networks. I think like the Know Your Rights campaigns are effectively working at stopping deportations.
What?
You know, like teaching people how to look for a warrant, building rapid response networks that can act when ICE is in your neighborhood. Yeah. I think that's like the main,
like
one of the main things I'm doing.
Like
what he's talking about are things that will objectively protect individual Americans, but I think Hutch is looking more big picture, and he's like, is this going to be, this is like, not a Band-Aid solution. It's obviously something that's good, you know, if it can help reduce deportations and keep people from being detained and whatnot. But like, you know, I think he was like, oh, I thought we were talking about like structural change or whatever, not just like charity or, you know, like education.
Posse, like a posse of hipsters that show up to like physically engage with ICE or whatever?
This is not even a new thing. This is immigration rights organizations have been fighting against deportations with rapid response networks for decades.
Are you talking about, no, but are you talking about affording them like legal counsel within the system, or are you talking about like violent resistance?
No, I'm talking about when ICE shows up to a door.
He hasn't said anything about violent resistance. He's literally talking about educating people and like handing out pamphlets to people so they know what their rights are. No one has talked about violence. Like Hutch keeps bringing this up.
There are people who are going on patrol, finding them, and then we can show up there, remind them.
Like this guy hasn't even said like people should start arming themselves to protect against like the fucking Trump administration or anything like that. He's literally just, we should help people make sure and like they understand their rights and know their rights, because the checks and balances that are supposed to be protecting people in this moment are not working because the Trump is just ignoring them.
The people of their rights, you know, and stop them from going in that door. And
but at that point, you're still engaging in the system itself. If we cede, like I have a hard time. I really struggle with this idea that
this kind of collective power and training yourself. And
that doesn't sound like power to me.
It doesn't. Why is that?
It sounds like it sounds like a response to power. That's what it sounds like. It sounds.
Yes, I do agree with this though. This is like, you know, if he's asking like, well, what do you propose we do? And it's like we do like community organizing to individually help people. It's like, yes, that is making a difference and that's important to do, but it's not confronting capital. It's not challenging. It's not going to be able to challenge like the status quo, let alone the opposition. Because it's part of a leftist caricature that Hutch has in his head. He's shadowboxing, and it's like it comes out in these moments where I'm like, what are you like? Does he think that he's like dog whistling or something like that? Because nothing he's saying is like I would not be sitting here trying to like gaslight people or like Hutch or whatever into thinking into like, oh, he didn't technically say that. Like if I thought this guy was winking and nodding at like the somebody needs to do it type shit, I would just say it, you know, but he's not said anything like that. And Hutch is just going there.
I was like, if we imagine, you know, a world where they have 75 Senate seats and, you know, 150 seat majority in the House, and they're passing constitutional amendments and banning political speech and deporting people for or throwing them in internment.
They're doing all of these things. He is talking, de facto, they're doing all of these things. He fears them officially de jure ensconcing that in law permanently, that being the state of affairs, right? And then it's very, very difficult to undo that. So it's a rational fear, but I'm sure to CINEMARXism, it's like, dude, everything you're describing is actively and literally happening right now. Who cares about whether or not they're like it's written down? If they can do it, they're obviously just giving themselves a permission to do it, and like nobody is stopping them, and the Democrats aren't rising to the occasion to challenge them, you know,
in camps, you know, that is going to, I don't know if your rapid response team is going to be an adequate force against that.
What do you think what would be an adequate force against that?
I would like to prevent that from happening in the first place.
I agree,
instead of hastening.
The Democratic Party is actively not preventing that from happening. The Democratic Party chose to run Joe Biden against the rise of fascism that Trump was presenting.
Well, I feel actually like a better example, like, because he's going too far back, because I'm sure Hutch is like, well, what happened is what happened, right? But the better counterpoint to that is they're not rising to the moment, because there should have been far more opposition to confirming these psychos that Trump has put into his administration and cabinet than there actually was. Like there was it should have been every single Democrat is fighting every single first pick that he had and forced him to put forward new candidates. Was there do they have the majority to do that? No. But that's why it makes it all the more egregious that they weren't all voting no and voting against these people. They should not have been confirming these people. Kristi Noem doesn't even know what fucking habeas corpus is. Why the fuck is she in charge of Homeland? You know?
Democratic Party choose to run Joe Biden, or did Joe Biden choose to run?
Oh my God, dude.
Did the Democratic Party choose to run Joe Biden, or did Joe Biden choose to run? One, he's saying it's both. But two, oh my God. If it's really just like that you can't ever wrestle the nomination away from the sitting Democratic or Republican nominee, what are we doing here then?
Like, are you really going to argue that there wasn't institutional backing for Joe Biden running again? Like, there was people standing in his way at all in the Democratic Party?
As is the case for any incumbent. Like, typically, like, when we're talking about incumbents.
The point is that the Democratic Party...
But there should have been opposition, because it was obvious to all of these insiders that interacted with him and his staff that he was not doing well. And there wasn't. So the fact, it's like a double indictment. It's an indictment of the Democratic establishment, and then it's an indictment of Joe Biden because he was unable to do it, and he still wanted to do it, and he wasn't being told, you can't fucking do this. He was being enabled because they were showing him polling and pathways to victories instead of showing him there is literally no way forward for you because they think you're too old. And every single public appearance that you do, every single speech, every single debate is just more proof of that. It's not changing anybody's perception. It is actually entrenching it, making it worse.
Lost.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party failed to present a story that beat the story that the fascists were telling. And they're failing to mount any kind of like actual like, you know, resistance that would stop the constant escalation, the constant defunding of critical services that the government does do good or does do well.
You understand, right? All that would happen orders of magnitude worse if we gave Republicans
you still need 2/3 of states for an amendment. It's that, or it's like not 3/5. It's you need like a super majority for the amendment changes.
Kind of unchecked power that your clean break would create.
This threat of it getting worse at some point that has to like how bad does it have to be for that threat to no longer matter and to understand that we need to do something different?
Like this chatter, Joe decided to run again. Joe Biden is like an 80-something-year-old. If you cannot wrestle the nomination away from the 80-year-old who's polling terribly and it can't defeat Trump, then what are we doing here? Why are we even pretending we're in a democratic country? If it literally, they're making it sound like it's a fucking dictator, or it's not something that's up for debate.
I need to try a different pathway.
I'm saying the solution that you're presenting to address that rise of fascism seems to directly empower these forces that are sliding towards fascism. Your solution empowers them to have even more institutional power. Your
solution is to continue down the path that gave.
I wouldn't say it empowers them. I'm just saying it's not going to put up an actual opposition to the party in the way that he's thinking it might.
Them the power.
I don't blame him for thinking outside the box, you know, being willing to, you know, entertain alternative solutions to this, because like what's going on now is clearly just not enough for the moment. But I just disagree with him. CINEMARXism, that is.
They have. Like, I want to make sure.
Well, we're talking about electoral politics.
Your plan was tried. Your plan
I don't know what that is.
Given and was like
This is just accelerationism. No, it isn't. If it were accelerationism, he'd be saying Trump is what we deserve. Things need to get so bad, and then the people will wake up once they see it. He's this entire time he's just talking about different strategies for defeating and opposing Trump, not enabling him so that people can see how bad he really is and try to expose him with sunlight or whatever.
You saw it operate. Kamala Harris ran the campaign that you supported the entire time.
Yeah, of course.
So it lost, and we have fascism now, and the Republicans are fully in control. So you're threatening us with something that is the result of the actions that you supported.
Well, now I want to double back because I asked you a few moments ago, because I said that you seem to be suggesting that we're already like maximally fucked now, which I commented, I think that's myopic. I think you're lacking imagination if you, I think you're lacking imagination if you think that things cannot get so much worse if we give them the kind of majorities that your plan would allow for. So like if your plan is
he's right that it could get worse. It can always get worse. He's not wrong.
And you tell me this cannot, which I commented, I think that's myopic. But
I also don't think it's myopic to just be brutally honest about the state of things and how bad things are already and how bad they're going to get. I have some sympathy for Hutch's position that the incumbent is hard to dislodge, much in the way that it's difficult to start a viable third party. The obstacles are different, but the route is still over caution and deference to tradition. Yeah, but it's only like that here. That's the thing that's frustrating, is that like in other countries where they have like parliamentary systems or whatever, being outspoken like a critic of the person running your party is like par for the course. Here, it's like becoming heresy, you know? It should be like far easier to criticize the leadership without people being like, oh, so you want Trump to win? Oh, are you trying to undermine the Democratic Party? Why are you trying to help the Republicans? How come you're working against us? You know, you've got EZRA Klein, the king of the fucking liberals, who literally works for New York Times as an op-ed guy because he's not saying anything controversial or challenging, getting shit on, literally getting scolded by other libs for pointing out that Joe Biden is too fucking old. and being told, shut up, stay in line. Why are you saying that? You're causing party disunity. Stop saying that. Even though it's what everybody can see. That is like not a healthy state of affairs. It's reverse accelerationism where the goal is to escape the acceleration or stop it.
I think you're lacking imagination if you, I think
it's sixth generational warfare.
I think you're lacking imagination if you think that things cannot get so much worse if we give them the kind of majorities that your plan would allow for. So like if your plan is to just, and you tell me, I mean, I'm not gonna like, it's a valid, whatever, it's a valid like thing to believe in, but do you believe that we should just like hasten the demise of the system itself? We should just speed up this process.
He's not saying any of this. Hutch is having a conversation with a different person than
accelerationist. That's why I think we should we need to start today.
But I think in practice you are
the thing that we need to start building an actual working class party that actually represents working class people and not billionaire interests. And that work needs to be started today.
Okay, I mean, like, all right, let's say
it needs to be started years ago.
Because he's not explaining like where he disagrees with him or where he thinks it's not possible to do a third party. He's just saying you want to like enable fascism and help the Republicans. That's not what he's saying.
It needed to be started in 2016 when the DNC collaborated to keep Bernie off the ticket.
The DNC collaborated to keep Bernie off the ticket?
He's a big like truther that there was no such thing that happened and that Bernie had like an equal opportunity to like win the Democratic nomination as like any other candidate, and that the party didn't consolidate around certain candidates to like keep him out.
Is like well documented that Debbie watched.
I saw it in his conversation with Lonerbox. He thinks like people. He already thinks okay. He just triggered like Hutch's trap card, whether he knows it or not. And things are probably not going to get better from here because it's like one of those things that if like the same way people get on edge, you know, pro-Palestinian people get on edge when you hear somebody say, but Israel has a right to defend itself. You're immediately like, oh, I'm talking to this type of person. When he hears him, this lefty say, oh, they worked against Bernie, that hits the exact same way to his liberal ears. So let's see what happens.
Debbie Wasserman and Schultz, like it was the Hillary seat and we were everything in their power to make that happen.
I was just arguing with somebody about this for like fucking 3 hours, like not that long ago. So it's like we're treading kind of the same ground for my
look. Here we go. This is what's in his chat
here, but we have primary contests all over this country. Each state determines what kind of election system they want to run. You either have a primary contest or a caucus. And if you took away every single superdelegate in the country, Bernie Sanders still lost by millions of votes.
Oh my God. If his analysis is literally going to be, no, he just lost because he lost because he got less votes, end of story, no further analysis or engagement with it, then oh my God. Okay.
This idea that he was entitled to the presidency or he was.
No one said that.
I think people felt Hillary was entitled to it.
Yeah, that's why they voted for her in larger numbers. She got like 3.5 million more votes than he did.
No. This is such like a blinkered view of how power works.
So, I mean, and what he did was like really impressive. Like the way that he sort of brought like that kind of like progressive framework into the mainstream was something that really hadn't happened in a really long time. Not even Obama, I would say, like got people having the kind of conversations that probably like influenced your political trajectory, right?
Like there were ways that Bernie in 2016 had hamstrung his own campaign because he wasn't actually he encouraged Elizabeth Warren to run, but two, it wasn't a real serious opposition. He just wanted to get on the debate stage and actually challenge her and try to force concessions from the left. But then when he started picking up states unexpectedly during the primary races, then he was like, oh, okay, we have an actual campaign. And so that was something that kneecapped him. But the other thing is that he's completely ignoring how little media coverage in 2016 they wanted to give to Bernie because it was all but decided that Hillary Clinton was going to be anointed as the Democratic nomination, as the nominee that year. So it's wrong to say that like, oh, he just like wasn't as popular, or like it's as simple as he just wasn't as popular. People simply did not like him as much and they made the choice not to, because the difference, like they were saying the same shit about Trump in 2016. What you had was a loud but vocal minority turned plurality supporting Trump. And then you had every single candidate on stage vying for the more moderate position or like trying to oppose him. And so that constituted like 70% of the 2016 Republican presidential nominees. And then you had Trump, right? You didn't have all these like Trump light type figures like you did in 2024. with like Ron DeSantis and all of them basically trying to reheat Trump's nachos and pass themselves off as him, or like the new guy that was going to inherit the MAGA movement. You didn't have that. You had all of these people trying to oppose them, but none of them wanted to fucking drop out because they all thought they could be the guy, which is why you had Kasich, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, and other Republicans, and Carly Fiorina, and like all these people splitting the vote amongst what would have been the eventual Republican nominee, which is probably going to be Ted Cruz. But because they couldn't all coalesce, like Democrats were able to, behind Joe Biden in 2020, for example, to keep Bernie out when he had a more serious challenge to the, and a pathway to win, they were able to successfully keep him out. The Republicans just didn't have enough discipline to keep Trump out, but Trump ended up being the best thing for the Republican Party. He's also ignoring that in 2016, we still had superdelegates. And so when you would turn on the news to see where the primary races were at, before a single primary had even happened, they were it would show on the news that Hillary Clinton was already ahead by all of these delegates that had, before the primaries even happened, pledged their support to her. So people didn't want to throw away their vote on Bernie, and they were like, oh, well, it's all but, a foregone conclusion that she is going to win. So people didn't bother going out to vote. Like, that is something that can have a chilling effect on people being willing to vote. If they see they're not going to go out of their way to go vote in the primary fucking elections or caucuses, if they feel like, no, there's no real pathway to victory for this candidate, why am I going to go out of my way when it's basically like it's a given she's going to win this state or whatever? Like, that's another thing that can influence it. Or how much free media they're willing to give. How Trump in 2016 gets $1 billion in free media because they'd show Trump's podium and his speeches over showing Bernie Sanders, because what Trump is saying doesn't really threaten capital. It's just, a different way. Like, he's just being insane. So they were showing it thinking, oh, we're like, one, we're getting more ratings because he was great for ratings. And two, he's not saying anything that's like Bernie's saying, which is actually challenging and confronting these institutions in a way that they were not comfortable just showing, because then it would be seen as an endorsement of what Bernie was saying. You can show a Republican speech and it's just like, whatever. It's not going to be taken that CNN's endorsing it. But if they show a Bernie speech and they don't have someone commenting there explaining why socialism is bad, or why what he's saying doesn't actually work, or why it's not true, or blah, 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 it's going to be seen as an endorsement. So Trump got all this free media as well that Bernie clearly never got.
But like, you talk about the failures of like the Democratic Party and how they just can't be relied on. I have to ask, like, if you're going to have all this smoke for the Democratic Party for losing an election to Donald Trump, I have to ask, like, well, how have you guys been doing in the last like 8 years? Because to me, it seems like you guys have. Yeah.
What?
Hillary bought the DNC's debt and put her people in that position. So there wasn't much of a collaboration as it was keeping the burned barbarians outside of the gates. Well, there actually was collaboration, because the WikiLeaks revealed that the DNC was actually collaborating with these people. You had people like Donna Brazile messaging or emailing the Hillary Clinton campaign, hey, sometimes I get the questions for the debate in advance. What do you guys want to know? This is the head of the DNC, or like, this is, sorry, I don't believe she was the head of the DNC at that point, but this is like a top Democratic operative, like colluding with the campaign. And it's like, yes, if you're favoring one candidate, you're necessarily disadvantaging the other when it's just the two of them, because they weren't offering that to Bernie. It was just to Hillary. And then the thing that got Debbie Wasserman Schultz kicked out wasn't even that. It was the fact that she like tried to get Hamilton tickets for free or some shit.
What do you want to talk about? The Bernie and AOC are leading the Democrat, like in every poll when asked who's the leader of the Democratic Party right now, they are the top. You want to
I would have to look at
leftist candidates are winning in local elections. You can look at Kenneth Mejia in LA. Well, it currently has the most votes of any record citywide race of all time.
Do you feel like you're
more than the mayoral candidates?
Do you feel like
an explicitly anti-police defund platform?
Do you feel like democratic socialism is stronger now than it was in 2017?
No.
I would say it's worse.
It's an interesting question. In some ways, yes. Maybe in some ways, no.
I would say it's doing much worse. And when you look at the progressive candidates across this country and compare their races to more moderate candidates or blue dog Democrats, progressives did way worse than the moderate and blue dog Democrats in this country, which isn't that's not an endorsement of blue dog Democrats, just stating a fact. So like, if you're going to rag on the Democratic Party for not having effective messaging, shouldn't you also do some reflection about like how you guys are trying to approach politics? Because it's
I have to disagree with them here that just because, you have better policies, it's a different skill set entirely to be able to actually sell that and market it to the general public.
It seems like you're turning a lot of people off.
Turning people off?
Yes.
Like who?
Normies. You're turning normies off.
Turning off.
Do you believe that we should, when you say, okay, for example, like, do you believe, when you say defund the police, you identify as an you identify as an abolitionist, right?
Uh-huh.
Can you tell me what that looks like in practice? I want you to speak at length about this. Like, inform me.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So abolition is...
He thinks he's setting up a trap, but let's see if CINEMARXism can actually school him on some of this.
Is a long-term goal. It's not something, no abolitionist would tell you we should get rid of the police or prisons tomorrow. But it stems from a recognition that policing does not prevent crime. Policing is a reaction that addresses what happens after harm has been done. It does nothing to prevent crime from happening or address the actual reasons why people commit crime. And that by restructuring of society and mostly a function and an examination of the way that city budgets have been structured in our cities by Democratic mayors and Democratic city council members all the way through a lot of times, policing and spending on police.
Any candidate, left or right, ever say defund the police? Well, the right constantly invokes it, saying that there are Democrats trying to do it. And then when you actually go see the Democrats talking about it, it's them disavowing it. So not really. The most is that there were some city councils that were willing to embrace it, but that's like very like lower level local power. We're not talking about like Democrats championing that. And you know what? Like, why are they like... Why would they? Because policing is handled at like a local level for the most part anyway. So you really wouldn't expect these candidates to be saying these things.
Has absolutely gutted the rest of the city budget. You have multiple cities across America that are...
This argument ignores what it would look like if the DNC didn't have their thumbs on the scales in solid blue districts. The amount of Dems who are to the right of their solid blue constituency is a political crime. Well, the other thing is that he's like, they just simply got more votes. They just simply made a better pitch to the voters. And it's like, you're completely ignoring the amount of money that gets paid to make that a reality, to make it so which candidate has more name recognition. That's a function of how much money and how much they're able to get their word out about that. So if you have one candidate that's backed by AIPAC or endorsed by Nancy Pelosi or has tens of millions of dollars to put into TV ads, then are they really making a more convincing pitch to voters, or are they getting in voters' faces more and that's the only candidate that they knew to vote for, you know?
They're like in financial ruin right now because of police payouts, because they can't hold...
It like presupposes that like none of that stuff is at play in American elections, you know? But I'm interrupting him talk about abolition.
Really gutted the rest of the city budget. You have multiple cities across America that are like in financial ruin right now because of police payouts, because they can't hold their officers accountable, because their hands are absolutely tied by Democratic mayors going into contract negotiations with police unions and totally, you know, just absolutely signing away the entire city budget.
So, but you're right.
Because of that, we don't have the resources to, you know, build affordable housing, to, or social housing. We don't have any resources to feed people. Like,
he asked him to explain, and now he's exasperated that he's trying to do it. I don't get it.
We've allowed people to fall into extreme poverty in ways that increase crime rates. And, you know, I would like there to be a society that focused more on addressing people before they were to commit a crime.
Like, Hutch is like not listening. I feel like he's just waiting for his turn to speak.
Giving people like, you know, off ramps if they're going down paths that would lead to harm.
But you're never right. Like
solutions to these things before the harm happens rather than after. Because currently the solution we have is that police show up after a crime has happened, oftentimes hours later. They solve about 2% of major crime.
Yep, you can't defund the police. Who's gonna be there to show up 2 hours late and write down on a little piece of paper what you're telling them happened and then never follow up with you for like 3 months? Can't defund them.
They don't do anything to restore justice to the victim. If they catch somebody, they lock them in a cage. And so it's gotten to the point where we now have 2 million people in cages, 2 million U.S. citizens in cages, a quarter of which are not even convicted of a crime. They're pre-trial detention, strictly like held in prison because.
Look, here's an example. This is like not, he thinks that he's like a conspiracy theorist making a boogeyman and that the Democratic Party is not hostile to these sorts of leftist factions that are emerging within the party, that, you know, they're basically saying, kumbaya, you make your pitch to the voters, I'll make mine, and may the best man win. But that's not the case. They are tipping the scales. They're hostile to these people. Hakeem Jeffries, a huge Democratic figure, fights to fend off the socialists on his lawn. Hakeem Jeffries is locked in an electoral battle with socialist activists in his home district, and he's in danger of losing. This is only in 2024. This is not like 10 years ago. To the Democratic congressional leader, New York City's Democratic Socialists of America, or the DSA, are virtue signalers on Twitter, and to them, Jeffries is an enemy trying to take them down. That animus is playing out in a legislative race in Jeffries' backyard, one that threatens his power just as he is working to amass wins across the country in his bid to become the nation's first Black Speaker of the House. Jeffries is deeply involved in a state assembly race to stop DSA from increasing its foothold in the historically Black neighborhoods he represents in Brooklyn that he believes white gentrifiers are redefining politically. His preferred candidate, incumbent Stephanie Zinnerman, is facing opponent Ian Huntley, who has raised more money and won the support of the popular state senator in the district. The battle is a familiar one. Jeffries has been at odds with Brooklyn socialists for years. This is not like a new thing. This is active, like this is the work of years and years of grassroots organizing and building, you know, with a roughly 50-50 record of electoral success. And that tension has been exacerbated by none other than political divisions at home over the war in Gaza. See, they will not change. They want to win, but they don't want to change their position on this. So like their strategy to do that is to fend off these fucking socialists. But this latest electoral skirmish is playing out at a critical time in Jeffries' career. If Democrats reclaim the House in November, he is the first in line to lead the chamber. Well, that didn't fucking happen. And like another high-powered New Yorker, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, he must mind his left flank as he ascends. They protest outside his district office, target him on social media, and throw up challenges to his favored city and state candidates. The problem is keeping Jeffries from maintaining a wholly unified Democratic front. Quote, we need a cohesive group of individuals who are committed and all on the same page, says Attorney General Tish James, who is backing Zinnerman from her perch as a fellow power player in Black Brooklyn politics, said in an interview, and not individuals who are throwing rocks and stones and are trying to disrupt the progress that we've made in central Brooklyn. So people trying to demand more and working to extract more concessions and build power because they have been cast out of the Democratic Party because the line was, you don't like this fucking party, go make your own. Well, they did that. And now they're trying to challenge you. And now it's actually fucking working. And all of a sudden now they've shifted the goalpost to, you guys are just throwing stones and you're throwing some bitch fit. Why won't you just let me win? Get out of the way. Jeffries declined to be interviewed for this article, no surprise there, but one of his most prominent House colleagues posited DSA's messaging is catching on. I think a lot of the alarmist rhetoric about socialism and all of that, it hasn't been particularly effective in New York. Representative AOC told Politico when asked to respond to Jeffries' critique of the political movement, I think New Yorkers are ready to actually be able to afford where we live. Despite backing other DSA candidates this cycle, AOC is not actually endorsing Huntley, presumably a gesture of respect to Jeffries, her often uneasy ally. Like, we like AOC, but she has been kneecapped because AOC from a few years ago would not have hesitated to endorse this candidate. That's why she still hasn't endorsed the candidate that's challenging Cuomo for the New York mayoral race. Neither is Bernie. I hope they're waiting, but they still haven't done it. Huntley is a political novice. He's never even set foot in the state capitol, but he's in a strong position. He has quintuple Zinnerman stoners, and left-leaning candidates have won in the district with similar messaging. To be clear, DSA has been delivering wins, Huntley said in an interview. And the reason there is this fervor is because we have a winning message that truly speaks to what people are demanding.
Because they can't afford to pay bail.
But your long-term goal eventually would be a system that didn't have any kind of incarceration system or law enforcement whatsoever, right?
That's right. Yeah,
sorry.
That's right.
Okay. So you asked me a moment ago how you guys are turning off like normies.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm talking about. So like whatever system you can devise that would attack the socioeconomic like root problems that drive a lot of people to commit crimes to begin with. However you address that, you're never going to do it perfectly. And so there's always going to be some kind of crime. And so like under your like system, your final, let's say like, let's skip all the work and we're there.
Did you know that there's always going to be crime? Prison abolitionists destroyed, baby. There's always going to be crime. You can't do nothing about it.
We're at your system. There are no prisons and there are no cops. Who does somebody call if they were raped? What happens?
Wait, what do you think that
okay, he's gonna say it. What do you think happens when you get raped now? What do you think they do?
happens if somebody gets raped now?
You call the police and you file a police report, and if they can compile enough evidence, you convict someone.
Have you ever like
so jack shit
spoken with a rape victim about how that interaction goes for them?
I've witnessed that whole process firsthand. I had an ex-girlfriend. We went through the whole thing. It was a fucking nightmare.
And to be clear, you should do it. You should attempt to exercise your legal rights. You should report it. You should try to get justice. But just know the odds are stacked against you.
If you don't want to,
I'm sorry that happened. But
if you don't want to do,
what we have now is really bad, and we can definitely, like, with very little brain work, imagine a system that's better than.
He was just saying that he's not being creative enough. He's like, you need to be more creative and think about all the different ways that things could get worse. But Hutch refuses to be creative and thinking about all the different ways that things could get better. This is not like the peak, the pinnacle of like democracy or the best these systems could look. Far from it.
That system that you're describing, right?
Okay, so let me hear that.
I mean, what do you mean? Like, we actually like have consent training in schools. We teach men to fucking respect the boundaries of women.
No, we're talking about addressing crime. I'm not talking about profile.
That addresses the crime. Like, what do you mean? We have no investment in this right now. I understand that this is going to be a long-term thing. Like I said, this is like a generational problem.
Do you think that we can entirely
violence? Not something that we can just.
I mean, they're making fun of him or whatever, but what he's saying is you get at the root issue and you try to prevent them from even occurring in the first place instead of finding ways to improve, to respond to it, you know?
Like, snap out of existence. This is a deep societal problem.
Do you think that we can entirely eliminate sexual violence through education?
Teach men not to rape is such a stupid way of thinking. Dude, what? Okay.
About concepts like consent. Do you think we can get that number down to 0?
Probably not entirely, but I think we could do a lot fucking better than we're doing.
Rapists always stop when hearing the word no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to not read this chat. I need to not read the chat.
All right. So in the cases, in your improved system where we brought those rates down a lot, there's dudes out there, they're rocking with consent. You still got a few people that are doing that sexual violence. What kind of remedy can we provide for victims of sexual violence?
I think, of course, having.
Like, you could cut down on so much sexual assault. The majority of sexual assault, which honestly, like, talk to male friends, talk to how they treated women and their first sexual partners. What they will go, the sexual experience that will go on to describe is actually not an experience at all. And that usually sounds and resembles more like an assault, because there will have been different points in nearly every single boy or man's life where they were in a sexual situation with a woman. And the way that they got to the end of it was by effectively pressuring or begging them and getting consent that way. And that's not getting consent at all. So yes, you actually can cut down on this if there's comprehensive sex ed and you explain to people, not just men, women as well, girls as well, that that is not a valid way to get consent at all. That's not the way you go about navigating a sexual interaction.
More like victim, therapy session, like
no.
Offering victim services would be a huge part of that, of course.
Let's say there was a sexual assault in it. It's caught on.
I think that second one was pointing out how stupid that argument is. I know. They're like they're being hyperbolic or whatever, and like they're not. I know it's not like critically like good faith people. Chat is just people, they're blowing eyelashes off their fingers. You're just like spamming whatever is the first thought that comes to your mind. There's no critical thought. I understand that, but it's strange to me that like the fact that they just jump to like caricaturing it tells me that they don't even think that there is an idea there that's worth interrogating or improving. They think it's like it's a non-starter or something like that.
On camera, right?
So instead of this, can you actually justify how locking a person in a cage prevents rape from happening? Because that seems to be like the solution that you're offering here, right?
You're asking me if removing someone from society, physically removing them from society, will prevent them from sexually assaulting someone in that society if they're physically not like there. So
so you think that the reason that people like commit rape is just
the system that he's like, we have that system now and it doesn't address crime. It has horrible recidivism rates. We lock up all of these fucking people, and what does it do? Are we keeping people safer?
Just because there's like something different with them and the only solution is to remove them from society?
Look, we should just release 4.5 million people from the penal system. Well, yeah, a lot of them are nonviolent offenders and don't need to be in there, first of all. But if he's the more charitable version of this is like, are we just supposed to release the violent offenders? It's like, no, but you first start with prison reform.
I think that people expect a level of protection from the government that represents them. They at the national level.
I know, but he's challenging that this is like almost a philosophical argument. He is saying rethink what safety looks like, because this is what this sort of like thinking about carceral punishment, a lack of focus on like a lack of emphasis on rehabilitation, you get this system. You get mass incarceration. You get people that are just in and out of the legal system. You get plea bargains out the fucking wazoo, and you get people locked up for like non-violent offenses. You don't actually yield a more safer society. You yield one where you have to keep adding prison cells because you keep finding ways to lock people up and expecting them to behave better.
Level. You gotta let me
currently prevent rape from happening.
And then that feeds into it because once somebody is in jail, it's like, do you know how much that disrupts a family or a person? You get fired immediately. It's difficult. If you get released, you know how fucking hard it is to get a job after you have a conviction on your record. Or even if you've just been arrested, you have to disclose to a prospective employee, yes, I've been arrested. And there's no getting out of that because they're going to run a background check and they're going to be able to figure it out anyway. So just being arrested puts you at risk for being able to seek gainful employment. Arrested, not even on suspicion of a crime, not actually convicted or charged, just arrested makes it difficult. Then you can't get access to public housing. And then if you had a family or kids, suddenly you go from a dual income household to a single income household. Then you have kids that are raised just with a single parent, with a single source of income. It causes all of these issues and it exacerbates it, and it feeds into this. This is a cycle of poverty.
You can't prevent rape from happening. I'm talking about, you're talking about like to the extent that we can
stop rape from happening.
We're not talking about a minority report system where you have precogs that can like perfectly predict crime. But in any society, even if you address everyone's material needs, you're still
reimagine public safety, a slogan that did not win out over defund the pledge, which don't even remind me, because it definitely should have, because that's really what people are talking about when they're talking about defunding the police. But, you know, if your slogan requires that you have to keep explaining, that's not a really good slogan, is it?
Still going to have some percentage of the population that exhibit antisocial personality traits that will engage in crime.
Okay, I have to pull it up. I have to pull up the Innuendo Studios video that I'm thinking of. This is triggering me. And right now I'm like not even a huge fan of Innuendo Studios because of their... that's a whole other story, but... Let me, what he's doing is like reminding me of this. I mean, Dems didn't really try. Yeah, but Dems weren't really the ones putting forward the defund the police language. That was mostly like coming from activists. So activists should have been the ones pushing for that first, you know?
Say, for the sake of argument, it's the start of another week at the office, and you and your coworkers are milling around the break room, putting off getting to work because until you sit down at your desk, the week hasn't actually started. Mostly you're chatting about what you all got up to over the weekend and how you can't wait for the next season of Killing Eve, but then the new guy, who doesn't know any better, starts talking about the healthcare system and what he thinks is wrong with it. The rest of you all know what this means. If talk turns political, you have to hear the opinions of the guy from payroll. Guy from payroll takes issue with the new guy's comments about how patients in many other countries pay less for better outcomes. Guy from payroll thinks overhauling the healthcare system would be a long and difficult process to create a system where he would pay higher taxes and have fewer options. And all for what? He doubts socialized medicine, if it even worked, would be worth the trade-offs, and even lets slip the phrase, do Democrats think they can live forever? To cut the tension, someone starts talking about their kids who've just started at a new school. But talking about school leads to talking about safety drills, and talking about safety drills leads to talking about school shootings, and now the new guy's on gun reform. And he speaks passionately about how easily monsters can get their hands on assault rifles. But payroll counters that even if you get rid of every gun in the country, criminals will just import them. A bad person can always find a way to do bad things, and why should he, as a responsible gun owner, be punished for the crimes of a monster? There is, again, an uncomfortable silence. Guy from payroll fiddles with his tie. He doesn't like this any more than you, he just can't help himself. Someone tries to change the subject, but by now, new guy is looking to win an argument, so he steers you straight to Roe v. Wade. And payroll is off and running, talking about how beautiful childhood is, and how wonderful it is to be a parent, and how it's tragic for any life to be cut short before it begins, and how evil it is to have state-sanctioned, but new guy just can't keep his mouth shut. He says, if you wanted fewer abortions, you would promote comprehensive sex education and easy access to contraceptives, because that's all that has ever reliably lowered abortion rates in any country. All making it a crime does is determine whether the abortion happens in a doctor's office or a motel room. It is deathly silent. People shuffle in place. Finally, without making eye contact, the guy from payroll just says, ugh, I hate Mondays. Everybody shuffles off to their cubicles, scowling more at the new guy than at the guy from payroll, and another week officially begins. Much as it pains me to admit, Guy from payroll has made one genuinely good point this morning. Mondays suck. It is a truth universally acknowledged that the work week will end talking about how great Fridays are and begin 3 days later lamenting the scourge of Mondays. But what are you going to do? We could start work on Tuesdays and end on Saturdays, but that's just kicking the can down the week. The cold reality is, week's gotta start somewhere, and even your most unlikable coworker has a right to complain about it and get sympathy. But why am I talking about it? I'm a YouTuber. Mondays only suck for people with real jobs. Well, because what I want you to understand today is that the conservative thinks about people dying of preventable illnesses, school shootings, and back alley abortions the way you think about Mondays. The conservative mindset tends to sort things into binaries with no room for scale. Mass shootings either happen or they don't. You can talk about how much safer countries with robust gun control are, and they'll just say, here's a shooting that happened in England. Here's a shooting that happened in Australia. Gun control didn't stop them. You can't regulate evil. And this is the kind of sentence that can drive you up the wall because it is, on its face, obviously true, but it's only applicable in this context thanks to the word that's implied but not stated. You can't regulate all evil.
Okay. Tell me that Hutch did not just make this argument with respect to violent criminals, rape, etc.
Yes, since they've had gun control, there have been shootings in England and Australia. Does it matter that these shootings are far less deadly and happen far less often? Does it matter that making guns harder to get has saved 10?
Like, it's a reactionary way of thinking. Like, yes, there will always be these things, but the whole point is to try to reduce it. And you can do things to reduce it. It's not a law of nature. These are outcomes.
Of thousands of lives. Like, do we really need to explain why stores put junk food you know you shouldn't buy right next to the checkout counter? Because the easier it is to do a thing, the more it happens. The mentality here is that if you can't stop every shooting, you shouldn't bother stopping any. If you can't save every life, there's no point improving healthcare. Nothing short of literally defeating death will be good enough. It is a wholesale rejection of thinking in terms of systems. Notice how Payroll phrases his argument, a bad person can always find a way to do bad things. Person. Singular. If a criminal can still get a gun, they extrapolate that every criminal can get a gun, in the same way that if a poor person can get a job, every poor person can get a job. Which, no! If there are fewer jobs than people who need them, there's going to be unemployment. And if there are fewer guns than people who want to shoot them, there's going to be less gun crime. If they talked about populations of people, they'd have to acknowledge that some percentage succeeds at doing bad things, and a percentage fails. And since percentages are different across cultures, we must have some influence over them. But a binaristic model of things either happen or they don't leaves no room for percentages. Was there a shooting? Then there is still evil in the world. A conservative will generally agree with you about what the ills of society are.
Okay, and so I'll leave it at that. This is the main point. This video is excellent, but I don't want to just restream their content. Point being that the liberal solution to this is, you know, he's not doing the textbook conservative thing of like, don't even bother trying. He's like, no, we have a thing. We just need to do the thing more. We have the prisons or whatever. We need to like improve prisons, but improve prisons just means usually what? Making them more punitive and stuff. It's like more of the same.
That will incur victims. And in your proposed society, the victims don't have any recourse. This is a concept that I think and I think the numbers bear that out. The idea of like getting rid of prisons is I would assume in single digits, like in terms of approval. And so when you focus on these kinds of like policy goals,
Hutch, this is important.
There's a lot of work to be done. Most people, you know, in America, this is the conception of justice, quote unquote, that he is outlining, which equals like, again, plea bargains, a system that favors people that can afford expensive lawyers or whatnot, punitive measures, 3 strikes laws, etc., like prison, like sentences. Yeah, if that's your understanding of what justice looks like, then it's going to be pretty hard to think outside of that.
Do you think that we should just enact, like the party should just enact policy based on what is popular? Like, do you think that's how we should be taking our political notes on what we believe to be right and wrong?
You're asking about like, do you think
that we should be tailing the population or should we be leading the population?
Well, that's sort of a function of democracy. So like in a democracy, and I know it's not a perfect democracy, but we do live in a democracy. This is like, I don't want to split hairs about that. But in a democracy, if you have a majority of people that are asking for a certain thing, then...
He's explaining democracy to him. Where's the other thing? The other thing is that like, okay, so you're not on board with prison abolition. I get it. Fine. Hard pitch. You know, it's hard to do the elevator pitch for that one, especially because, you know, when you ask prison abolitionists what it looks like, the first thing that they'll tell you is, well, no one really knows what it's going to look like, but it's possible. So you lose people really, really quickly. But it's not like there couldn't be reforms and like steps to it. You know, a prison is still a prison. So like, no, I'm not philosophically, I like disagree with this, but even just this would be significantly better than what we have now. So these are what prisons look like in Norway. Let's skip to
No, I'm the only one. So this is the house. And in here is the living room. It's a nice, okay view. And this is my room. It's pretty okay.
Yeah, so this is your cell?
Yes.
Did they lock you in at night?
No, I'm the only one that has the key for it, so.
We watch TV, we can play bicycle, running, swimming, fishing.
Wait a minute, what do you mean swimming? You can swim to the other side?
That is not allowed. From another side you can swim here, but you cannot swim from here to another side. Because they call escape.
You're in prison for murder.
Yeah.
You killed somebody.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice that right behind you are a whole bunch of very sharp knives.
Yeah. Yes.
Nobody here is worried about that, or?
No.
Should I be worried about that?
No.
You're not worried about it?
I'm not worried about it.
That is just for make food, that is not weapon. And only for that. That is the last one.
I love this.
Yeah.
If I could get one of these to take home, I would have ketchup on everything. That is like the coolest. Look at it, it's still going.
Yeah. In the weekend, it's...
Okay, so you get the idea. The whole the punishment here, the emphasis is that you losing access to your liberties and being confined, even if it's in a nice area, is still punishment. That's still enough to reinforce the idea that you've done something wrong to people. They basically, it's like they live in colleges here, you know? But they have not deprived these people of basic human rights. And guess what? They have lower recidivism rates. People engage with one another and they reintegrate into society far better than you do in America, where I'll call it what a former cop called it. He called like jail and prison criminal college, because when you put a bunch of people in a bunch of cells that are all violent, you take away everything, you're restricting them, you're surveilling them, they act about as well as you would expect them to. They're angry and they're antisocial, and now they have this stigma that they carry with them because they've been labeled an outcast, both by society and partially because of their actions. And it's so difficult to get out of that cycle. There's no off-ramp to it.
If you want to keep your job as that politician,
but they have a homogenous culture. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Probably want to take action on that thing.
Only works because they're white.
I think you're getting at something different, which is that I think you're saying that the Democratic Party needs to be in the leadership position on these issues. Like, you want the Democratic Party to be out there delivering a convincing message so we can change people's minds about like immigrants. And so like, I personally think we should have really loose borders. I'm sure you agree with me, or maybe you don't want any borders whatsoever or whatever. But like, I think that it does require someone to, not just one person, it would have to be like a team effort. You have to like have a lot of people out there delivering effective messaging. And I totally agree with you, by the way, that the Democratic Party in the last like 4 years have done a really poor job of being in a leadership position on these issues. However, I'm just saying the general population has shifted right on a number of issues. And so it stands to reason that you would expect that the Democratic Party itself would shift right. And I don't see any evidence that we would have won the election.
No. Why is it that one of the most popular politicians in America has not shifted right and still has good favor? You know, I'm talking about Bernie.
If Kamala ran on prison abolition, do you believe?
Yeah, of course not.
Right.
Of course not. But that's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying that Kamala should have ran on prison abolition. Like, that's ridiculous. The point is that around 2020 specifically, right?
See, like, if this guy was saying like, yeah, she needs to run on prison abolition or whatever, then I could understand Hutch like not taking him seriously, because it's like, dude, you know, that's not serious. But
like,
he's not saying
the
that.
entire nation was debating abolition, was having these conversations.
No, they weren't.
Okay, this isn't true. This is not true. I wish it were true, but this is not true. The entire country was not talking about prison abolition. And it's not even just like a hyper online thing. It's just a niche thing in general.
No, they weren't.
Okay, well,
that was a hyper online niche leftist space that was debating prison abolition.
I don't think that's
everybody else was looking at that and saying, what the fuck is going on?
It's true. It's very niche.
Like,
it's not.
Why are we talking about prison abolition? You think that prison abolition was a...
It's true.
How much
sorry. I'm interrupting too much.
Do you think we should just be continually like increasing, like, is there amount of like police funding that you think is like a good amount? You know what I mean?
But I think what Hutch thinks is that it's a non-starter, and it's not a non-starter because there are areas of the country that are willing to entertain ideas like this, but it starts at a really, really low level. You can't just launch it into onto the national stage without building it at the state level first.
I mean, like, because and I come back to this too, because look at like if you look at polling, I can pull up the poll if you want to see it, but there's a very interesting polling around that time where if you looked at the polling of defund the police, right, it would be like, you know, 20% in favor, 80% against. However, in that exact same poll with those exact same people, if you ask them what are your thoughts on reallocating police funding to social services that actually address the root causes of crime, it would be like 50, it would be like 48%, 49%.
Yeah, but that's not prison abolition. When we're talking about diverting some of those funds.
Okay, but what he's saying, like, what, it's not prison abolition, but what he's saying is that it's actually not the policy that people are rejecting, it's the framing. So to that, I would kick it back to CINEMARXism and say, okay, you should take the L, and the left should take the L. The fact that like defund the police is clearly not communicating the message that we're intending to, because people are not rejecting the concept behind it. They just don't like how you're pitching it. So that's the easy part though, because you don't need to sell people on the policy. You just need to sell them you just need to sell it a different way. You know, they're sold on the policy.
Funds to social services who might.
Nobody is, once again, no abolitionist. Abolition is like a theoretical mind frame, right?
Hutch is like, I know what you ultimately want, so nothing leading up to it is serious. Well, at least up to that, people were discussing abolition part. Yeah.
When we're talking about abolition and how it would enact in like a city government right now, it's like it's step by step.
The other thing to chase down is like, if you ask him like, okay, if this got, you know, momentum, should Democrats be embracing it? Would you support it? And if he still says no, then it's like, okay, well we're being honest. This is just an ideological difference that we have. This is not a matter of like, you're opposing it and you're like hiding behind like, oh, but nobody wants this, or like people can't win on this or whatever. Because if you point out, well, if people started winning on it, would you support it? They'd be like, well, no, because I disagree with it. And it's like, okay, well, just say that then.
Yeah. And it starts by redirecting funds from police and prisons into more social services, more education, things like, you know, the consent trainings in schools, like these kind of things that actually would prevent crime. And gradually creating the world in which people's needs are taken care of. And there's less reasons for people to cause harm to each other.
I'm glad you brought that.
I mean, like what we're like, I'm seeing two people staring at a polluted river, and Hutch is like, well, there's always going to be pollution. We should have somebody on both sides of the river always like picking out the trash. And you have this other guy being like, well, what if we just taught people don't pollute the river in the first place? Then we don't need two people. We just need one person teaching people, and then they never do it, you know?
This up because like
he's like tackling the issue at the end of it instead of thinking like, what's the root cause? How do you prevent it from happening in the first place?
What you're talking about.
And my criticism is what this guy is not saying, though, is that it's important to get that established in law. You have to get it written down and official. It's not enough to just teach people. It needs to actually be part of a system so it can be replicated. And it's not just up to individual actors to uphold it.
I think most people would be open to that kind of a thing. When we talk about if we want to define.
Sorry to interrupt you one more time, but this brings me back to the thing. Sure. So you had around 2020, the defund the police was a massive slogan, and you had every media apparatus slandering this slogan through the movement, and like the media generated this buzz, especially in 2021, around this huge crime wave, which of course was like brought back. Crime actually didn't go up. You know, like there was like all of these different narratives about
it went up a little bit.
Yeah, but it's like you need to not help the media slander it. You know, you cannot, if you know that if he understands that media is controlled by capital, then you need to not make it as easy as possible for them to hold it up and scare people with. And the fact that it was so easy to have people have a misunderstanding of what actually went behind that policy is demonstrative of a failure at the messaging level. So that's something that, you know, people need to take accountability for and go back to the drawing board and, you know, regroup.
But starting in 2021,
and like, you know, and all of it was entirely manufactured by.
There were some crime increases, but they weren't
by increased pricing.
There were some crime increases. There were some property crime increases. There were some violent crime increases, but the level of increase was massively overblown. But I'm glad you brought up like that
was the leadership that the voters were getting. And
okay,
the Democratic Party, instead of talking about what would be effective governing policy for our cities, they adopted this framing of crime is bad.
Let me jump in and
leading on that on a 49% to 51% policy that they could have actually probably changed and made our cities better, have more money for public transit, for things that actually benefit people. Instead of doing that,
instead they should have run on crime is good. I knew that's what people would think in response to hearing that, but what they should be saying is crime is preventable. Crime is not just a thing that we have to respond to and punish. It's a thing that you can actually decrease.
they defaulted into the capitalist class's narrative, which is that there's a crime wave and we need more police.
Okay,
right?
So I'm glad you brought up the issue, the contention around the phrase itself, because I recall a conversation that I had with a friend of mine. He's in progressive media space. I won't say his name, but we got into it like a little back and forth on Twitter because I was saying this phrase is bad. And even if people are taking it out of context and assigning or maliciously misrepresenting what people meant by defund the police, we shouldn't make it easy for them. We should go with a different phrase. And I had this debate with one of my friends, and he was of the mind that
I totally agree with Hutch here.
No, we should not change this slogan. And I asked the person I was having a conversation with, if you knew it would get actual results, if you knew that changing the phrase would actually lead to these, there was a pilot program, I think, in Denver where they did this very thing. They diverted funding away from the police department. It went towards social services who would show up for like nonviolent stuff, like people having psychotic breaks or drug related stuff. And the program was wildly successful. So we have like a model of this program working. But if the phrase itself, which is kind of vague and can be interpreted different.
What the phrase would be, people.
No. But I don't. This blows my mind because
see that like what CINEMARXism saying is very, very defeatist. It's this idea that like it has to be this phrase. It doesn't matter that it's like it needs to be that phrase. Like you have to drop the attachment to it. It's also why like I don't fight on from the river to the sea. You know, if you're asking me what my personal feelings on this, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. No, I don't fucking think that's anti-Semitic. But I can recognize that if there is more time and attention being devoted to interrogating what that even means and a discussion about whether or not it's anti-Semitic or not, it's like, okay, we've lost the plot. We need to stop wasting time trying to explain to people and defend that it's not anti-Semitic. You should change the slogan, get people back on track, because it's like leading people down the wrong way.
The phrase itself could be interpreted to mean something that maybe you didn't want it to mean. And so why make that job easier? Why not go with reform police?
You know, like, who do you think that I like made the slogan or something? Like, this was a slogan that was developed with like thousands of people in the middle of the pandemic.
And it was really bad slogan. That's what I'm saying. It was really bad.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. And he's just saying, but he's just saying just the slogan. He's like not even saying, he's conceded that there have been areas where they have actually implemented defund the police, like what that looks like, and it was met with success. So he's not even like shitting on the idea and hiding behind the slogan like I thought he might have been doing. Is like, oh, I just have an issue with the slogan, but it turns out he doesn't actually agree with it. He's like, no, there's like it could be there could be something there, but that's not the way to go about it.
Could have actually done a lot of these pilot programs. I think we could have actually made a lot of progress there.
What's bad about it though?
It's vague.
Also, like, when you say it's bad because if it,
because I think CINEMARXism is thinking if you and other people would just stop being so worried about the backlash to it and just support it, then other people will support it. But you're chasing your tail there. That is a never-ending deluge and battle that you're having to like. It takes so much more work to have to convince people to not fight it than it is to just adopt a better slogan that people don't fight about in the first place.
It's so bad. Like the Republicans were so quick to like adopt that exact same rhetoric and start saying like defund the FBI, defund the IRS. Like they were, if it's such a bad slogan, I wonder why like they were so like.
If he truly thinks Trump is a fascist, he will not be defending the tradition. This shows Democrats were never serious about it. Do you mean HUTCH or CINEMARXism?
They were so happy to rhetoric and start saying like defund the FBI, defund the IRS. Like they were, if it's such a bad slogan, I wonder why like they were so happy to adopt it.
It's vague because when people say, people don't know if you mean get rid of police or divert funds. They just don't know. It's like, I don't know what that meant. Defund the police. Did you know that the phrase defund the police was less popular in major... Did you know that the phrase defund the police and the very concept of defunding the police is less popular in heavily black areas? Less popular.
Yep.
It is like, it is a myth that like black, even at the height of BLM stuff in 2020.
Again, I also like, I don't understand why you bring this. What, are you arguing that like police budgets should stay large? Like you want them to be defunded, right?
I want what you want in terms. Well, I don't know what you said. You wanted abolition as your final goal, so we do not agree there. But I do agree.
Okay, but you already agreed that it's not, and he already conceded it's not something that's happening anytime soon, so he doesn't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I do agree.
Maybe we can start on the same path, and the first few steps we can agree on, right?
Yeah, in terms of shifting some of that police budget to social services who can respond to, like, we've all seen too many clips.
What does changing the slogan look like, though? People are still going to say defund the police, and the bad faith detractors are still going to focus on it. all you can do is try to contextualize it and push back on the narrative. And I'd be ad struck. Sorry. Well, I'll address it when are my ads ending? In 55 seconds, I address this.
Clips of like an autistic person or a schizophrenic person having an episode, and then a cop fucking shoots them. Like these are the exact scenarios that would greatly benefit from this type of program. And of course I support that. And because I support that, I think next time we should go with fucking reform the police or something different, because defund was too vague.
No, we should not go with reform the police. The police have been reformed from the moment that they were created. They've been trying to professionalize.
We're talking about police reforms.
Reform the police into something new. This is why we say abolition, because we don't want police reform. Police reform equals higher police budgets, less funding for the services that we actually need.
No, but you can use this as like to get your foot in the door. That's the thing. That's the thing that he's discounting, is that like now he's slipping into black and white thinking. Either it's abolition or nothing, when it's like, well, how do you reconcile that with the fact that you just said earlier it's not possible to institute that now? So what do we do in the meantime? And it's like, well, you get at the low-hanging fruit. If you can't get people on board with abolition, but you can get them on board with some reforms, so you reform them. So you said, what does changing the slogan look like though? People are still going to say defund the police, and bad faith detractors are still going to focus on it. All you can really do is try to contextualize it and push back on the narrative. Well, I mean, you said it earlier, reimagine public safety is far better than defund the police, because that invites a conversation about the next point, which people already agree with, which is that we're going to take away resources from police, bloated budgets related to all of that, and we're going to put it back into the community and invest in education, safety, and, public works projects, whatever it is. That is a far better slogan. And the people, the detractors, and this will definitely happen at the beginning, in the middle, till the end, there will be people saying, no. What this really is a defund the police or whatever. But past a certain point, if the only people left saying defund the police are the Republicans insisting that that's what you want when nobody else is saying that, or conservatives or people that are in opposition to it, then they're the ones kind of off in the corner screaming. Meanwhile, you've got people explaining it, and they've moved on. They've moved past the first barrier, It's like it's the difference between being able to like walk over the trap floor or having to walk over it every single time falling in.
Like every single time. That's exactly how George Floyd, that's how the 2020, that's how these reforms ended up manifesting, was they slapped George Floyd's name on a bill, and they funneled billions of dollars into local police like budgets.
Most people
further exacerbating the problems that are causing our cities to be the way they are.
The uncomfortable reality of the situation is that most people support increases to police budgets. That's just a reality.
Okay, now see, Hutch is not just saying this as like, and we got to change that. What he's saying is like, and we should cater to that, kowtow to it, etc. And this is where I see the liberal mind present, where he doesn't see that as a thing to be, like as a starting point to like work on it. He sees it as a thing to be humored, basically.
Reality.
Dude, again, like, why is this how you develop your ideology? I'm trying to ask.
No, but I think you need. Right. I think every political party needs to navigate
just follow whatever the like.
I'm not saying. Listen. No. Listen to me.
In a moment where Elon Musk is like actively using one of the largest like platforms to radicalize people towards like extremely far right candidates all around the world, right? Okay. So if the answer from the liberals is just to like to be very, very attentive to the demands of the fascist population, while the fascist media tells them fascist stories.
That's not what I'm saying.
Leadership, there's no countering of these narratives.
That's not what I'm saying.
We're in a really bad spot.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that political parties should just blow completely with the winds and not take any kind.
I feel like he kind of is, though. This is kind of betrayed by like other things that I know about Hutch, is that he is very, very big on meeting voters where they're at, even to the point where it's like, okay, but now we're starting to that's starting to come in conflict with like things that should be like principled stances that the Democratic Party takes. And I have examples, like I know he had a caller, I watched a video from him where a caller came in and was like, we should drop trans rights entirely because it just seems like a losing issue. And he was like, I don't think it's right to give up on a civil rights issue just because it's unpopular right now. So it is possible for Hutch to take a stand on things and believe that the Democratic establishment and party should not just completely fold on things because it's not popular anymore. He's willing to say like, no, they should still continue to stand up for it because it's what's right. It doesn't matter that it's not popular. What we should do is try to change more minds instead of just being like, well, I guess we can't change anyone's minds. We need to, appease these transphobic voters or voters that are like hostile to it, But here, when you like, there's so much of an emphasis on like, well, this is what people think in polls or whatever. It's like, now it starts to, when it comes up against this, I'm like, okay, like, are you bringing that up as like an obstacle that you want to talk about strategies to overcome, or are you bringing that up as like a thought terminating cliche to be like, no, this is basically the limits of like enlightened public opinion?
Kind of like not have any principled positions or anything. But I'm simply saying you cannot just ignore these things. And so if you have a situation where, have you looked up polling for defund the police recently?
Yeah, I understand that I understand. Yeah.
It's really bad. It's like single digits bad.
Sure.
So this idea that
there was like I said, there was like literally like a 2 or 3 year media absolute fucking hard focus on a crime waves happening that was totally overblown.
There were some increases in crime across the country. That's not a myth. It happened. It's not to the level, obviously the Republican Party were in all over the country. All over the country, there were increases in property crime.
All over the country, crime.
Yes. Yes. Marginally. Just look at the FBI crime statistics. I don't know what to, should I give you a link? Like, I'm not making this.
Yeah, but is people feeling that the result of them actually being personally affected by crimes, or is that the result of like media narrative surrounding it, you know? Because this is like, this sort of argument is like presupposing that people's worldview is like always kind of one-to-one with what their actual reality is. And if that were the case, why is it like, where is all the immigrant crime then? Why has fear and dislike of immigrants gone up significantly, but there's not that hasn't correlated with an increase in crime related to immigrants? You know, so there are times where it's not entirely, I'm not trying to say that people just live in this reality that's exclusively shaped by the media that they consume, because obviously people's actual material conditions and impact the way that they understand things. But that's something that it's not always perfect. You know, there's other factors that influence that.
This up. We're not talking about like a 500% increase or a 600% increase, but there was a slight increase in crime, and you would sort of expect that to happen in the aftermath of a pandemic that created economic hardship. Would you not? Like, does it not logically follow that if people's economic circumstances have become strained, that you would probably see a slight increase in crime? But the fact of the
Black Lives Matter had bad numbers too. See, the thing to me with Black Lives Matter is, one, for a long time, Black Lives Matter was not popular. Black Lives Matter had been around since I was like in the end of middle school, high school. And it wasn't until George Floyd that people were like, oh, I see why Black Lives, you know, why that was the phrase, you know. But it does, you do have to ask yourself, like, if they had amended the slogan earlier, you know, could they have made more success with getting people to understand it, you know, because the All Lives Matter thing, like that, going back and forth with people, you know, All Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter, whatever, that was like a long drawn out battle, you know. But I also think that so that's the next thing I was going to say. It's a much harder slogan to subvert because it's far less ambiguous. Defund the police, only 3 words, but still ambiguous because it's like, well, what does that mean? What does that lead to? Black Lives Matter is like so straightforward, and it's not like From the River to the Sea or Defund the Police, because what is it saying? We are standing up and saying that Black Lives Matter because it seems like, you know, based off the way that Black Americans are treated, they don't.
The matter is, like, most people generally broadly support like funding police officers. You asked like how my opinion doesn't really matter. Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm just
so to me, like the Black Lives, like, what is it? Like, Black Lives Matter to me is like is already like the compromise slogan, because like it's like Black Power to me, Black Power now or something like that, or Black Liberation now. These phrases are, to me, they're fine, but to most people that's scary because they're like, well, what do you mean by that? You know, they get scared. The majority groups get scared, to say the least. So the Black Lives Matter is like the moderated position of that. So to me, it's like, okay, you can't get any more watered down than this. Otherwise, you're completely just kneecapping yourself.
Matter. Why would I give a fuck about the polls? Like,
is it a good thing that people
morality? Popularity does not determine what is like a just policy that would benefit the most people.
Is it a good thing that people like generally want more funding from police? I think it's probably a natural thing. I think people want to.
There's legitimate. There's like explainable reasons that we can say. Like, you watch.
No, the natural thing is to not want crime. The natural thing is not wanting more police, because wanting more police is just the proxy for safety. So CINEMARXism is trying to challenge the very notion of that being intrinsically linked to safety in people's minds, and is trying to like decouple it and saying, okay, what you and I really, really want is safety. So what if I told you there were other ways to go about yielding safety in your community, your state, your country, etc.? And Hutch, it sounds like Hutch thinks like, no, these two things are like intrinsically linked. The more police, the more safety, or something like that. And it could never be disrupted or changed.
Watch your local news any night, and there's going to be every single night a steady stream of news stories that are literally designed to make you feel unsafe. Like, bro, like the soy right is so terrified of American cities. You live in LA. Yep. Is it as scary as like people portray it to be online?
No, I mean, there's some neighborhoods where I probably wouldn't walk around, but for the most part, I've never felt nervous walking around.
Okay, so like, yeah, like this, they manufacture consent for policing, and there's a very vast media apparatus.
Just feel like
that exists in order to do this. And I think that the Democratic Party, and whatever party would replace them, I think any politician that is interested in actually doing things that would make our cities better should advocate for a reduction of this funding. Like you should take on the police and take on these narratives in a very direct way. And I think in general, the Democratic Party, they tail the voters exactly as you're doing, falling.
See, like Hutch's like desire, because I can hear him just like wanting to like fight against this. It just seems like he just wants to like manage expectations. And there's a difference between like a reality check versus like managing someone's expectations. It's lame, you know?
Back on these like prevailing narratives instead of leading and giving people a vision of a future that is different than the one we live in.
You asked me how I thought you guys were turning people off from your political movement. This is just one of those examples, and I think the numbers just back it up 1,000%. The thing that you're proposing here is just...
There are countries with fewer police, less punitive carceral system, lower crime. To pretend it is impossible here is to say that Americans are naturally predisposed to being criminal. I mean, really, that is, whether people realize it or not, that is the underlying assumption and argument that they are making. Or that this country is just so unique and so different, which he already said earlier in this conversation that it's not, because he was like, this is why we're susceptible to fascism, because I don't think we're unique in this respect. But when it comes to this, it's like, well, how come you can look at all of these other developed countries that don't have these systems, have better results, and have similar, like, economic metrics, GDP, etc. to us? Well, like, how do you explain that? It's like, okay, so it is possible to change it.
Not necessarily the idea of like diverting funds away, but your end goal of abolition, police abolition and prison abolition, these things are, I do not share your optimism that you could, through sufficient educational efforts, like change people's minds about this. I don't think you're ever gonna...
We'll always have to lock some bad people in cages.
Yeah, of course. Yes. We're talking about like, you know, I'm talking about like violent criminals. Yes. There are some things that you're not...
No. I mean, there's still, you're like, the most I'd be willing to concede is that like confinement or something like that, but Norway doesn't have any prisons that resemble detention centers, jails, or supermax prisons. Nothing like that. What we saw in that video earlier, those are their supermax facilities.
Not going to be able to...
They're born violent and born criminals, and they need to be locked in a cage.
No, I'm not saying that I don't think that I believe in redemption. I believe in reform. I think we can make our prison system better. I like the Nordic system of having a much more humane like prison structure. I think is like something to model. I would love to see that. That's probably not very popular right now, but I would love to see that in the future.
But it's not popular because people don't even know about it. That's the thing. It's not because they've seen it and they reject it. They literally do not know that these systems exist and that they're effective. And it's because Democrats don't talk about it. Because they're not interested in changing it because they're funded by the same donors that put money into private prisons.
But you're never going to get rid of violent crime altogether.
But I do agree that there probably is just an ideological difference between, you know, CINEMARXism, who's a prison abolitionist, and you're fundamentally opposed to confinement and punitive measures, versus Hutch saying like, no, that's okay. It just needs to look a lot different. Or somewhat different.
And as long as there is violent, like there are going to be people there that have antisocial personality stuff that are more prone to violence.
And it's like, yeah, but are we going to rehabilitate them and help them integrate back into society, or are we going to lock them in cages and just fuck it,
more
let them
prone
rot?
to abusing their partners, that are more prone to like assaulting people or stealing or pulling a knife on people? This happens. You can't.
There's one group that's a lot more prone to abuse.
Also, he just doesn't understand crime. Because when you actually look at murder rates, for example, like murder is something that is a very low, like if you do it once, the likelihood that you're going to like replicate it and do it again, low. Because it's usually either a crime of passion or it's something that happens interpersonally. Most people don't, if they kill somebody, they didn't kill some random person. They killed somebody that they knew.
Using their partners.
You're gonna say cops?
Yep.
I don't know. Or pulling a knife on people. This happens. You can't.
There's one group that's a lot more prone to abusing their partners.
You're gonna say cops?
Yep.
People misunderstand that citation a little bit, or that poll about like the 50% of cops have been something abusing partners or something like that. The better stat to point out is that like 90% of cops in this country are Republicans.
I don't know. I feel like that was like massively overblown. Are you talking about the 52% of cops thing or whatever?
40.
Is that an actual thing though? Because I feel like I looked into it and I don't know if it was. He's referencing there's like some statistic that they say that 40% of cops have engaged in domestic violence, but I don't know where that study came from, and I don't.
You can imagine though, if your job is to like enact violence as a solution to like very minor disagreements, that you might bring that home, right?
My dad was a cop, so I'm not gonna get into details about like my childhood, but
yikes.
It presented some difficulties at various times. That doesn't mean that I think we should like get rid of the only mechanism that we have to like give people recourse if they are the victim of a crime. I don't think we can fix violent crime altogether just by education. That seems that seems very, very lofty goal to me.
What he's only saying, but
okay, fair enough. I mean, I think I would rather not focus on like the places that we disagree.
Okay, I found the .gov thing mentioning it, but I want the original citation, not this thing. Okay, go away. 2 studies have found that at least 40% of police officer families experience domestic violence. So what is this? And what is... So that's a stat from 1991. It's very, very old. As far as like data. And then 2. And this is a stat from when? Interspousal. This is from... Oh, this already looks old. Let's see. Does it say the year? This is from 1992. So these are both very old. What did they say? If I do 40% in this. How these figures compare to the national average is unclear. However, regardless of national data, it is disturbing to note that 40% of the officers stated in the last 6 months prior to the survey they had gotten out of control and behaved violently against their spouse and children. Okay, so this is where that stat's coming from. But what did this seek to measure? This title on the front lines, Police Stress and Family Wellbeing, hearing from the Select Committee on Children, Youth, Families, House of Representatives, blah, blah, blah. Abstract. Testimony from a congressional hearing on police stress and how it affects the well-being of the officers, their families, and their work is presented in this document. An opening statement by Representative Patricia Schroeder is presented. Statements are included from Representatives Frank D. Riggs, George blah, blah, blah. All of these people. Okay, so just wanted to see, like, what does policing stress, like, what does that lead to with your family? And then interspousal aggression in law enforcement families, a preliminary investigation, and this is from 1992, and it cites here, and it seems like this was the result of this study. It says, at the recent congressional hearing on the front line, police stress and family well-being, Chairwoman Patricia Schroeder noted that the tendency of law enforcement officers to bring society's problems home to their own families may lead to a range of prohibited... How the fuck do I just want to zoom, damn it. Okay. A range of problems, including emotional numbness, communication breakdown, officer burnout, depression, suicide, marital problems that may in turn result in the police family becoming yet another victim. So that was like the notable thing from this. And then if I put like 40, do I find something? Yeah, survey results revealed that approximately 40% of the participating officers reported marital conflicts involving physical aggression during the previous year. The fact that significantly higher rates of marital violence were found to be associated with several work-related factors, including the shift in number of hours worked per week, current assignment, and the amount of leave taken, suggests that 1, it is possible to identify groups that are at relatively higher risk for marital aggression, and 2, the risk may be considered to be in part a function of working conditions. So here's the thing that makes me not want to just disregard this data entirely, even though it's, you know, quite old. That 40% is self-reported. That's the other thing. So 1, it's self-reported, which means that the fact that 40% were even willing to report that is probably higher. 2, the risk may be considered to be in part a function of working conditions. Okay, how does policing look now compared to then? You know? It's more militarized now. The training is just as fucking draconian. So I actually, all this did was actually reaffirm it. I had like dropped citing the statistic, but because it's old, because it was old and I knew it was like more, I knew there was something about it that was more complicating than what people were collapsing it into. But this actually makes me realize like, no, you actually could probably still invoke this and it would not be, it would not be out of pocket. The biggest limiting factor outside the age is that the sample size might have been small.
Agree on that, and I would love for if like, you know, if you believe that we should like address our police funding and like, you know, city budget crises that are happening around America. Yeah. You know, there's like, we really should be defunding the police.
But I would love to fucking form a coalition with you. I would love to figure out where we can overlap and establish a voting block where we work together to make sure that Republicans don't win. You don't want that. You think I'm like you. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But
I mean, I don't know what you mean. Like I lived in LA. I voted. I would have knocked on your door. Like I worked on campaigns. You know what I mean? Like I don't. In what way am I being the person in charge of this? You know, if you are seen as like the one who's angry at leftists. You know, like I am. Like
I'm very frustrated with you guys because I want you to help me. I want you to help me stop these people.
But we're not. I don't think we have.
I know, but like what he demands, like what help has to look like, is sometimes like laundering the reputation of like Democrats that are worthy of criticism.
The same goal. You want to continue to invest in like a bourgeois, like capitalist party, and I don't think that's going to prevent fascism from happening. In fact, I think it's facilitating it happening.
Okay, but you could take over that party. That's the thing. You can work to change that.
Ideologically, we do not agree. So I'm not like strictly anti-capitalist. I'm much more of like a Sweden fucking Democrat or whatever. And so like we're never going to agree on that, but I'm sure we do agree that there are ways that we can improve material conditions for low income earners in this country, middle income earners in this country. I think the fact that we have people suffering from the toxic stress of maybe not want to go to the hospital because they can't afford the treatments, that is a choice that the richest country in the world is making that I think is completely unacceptable. So I think we could
70,000 people die every year from lack of healthcare in America.
So that's something that we can agree on, and I feel like, you know, like I'm not going to tell you like I'm going to work with you.
The CINEMARXism should not be like discouraged or taken down because all he hears is like a defeatist attitude from Hutch, because it's like, believe me, I hear it too. But it doesn't mean that there is not significant overlap or ways that you could work with these people to get certain things done.
You to dismantle capitalism, but I would love to work with you to elect more politicians and accumulate more political power as a coalition, and then work towards goals that I think are achievable. Like I would love to do that with you.
So would you agree with the statement that like capitalism generally like encourages the like concentration of money and power in the hands of like a very few?
Unfettered capitalism, yeah. I mean, but you can have a government institute.
That caveat, unfettered capitalism.
Safeguards and robust welfare state policies, such as the Nordic states, where we can increase the bottom standard of living to a degree where people can escape that toxic stress of poverty. But I don't. But I don't share your view that we need to end capitalism altogether, and I don't share your view that Marxism is workable. I don't think it is.
Why is that?
Well, that's okay. You don't need to fight on this stuff to me. This is like now we're getting into like an esoteric debate over like political ideologies that have little relevance in like what's achievable now. And this is where I don't like getting into purity testing. It's the same reason why I don't, and I've talked about this before, I don't like the conversation about Zionism, because I don't really need to know if somebody currently is or ever has been a Zionist to get them to agree with me on certain things.
I don't think that Marxism is as efficient at progress. I don't think that I think Marxism Listen, I don't want to like stray too much into this because I'm sure you can get more esoteric with it, and like the economic stuff is not something that I can have like a conversation and kind of bullshit my way through it, but I don't want to pretend like I'm an expert. But I just let me just say one thing. If for no other reason, I don't see an appetite for Marxism in America. I don't think that most people want to get rid of.
We're back to you just don't have like, I don't know. We're back to the same concept of like, well, it's not the way that it is, and so therefore it never will be.
I don't think that there's ever going to be. Never say never, right?
I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong though.
But like right now, I don't think most people want to get rid of capitalism. I think they want to increase their buying power. I think they want to be able to buy a house. I think they want to be able to,
But again, I think they're only as attached to the system insofar as they think it's going to enable those outcomes. I don't think that they're ideologically wed or married to capitalism.
Being the 80th percent.
And I think people would just as soon embrace authoritarianism if it actually increased their standard of living.
Oh, whatever, for like,
which is scary to think about, but yeah,
income or lower the lower percentiles, but still be able to like take a vacation, put their kid through college, buy a home, buy a car.
I think a lot of people would really like to like have more ownership over their workplaces, which is really all that Marxism is at the end of the day.
How do you think you
have this like capitalist class that generates revenue simply by owning a factory and doing the labor there, that the people who make that value, create that value, are the ones who control what happens to that value, and how much each of them get paid, and it's a more democratic workplace. Like that's really all it is.
How do you think, like, because we spent a lot of time talking about the Democratic Party's failures to convince voters that they should be in the driver's seat of the country. How do you think Marxists have been doing like lately in terms of convincing people that capitalism should be discarded and replaced?
I mean, Bernie's doing pretty good.
I mean, I think there's some,
like, just because these people don't avow themselves as Marxists does not mean that they're not having like class first analyses of what's going on.
Some ways in which it's been going.
So like, yeah, it's a dirty word or whatever, and he's not wrong that like, do we have any open Marxists or whatever in the fucking United States government? Like, no. But you have open socialists.
Well, I think you look at like, there's like the increase of union membership.
This dude is hiding his power level hard. What is he hidden? He's been so forthcoming. He's saying I'm a prison abolitionist. He's saying I don't like capitalism. Oh shit, are leftism debates back? They're so back, apparently.
Around the country, the Amazon labor union. Yeah, I think people are seeing the contradictions and increase. I mean, I think there's some ways in which it's been going well. I think you look at like, there's like the increase of union membership around the country, the Amazon.
I mean, it's true.
Labor union. Yeah, I think people are seeing the contradictions in capital a lot better than ever before. However, I do think there's like still a big barrier to like popular adoption, which is like just like media,
I know, like, I think he's overestimating the amount of class consciousness that exists in the United States right now.
There's very little ideological diversity that thinks, or
I would be willing to say that were true if people could, like, if people were actually saying, I'm seeing contradictions here, like I'm seeing contradictions in capitalism, I'd be more willing to concede it. But it's like, no, they're identifying problems, but they're not tracing it back to capitalism. They're not enough people anyway.
It shows people what that even identifies what capitalism is, or points. I don't think like most people could give you any kind of like class analysis. There's very little class consciousness or like an awareness that there is like this like inherent imbalance in social power.
What's your plan to address this propaganda effort against your movement, and how do you think you guys have been doing in the last 10 years?
I think it's a cumulative struggle. I think you take moments as they come, right? So I think like things like they
think he sounds delusional, but they don't realize that like real strides have been made on the grassroots levels and across the country.
The encampment movement.
But like a lot of people just pay attention exclusively to like national politics. So if you're not currently like a fucking senator or congressional representatives, the president, they think you're losing.
In America, like there's a lot of There's a lot of like internal and personal like change that's happening in the activists that participated in that. I think the same thing would be true of like Occupy, of Black Lives Matter. You know, these contradictions in Capitol, I think, especially now, especially under Trump.
And this is not me trying to like overstate the like socialist and leftist wins in the United States, but I'm trying to like acknowledge them and not completely discount them or be like, oh, a city council position, that's not good enough, or, you know, your local organizing effort or tenants unions or a strike or whatever, that doesn't mean shit. You know, it's like, no, those, I feel like that's very pessimistic and not helpful to say like those efforts didn't make differences in people's lives or matter.
To get stronger and stronger. And I do think there will be moments where, you know, people, it boils over a little bit. And I think in those moments,
he's not trying to, if you were trying to like overstate that as like, oh yeah, we're like just about to capture the state, you guys, then like I could see if somebody like wanted to come in and humble him, like, okay, slow down, you don't have much. You know, he's not doing that.
It's like people's political
he's just not saying like, oh, it's been a total failure.
And the way that they're, you know, that they view themselves in the world can change very, very rapidly.
Would you?
Things can happen like very quickly. And this is like how revolutions happen always.
Would you agree that even if you think the differences are marginal, which we can get into the weeds about that, but like, would you agree that material conditions for working class people in this country are generally better with democratic governance?
Yes. So yes.
I don't even know if I would. No, I mean, I think like
really.
No, see, like that's not true. Yes, it is better.
What about like the average
American city has been under democratic governance?
I think what I'd be willing to say is that there's large areas of the country and large voters where even though that is like objectively the case, they don't get that, they don't feel it, they don't perceive it, and that's a huge issue.
For the last like 30 years mostly, and you know, you can see the state of them to get like, what do you mean?
Well, like when we look at like the average,
like I would still rather have like Slotkin be my representative over someone like Matt Gaetz.
Standard of living in blue states versus red states. When we talk about like literacy rates, education rates, income, minimum wage, you know, yeah, union support. Like,
do we think that that's the best that it can be? Do we think that that's like something?
No, of course not.
Like the state of American working class and their material conditions is something that we should be proud of?
No, of course not. I think like as I mentioned before, I think it's like a baffling. It's enraging that like we make this choice that we are by far the richest country in the history of nations, and too many people are still struggling in this economy. It's still too difficult to buy a home.
But like what I don't like is like what Hutch extrapolates from the fact that life is better under a Democrat than it is under a Republican is that like, oh, we could have like the keys to the fucking kingdom if people would just like vote for Democrats and then you'd get the entire agenda or whatever. And that's just not true. And even sometimes like the implementation of the entire agenda, like what the ACA, like that's inadequate. That's not enough. That's uninspiring. Like there are dead ends there too. Or like point to California. Like California has no shortage of Dems, yet they have a housing crisis. They can't just blame Republicans for that.
A home or pay rent, and you know, there's myriad ways that we can improve things. But I just want you to like.
Why haven't the Democrats who have basically had full blue cities? Why haven't they been able to achieve those in the?
Well, you wouldn't like my answers, I think, because I'm reading the book Abundance right now. I'm heavily fucking with it.
Oh God.
Okay, tell me your answer.
Oh God.
I think there's like well-intentioned stuff that like rent control, I think is like a really good example of a policy.
Oh my God. Yeah, rent control is the housing crisis. This is why we have the housing crisis. Too much damn rent control. People's rents being too low. That's what it is.
It's really well intentioned. Like, you know, the goal is to make housing more affordable. But basically every economist at this point has watched rent control policies play out in cities all over the country. And there's basically a very broad consensus that it has the opposite effect. It ends up raising rents for the surrounding areas. It has a negative impact on the labor market because there's less mobility. People.
To make it better than usual under Dems would require mass participation in primaries, and that would cause the party machine to go crazy. Yeah, that's also what he's discounting, is like he assumes that like if everybody could vote or whatever, that like it would still result in a bunch of like centrist moderates, etc. What is it? I got distracted by this other chat. But not necessarily. You know, like you're saying, it would probably cause the party machine to go crazy because you never know who they're going to vote. California 60-40, we can blame Republicans, LOL. No, I recognize that, but I'm saying like for CINEMARXIST, like I was waiting for him to like throw this point up because he only said like in democratic cities, like why don't they do this stuff? And of course Hutch's answer is like, well, blame the left more. But yeah, I realize that like, and I talked about this as well with like the abundance agenda and stuff like that. Like people have to remember that California, Reagan came from California. Nixon came from California. Schwarzenegger came from California. There have obviously been times where California was dominated by conservatives, and not just any conservatives, like the conservatives, you know, mostly more emphasis on Nixon and Reagan, you know. So it's not as simple as it's just like a blue paradise. I do understand that. But to the extent that like they're not, you know, Democrats don't offer inspiring things in California, a lot of that has to do with them tending towards like neoliberal policies or being captured by corporate interests, you know. So I feel like it's more stuff from the right.
People don't want to leave that rent control unit, and so they pass up job opportunities.
Any solid one-party state tends to be more conservative than it otherwise should be. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that like it's like, okay, these people have D's next to their name. It's technically a blue state, but look at their platforms and look at what got them elected. It's not what you think.
And a couple different other ways that it like negatively impacts. So you can have this like problem, and you can have this really good intention to address the problem, but then it just ends up being bad policy that makes the problem worse. And so I think there's like, it's not like Democrats are, you know, perfect when it comes to this stuff, but like generally speaking, would you say that people probably have it more like better off in blue states than red states?
I mean, it depends on what people. I don't think that there's like much value in the generalization like that.
So I can't.
See, he should be willing to admit that yes, it is. Even the worst Democrats are still better than the quote unquote best Republicans, because the best Republicans right now are yesterday's correctly recognized fascists and enemies. It is people like Mitt Romney. It's people like John McCain. It's people like George Bush. It's people like Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney, his spawn. You know, these are terrible people.
Can't get you to acknowledge like
terrible politicians. And just because, you know, you get when you have a never Trump Republican and Trump goes away, you have a Republican. I would rather live under Democrats. His inability to concede to the point makes him come across as less serious to the audience. Yeah, 100%. He needs to just say like, yes, Democrats are better.
Is your position?
If you own a fucking, you know, an oil rig in Louisiana, I'm sure you're doing fine.
And it's like, I know it pains me to praise the Democrats, to heap praise upon the Democrats. You know, I get it, but you know, live in reality.
Fine, you know, but like for working class people, I think it's pretty hard everywhere.
Right. So. So your position is like
I think it's unacceptable.
But he's trying to say, he thinks that that's going to dismantle the narrative that it's not enough, which is like the main thesis of this, but it's not. You can concede that like, yeah, Democrats are better, but like, depending on the issue, sometimes it's only marginally because they're captured by the same interests as Republicans.
Well, everywhere.
So between the two parties, the Republicans and Democrats, you don't think that there's like functionally any difference?
Neither are sufficient. No.
So for example, like when Donald Trump won in 2016, one of the things that he was able to do was replace 3 Supreme Court justices, which directly led to Roe v. Wade.
If this is where the conversation's going to go from here, Hutch is probably going to clear, and I'll probably agree more with him.
Being ended. Would you say that was a worse outcome than if Hillary Clinton would have won?
If Obama had codified Roe v. Wade, or if, you know, like there's so that's such a funny example to bring up too.
I don't think it's funny, and I don't think that I don't know how much about the congressional Democrats that you're aware of in terms of the Congress that Barack Obama was working with, but we had
Obama himself said it was not a priority. Like he
said that because he couldn't get it passed. What happened was he got inaugurated, and
wait,
I'm trying to explain.
Maybe he couldn't get it passed because it wasn't a priority.
No, I think he couldn't get it passed because he didn't have the votes. There were about 4 dozen.
What did he do to pressure people to do those votes? Like, I think.
Okay, now he's interrupting too much. He needs to like let him explain.
It's similar to Joe Biden, right? Like Joe Biden could have taken, you know, people off of committees. He could have pressured these people.
It's a mix of both. You know, Obama did face significant Republican opposition, but there were issues that Obama dropped that he did not need to drop. HUTCH, for example.
I assume you're talking about Manchin, and I think you're talking about Manchin and Sinema. But when we're talking about like Obama, the first thing that he prioritized was passing the stimulus bill, the economic recovery bill, because the global economy.
Obama silent on card check. This is right after he was elected, 1/30/2009. President Obama's first major White House event aimed at wooing organized labor came and went Friday without any mention of the union's movement top priority. So-called card check legislation pending on Capitol Hill. Speaking to an audience of union chiefs and prominent members of Congress, Obama said he favored reversing President Bush's labor policies, but the new president did not discuss the key labor-backed bill, the Employee Free Choice Act. Quote, we need to level the playing field for workers and the unions that represent their interests because we know you cannot have a strong middle class without a strong labor movement, Obama said. Obama signed 3 executive orders requiring new federal contractors to hire existing employees, changing disclosures given to employees, and blocking the use of federal funds to discourage a union. All are favored by labor, but they will have, at most, a modest impact. The card check bill, on the other hand, has the potential to expand union membership dramatically. This is right when he took office. The silence from Mr. Obama on the issue came a day after Vice President Biden said he and Mr. Obama thought that action on the card check bill would be slower than expected and that the measure might be watered down. Why? This is like day 6 of your term. It doesn't make sense. Both of us thought 10 months ago that this would be a top priority item in terms of immediate action. We know there's probably going to be some compromise here, Biden told CNBC. Asked if this meant that the issue might not be addressed until 2010, Biden said, no, this year we hope. At a press briefing Friday, White House spokesman Robert Gibbs declined to say whether Obama endorsed Biden's timeline for the bill. Not a good sign. Gibbs referred reporters to Obama's comment to the Washington Post in which he said he planned to, quote, focus first on key economic priority items. Why is this not in that? How is expanding union membership in this country not part of key economic priority items? Obama also announced that Biden will lead a cabinet-level task force to focus on middle-class issues. It's like, again, this constant emphasis on middle class instead of the poor in America, the poor, the majority of people. In another bow to organized labor, Biden told the East Room, I shouldn't say the majority of people, but it's like a fuck ton of people live in poverty. In another bout to organize labor, Biden told the East Room audience that the task force's executive director will be vice presidential aide and economist Jared Bernstein. Bernstein is well liked in labor circles. His presence at the panel may calm some left-leaning economists and labor leaders leery of Obama's choices for other economic posts, such as Treasury Secretary Tim Geithner and economic advisor Larry Summers. Despite the event's focus on the middle class, Obama was at his most animated Friday as he spoke about Americans who are still struggling even to get into that bracket. I should note that when I talk about the middle class, I'm talking about folks who are currently in the middle class, but also people who aspire to be in the middle class. We're not forgetting the poor. They're going to be front and center. Well, when you put it like that, it makes me wonder, like, are they paired with your action? And we're going to make sure that they can get a piece of that American dream if they're willing to work for it. It's like, dude, you think that there's a lack of hard work coming from poverty or impoverished people in America? Or people in labor, like, that are doing labor? Are you serious? It's a lack of hard work. After this is when people should have known, like, right away, like, Obama was basically a fraud when it came to, like, actually being a true progressive, like he ran. Obama lost his walking shoes in the move to the White House, I guess. Yeah. After the East Room event, labor leaders were effusive about Obama's actions. It's a great day for the middle class, Teamsters President James P. Hoffa told Politico. The president is really delivering on what he talked about during the campaign. Asked if he was disappointed that Obama made no mention of the card check bill, Hoffa said, no, I wasn't disappointed at all. The president's doing a great job in very trying circumstances. Obviously, it's a priority of organized labor, so I think it's something that he will address at some point this year. Another guest, Chris Chase of the Change to Win Labor Federation, said the event validated his organization's work for Obama. I felt like we really saw clear evidence of why our members worked so hard to put him in the position he is in. See, and this is the thing. If somebody would try to leverage this and be like, but see, they were fine with it or whatever, it's like, no, but they were optimistic and they were waiting because it's only 6 days into his fucking administration or whatever. He's just been elected. It's like a wait and see. They're not, if they don't hear it, they're like not at this point worried or whatever, but where did this go? Asked about Obama's failure to mention card check, Chase was diplomatic. We have heard repeatedly for months, even 2 years, about his strong support for the Free Choice Act. I thought there was unmistakably clarity. He misspoke. I thought there was unmistakable clarity about his support for labor, the Labor's Federation executive director said. However, one labor activist and writer, Jonathan Sassini, said there is nervousness among union officials about where their most coveted legislation is heading. The labor movement's concern, I think, right now is that this may drop in the order of priorities, Sassini said. To push the card check bill would invite a fairly intense fight. The concern is the administration doesn't want to take this fight on this point. The CNE said Obama may have omitted reference to the Employee Free Choice Act because Republican senators are reportedly holding up his nominee for Labor Secretary, Hilda Solis, in part over non-committal answers she gave about the card check bill during her confirmation hearing. Most labor leaders whose unions lose members when the economy tanks agree that Obama is right to focus on jumpstarting the economy, but Cini said many wonder whether he will really go to the mat for the card check bill in the foreseeable future. For now, top labor officials are keeping those worries to themselves and reveling in being welcomed into the White House after 8 years in the cold. From the labor movement's perspective, it's like going from the dark ages to the age of enlightenment, Tassini said. This is so sad. So we know how that turned out.
He was on the verge of a complete meltdown. So that kind of had to take priority like right away. But after that, he focused on sweeping healthcare legislation. And in that debate, which took like a year and a half for them to negotiate that bill, that was a really tough fight to get everybody on the same page. You only get one shot at that. And so when you have a wide tent like the Democratic Party, that's a really difficult process of negotiation. There were about 4 dozen. I'm trying to explain this to you. Hold on, real quick. I'm almost done. There were about 4 dozen pro-life Democrats serving in the House at that time that wrote a letter to Obama that said, if you include federal funds for abortions within the ACA, we are not going to vote for this bill. They were pro-life Democrats. There were way more conservative Democrats back then.
In the Senate or
in the House? In the Senate, there were like 2 dozen pro-life Democrats. Mm-hmm. The pro-life position was just way more prevalent within like the Democratic Party at that time. Currently, there's 1 pro-life Democrat in the entire Congress. So clearly we've made progress on that issue. But the idea that Obama could have codified Roe but chose not to.
I mean, they say they're not anti-choice, and those people might not be willing to identify themselves as anti-choice, pro-life, pick your poison. But you'll see when it comes down to their votes, you know, like where there is a limit to that. There are ideological limits to what they're willing to allow, you know.
Just isn't true. Like we have
because the standard for this is just the Roe standard, and Roe already says that like, oh well, some regulation can kick in later.
Could have like retired too. There's like many things that could have happened.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there, but do you agree that
yeah, but you shouldn't discount that because just because they retired, the fact that they couldn't be replaced with somebody who is not also like pro-choice is telling where people have moved on that issue.
If Hillary Clinton won and prevented Donald Trump from stacking 6-3 conservative majority Supreme Court, do you agree that it would have been a much better outcome if she would have been able to, if not appoint her own, maybe McConnell would have held that seat open the whole time, but certainly you agree that a 4-4 Supreme Court would be better than a 6-3. That's going to make your job of trying to get legislation down the line just much, much more difficult.
I don't know, man. Again, it's like better for who? Hillary wanted to like
women,
I think,
like that want to get abortions.
For American women, yeah.
Better than Trump. That's better for everyone.
That maybe would have been this hypothetical situation would have been better. Unfortunately,
maybe
she ran a terrible campaign.
No, it's not like a hypothetical situation. We wouldn't have the Supreme Court dominated with a bunch of like what's it called? What's that society? That's that conservative society that just fucking churns out conservative justices.
Campaign and lost
it. We
it.
Wouldn't have these people on the fucking court.
Donald Trump, so none of that mattered.
Maybe.
Like, and that also was not the fault of the left. Like that was the fault of the Democrats. They lost that election. They brought the situation.
Okay, this I agree with. Like this blaming it on the left though, and as if it's not a Democratic Party failure first and foremost to get these people on board. That's definitely
situation where we are in now. Like what?
I would like to build a coalition with you to make sure that never happens again. But I feel like people like you think like if you scratch
your coalition building is really just saying like shut up.
John Birch Society? No, not the Birchers. It's what? It's like the Legacy Society. What is the society that produces right-wing judges? This is like Amy Coney Barrett was in it. The Federalist Society. That's what it is. But close.
Up and like get in line. It's not really like asking for like or advocating for any of the things that you say that we agree on, because like you said that you agree on the city funding, but like I don't think I've ever heard you like advocate for that, right? Like you say that you know what I mean, like there's all these things that you're saying that you agree with, but then it's like not a priority for any of your like advocacy.
I talked about it like
you're not even. It's not really you don't want to be in coalition with me. You just want me to vote for like whatever the Democrat Party is, regardless of their actions.
No, I think
regardless of the policy that they're advocating for.
I think that you and me and liberals and leftists, if we formed a coalition, we would have more leverage to pressure Democratic politicians left on the issues where we do agree on. You guys seem to have this philosophy of like, you get your power and your leverage through withholding your vote. I think it's the opposite. I think you're in a much
100%.
That's not even true either. Like there are very few.
Why does he say that? But now he's literally just said that like, oh well, there was no point in like what difference would have existed between like Hillary and Trump, you know?
Leftists who were advocating for withholding your vote, and also they were people who were actively doing the hard work of like engaging with the party through Hillary's or through Kamala's entire campaign. Like the uncommitted campaign was begging for meetings. They were begging for space to show their advocacy and to prove to them why they should.
Until the liberals backstab the leftists, and that's the thing that ends up being demoralizing is that, you know, look at that article that we just read with Obama. These people can time and time again do the work necessary to get these candidates elected, and then they have such a hard time holding them to account, you know. But it needs to not lead to subtraction. You have to like keep the pressure up, and it's demoralizing and terrible to continue voting for a party that you feel like you don't just feel like you literally are doing organizing and work to get them elected, and then they don't actually, you know, deliver on their promises to you. But it is in the two-party duopoly. If you're not, you know, actively pushing for these candidates, it only gets worse. It only sees it to the right.
Adopt a better position on this topic.
Do you think I don't want to get into Gaza, man. It's such a fucking minefield. I really don't.
I mean, I'm not getting into Gaza, but to take this as an example of a place where voters to the left of you were trying to pressure the administration on a very unpopular position that they were holding, and were shut out.
I'm saying I don't think that it is
I feel like he doesn't want to get into it because it's like, it's clearly CINEMARXISM will likely win on this.
Productive way to exercise leverage, like withholding your vote and empowering the Republican Party to get into power. I think what ends up
holding votes. I'm talking about the direct advocate. Like what else do we do? What else is there? How would we reach a Democratic candidate like that?
I think that you have a much better chance of reaching a Democratic politician than obviously if someone like a Republican wins in your district or in your state or the presidency. So like Joe Biden is a really...
What is your evidence of that?
Joe Biden is a really good example of this. So like Joe Biden ran kind of like as a moderate guy in 2020. And then by the...
Like, obviously I think Joe Biden assisted in this fucking genocide, but it's the difference between like, the Democrats will ignore you on Gaza. The Republicans are like trying to deport people for it. That is unfortunately the reality that we're in.
The time he was inaugurated, he invited Bernie's team and Elizabeth Warren's team into the room when they were like crafting these pieces of legislation. And of course, we didn't get everything that we wanted. We didn't get the $15 an hour minimum wage. The dollar amounts were much, much lower than we originally went for. But he went well beyond what he campaigned on in 2020. He actually surprisingly went way more progressive than people thought. Like the student debt thing was like a really good example of this. When he was running in 2020, he was telling people, I don't want to do student debt forgiveness through executive order. I want a bill from Congress. And he gets elected, and the Warren wing of the party convinced him to pursue it with executive authority. And of course, we didn't get that blanket forgiveness because the Supreme Court shut it down, but he forgave 10% of all student loan debt for 5 million people. You can't tell me that those people's lives were not better because...
And the Supreme Court, if Hillary had been elected, it's not guaranteed on this particular issue because Democrats are fucking terrible on this issue as well in some respects, but there was a much greater chance of it not getting just shut down because of Trump's Supreme Court. Joe
Biden won that election. They got a letter saying
great. It should happen. There should have been more. They should have done more to pressure Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. They should have these people should have been absolutely like totally shut out of the party until they get in line. Like, I think there needs to be a lot more discipline in the party structure, especially with very, very minimal improvements. And until that happens, I think that the Republicans are going to continue to win.
I think, unfortunately, in the case of Joe Manchin, he just had a ton of power in that spot. And Biden did not have a lot of leverage over him. Can I get your idea for, like, how do you force Joe Manchin?
Okay, let's see. I was like, are they going to get into Joe Manchin?
To, sign on for a,
take him off of the Energy Committee.
What if at that point he turns around and says, you know what, I'm switching my party to...
As he did?
He did that after the fact. But he still... no.
Okay, so you had this horrible person...
So this thing that I was going to say, the thing he did anyway.
On the Energy Committee, he stood in your way, and then he still did the thing you're threatening us with. Like, do you understand
after the fact? But I'm saying he could have single-handedly took away the Democrats' majority in the Senate. And then you don't get any judges, you get no legislation. He had nothing.
Yeah, but when you looked at his voting record, he actually voted with Democrats like 70 something percent of the time. The unfortunate thing is that he was the most outspoken about killing like key legislation and promises, you know. I say go further, investigate his family conflicts. Okay, where is the... So Hutch talked to Crystal and Kyle about this, and that was literally what Kyle was like, investigate their family, of course. But let me see, Hutch, Crystal, Kyle, Walensky. Let's see. I want his reaction to it though, because and his reaction is where he gets into why he didn't think that would have worked. So. Let's see if I just, okay. So
I would accept an endorsement from literally Satan if I thought it netted us like 1 or 2 points in the aggregate.
Basically, if you're
okay, pressuring Joe Manson.
There was a part in a video that you made recently where you said one of the ways that you...
Okay, good. This is it. This is where he's reacting to it and like giving more commentary because I don't think he pushed back on it. Someone say hold his daughter hostage or throw her in jail. It might have been Kyle Kalinske. Let's see.
You would differ yourself from Biden would be that you would say that you would have gone about Build Back Better differently and you would have forced Joe Manchin to just go along with this piece of legislation. This is one of the big sticking points that I have with probably both of you guys. Just do the thing. It's the patented leftist just do the thing tactic. Whatever thing you got to get done, the answer to getting it done is just do it. Just do the thing. What does that look like when you say you're going to force Joe Manchin to sign on to legislation? Because when I look at every single president is going to be constrained by the Congress that they have. Even LBJ.
The other thing is you cannot always take these people at their words. So Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema really, really needed infrastructure wins to take back not only to their constituents, but more importantly to their donors, because they are in bed with a bunch of like contracting industries. That's who backs them, both in Arizona and he was from West Virginia, right? So this, even though they were like, I could just walk away from it, that was like them bluffing because they really needed that legislation.
And FDR, who had absurd majorities in comparison to what Biden was working with in 2021. He had a 50-50 Senate, and what do we have, like an 8-seat majority in the House? And so you basically need perfect unanimity in the party if you want to pass any part of your agenda. I look at his legislative track record, and I'm impressed. Like, to me, Joe Biden has been the most successful president legislatively in the modern era, and it's
I agree.
Not even
domestically, I agree.
Particularly close. So yeah, I guess I would want to press you guys on, or press.
And this is only 6 months ago, so Kyle is still willing to like give Biden his props when it comes to some of the domestic wins, but obviously he's like, yeah, it's a genocide, dude.
You, Kyle, specifically, when you say you would force Joe Manchin to just sign on to Build Back Better, what does that actually look like in practice?
Okay, I'm glad you asked.
FDR threatened to back the court. He threatened to do the thing. That's the thing, is that like he's like, I do think it's funny when he's like, just do the thing, because there are some people that really they want you to just do the thing and they don't have like an example of like how, but if they just knew a little bit of fucking history, it's like, no, you would see that there is precedent for times where the party officials, leaders, etc., they exerted a ton of pressure and they were not afraid to voice it.
You asked that question. That's a phenomenal question. So
because similarly, he's like, oh, the way you guys want to get power, you think that there's more power in like withholding your vote as opposed to like actually voting. And it's like, okay, I agree with it, that, you know, kind of blanket criticism of the left. But my blanket criticism of liberals is that they think that to get stuff done, you need to ask pretty please, is what I've noticed. So pretty please do the thing, or appeasing these people, you know?
It's basically the carrot and stick approach. So you mentioned LBJ there, you mentioned FDR there. Yes, they had big.
Or like playing really nice. They think that playing really nice and being nice is what gets them things. So that's the bigger liberal handicap to me.
Parties, but they also knew how to play politics in a way that modern day Democrats in the neoliberal era, I don't think they play politics nearly as well. So for example, Joe Manchin's daughter is a pharmaceutical criminal, and she's in part responsible for jacking up, insulin prices colossally?
Don't remember.
I don't know if it was insulin or something else, but
I think it was.
There was reporting on how his daughter is basically a pharma criminal. And for somebody like Joe Manchin, or for somebody like Kyrsten Sinema, basically if you're president, you use the bully pulpit a little bit, you call them into your office and you say, look, you're a Democrat, you could be a hero and they'll build statues to you, or you'll be my biggest enemy. And so you get to choose. If you
So again, if this would have just been a viewer like in my Discord and we're debating this situation, I think I might have used a very different tactic to push back against this, because in my mind this is a very unserious thing to propose.
Don't vote with Build Back Better, then the Democratic Party is going to use all of our resources.
Why? Like, again, this is like pre-Trump or whatever, but like, act like a fucking thug. Why not?
To fund a primary opponent against you to try to take you out. Or if you do the right thing, like I said, they'll build statues to you. So use this. I mean, this is what politics always has been, right? There's a lot of ugly stuff that goes on behind closed doors. But if you're doing tactical stuff behind closed doors, that ends up getting the American people colossal wins that they need, like Build Back Better, which I think was
It's certainly not true in the modern era that it's very normal.
The parliamentarian needs to approve the thing. Yeah, exactly. We can't because the fucking parliamentarian is saying this.
Sort of politics to threaten to criminally investigate your daughter if you don't vote for a piece of legislation. I mean, Trump was openly corrupt about this kind of
It works for Republicans. They should do it.
Stuff. And
if Manchin wants to act like a Republican, he can be treated like a Republican. That's how they would fucking treat you.
Paid a price for it. He got kicked to the curb. He was made a one-term president. He was very ineffective legislatively. I get into it a little bit in my response here.
Phenomenal piece of legislation.
Okay, but oh, the way that this is aged like milk.
I think that's how you do it. And I'm not saying it would have worked, because I don't know if it would have worked. But what I'm saying,
it wouldn't have worked.
Saying is, it would.
In fact, not only would it not have worked, it would have
backfired.
Spectacularly backfired. It would have been such a stain on Joe Biden's presidency if it came out, if the media started reporting that he threatened.
Imagine, that would be cute if that were the stain on Joe Biden's presidency.
And to criminally investigate someone's daughter.
And again, genocide already fully in action, fully going on, and he's here worried about threatening Joe Manchin's daughter being the thing that defines bruising Joe Biden's legacy. Okay.
And the Democrats would have, and on top of that, the Democrats would have been clobbered in the midterms. Rightfully so. It would have been rightfully clobbered in the midterms.
Why rightfully clobbered? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck about Joe Manchin's daughter?
Right path to at least get maybe.
Why would you be right to vote for a Republican over pre-watched? I watched this when it came out. So pre-watched, yes, but 6 months ago, and I'm forgetting.
More. As opposed to, we got the Inflation Reduction Act.
But like, I swear to you, I could have not pre-watched and I would know the lib answers that are going to come up.
Which was good, but it was what, maybe 20% of what was in the original Build Back Better. So I just don't see that Biden and modern day Democrats, Obama, Clinton, they don't have the same sort of.
Like he says that they would be justified in getting clobbered if Joe Biden did that. But like, really, if you talk to an individual voter and they said, no, I can't vote for Democrats anymore because after the way Joe Biden treated Joe Manchin's daughter, or told Joe Manchin he would treat his daughter if he didn't do a thing, side with Democrats on an issue. So I have to vote for Trump, he would flame that person.
Commitment to social democracy as, say, FDR had. And so they don't want to play that dirty game of politics behind the scenes. Whereas when you look on the Republican side, I think Trump does use the bully pulpit. He does use the carrot or the stick. He just uses it for really, really bad things, which we hate.
Can I just offer one other example
Sure.
that I think is a little more clear cut than, because you're right, Build Back, he could have promised Joe Manchin, like, I'm going to pave West Virginia in gold and you're going to be a hero. And, we're all, if you don't go with us, like,
the slow head nod and the eyes closed, that got me good, Hutch. You can see me like practicing restraint in this conversation.
Could have used that approach, and there's no guarantees that it would have worked because of who Joe Manchin is and his, political realities or whatever. There's no.
Joe Biden treated that nice EpiPen gouging lady so poorly, so now I'm MAGA. This is what I mean. Like, this person doesn't exist.
Guarantees. But you also had a situation where they were.
Or if they do, they deserve to be laughed at, ridiculed, and marginalized, not taken seriously and catered to.
Trying to push through a $15 minimum wage increase. And they went to the parliamentarian and said, can we do this? And parliamentarian is not an elected official. There's nothing in the law that says you have to, that the decisions of the parliamentarian, which are really just meant to be guidance, are binding. What's more, you can hire a new parliamentarian at any time.
That's what Bush did.
And instead, they're just like, no, they said no, so I guess we can't do it.
I'd like to respond to this if I may, because I actually changed my mind on one of these things. So just again, full disclosure, I'm totally sympathetic. If you look at my.
So I changed his mind on this, and then Hutch went and changed his mind with worse arguments.
My Twitter feed or my YouTube videos, one of the things I advocate for is a more ruthless Democratic Party. It's one of the reasons why, again, I am so impressed by the selection of Governor Tim Walz, because, again, this is a person who leverages.
Because we were talking about, like, failures or whatever, and I said Joe Biden said he was going to reverse the Trump-era tax cuts. He never did that. Joe Biden could have moved the, I can't even remember if this was, like, when I was talking about this with Josiah, but I was like, he could have moved the embassy from Jerusalem back to Tel Aviv. He didn't do that. And then I was mad about the $15 minimum wage, and I was mad that he had dropped talk about the public option as soon as he got into office.
Power despite razor-thin majorities.
Correct.
If you have power and you're dealing with a minority opposition, you should do everything that is tactically feasible to push through your agenda. And I do think that Democrats sometimes struggle with that posture. You know, Attorney General Merrick Garland to me is a classic example of a guy who, you know, this was an appeal to bipartisanship. You know, he was a successful prosecutor back in the day. He was a centrist judge, President Obama's Supreme Court nominee. And I almost like as a mulligan or a consolation prize, like, hey, we couldn't make you a Supreme Court justice, we'll make you an attorney general. I think he's a very intelligent man. I think in many ways he's been a disastrous attorney general because he has been so lethargic. He's quick to prosecute and investigate Democrats. He drags his feet when it comes to Donald Trump. So this to me is just a great example. However, I do think that the realities of the 50-50 split Senate would make it extremely difficult and very dangerous for President Biden to have put the sort of pressure on Joe Manchin that you talk about. So Joe Manchin being a very conservative Democrat in a state that is effectively unwinnable for the Democrats, there's no way that a Democrat's going to win West Virginia outside of Joe Manchin. I think that had President Biden done what you suggested, Kyle, it would have been very easy for Joe Manchin to say, you know what, f you,
It would have destroyed Biden's presidency. It would have literally destroyed his presidency.
Going to switch parties. I'm either going to become an independent who may caucus with the Republicans, or I may just go ahead and switch parties and become a Republican anyway. And he actually probably would have increased his likelihood of winning re-election should he, you know, if he had chosen to run for a second term. Kyrsten Sinema is more vulnerable, so I'm more sympathetic to the carrot and stick approach with her since Arizona is a purple state. But it's not just that there's a risk of it not working. There's a risk of it backfiring spectacularly. And the only other thing I'll just say real quick
it's a new era, and it wasn't just a new era as soon as Trump entered the office. It was like a new era, like post 2016, post Trump. It like our democracy is like a fucking sweater that has like a sweater that was like too small and somebody like stretched the head hole to get it over their head. Like the head hole is never going to be small again. So these sorts of things, I agree, could have been like disastrous in the era of like Bush era type politics, Obama era, but like past Trump, no. I am so unsympathetic and not willing to hear out stuff like this is like being disastrous. I feel like to the extent that it is self-imposed, and it's Democrats the ones making fusses over this stuff when they could totally just drop it.
Crystal's point about the parliamentarian is, I agree, President Biden could have pressured Chuck Schumer to fire the parliamentarian. That could have been done. But this is where actually Hutch persuaded me. He changed my mind on this because he pointed out that, if I remember correctly, Sinema and Manchin both opposed the $15 bill or provision in the bill. So even
the whole fire the parliamentarian thing was just so silly.
Yeah, but they lied because what happened with that is that progressives said, okay, fine, you guys can decouple the bill because they wanted, I think, the Build Back Better bill and the American Rescue Plan to be done together and then put through budget reconciliation, but they agreed to separate it. So the American Rescue Plan got passed through budget reconciliation, and then they were trying to do Build Back Better with votes. But then Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema did not make good on their end, and the progressives had no way to enforce it. So they shouldn't have separated it. The real thing is like not just the parliamentarians, they need to go back a little bit in this calculation, and they should have never agreed to separate it. Because Biden needed to get that passed. So
silly. They were pissed at Biden. They were calling him a paper tiger because he refused to pressure Schumer to just fire the parliamentarian, hire another one that would allow them to sneak the $15 an hour minimum wage into the ARP. But it wouldn't have made a difference. It wouldn't have mattered. It literally wouldn't have mattered. I mean,
but there's still avenues here because you can still pressure these people. It's not they say they won't vote, so we can't do anything. This gets into I've talked about this a little bit with them about the rotating villain thing.
Manchin was against the $15 an hour minimum wage just on its face. Same with Sinema. And I would assume probably like 3 or 4 other people.
Even if they'd gotten it included in the bill, that probably just would have killed the bill. So sorry for, that's my spiel.
So people bring up the parliament.
Like there's lots of things that you can do because I agree that Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin are like too vulnerable to threaten with the primary because you just lose, because somebody had like already tried to primary Joe Manchin from the left and they lost like really, really badly. So that area is like it's not blue enough to like try to flip more progressive or like clearly what it wasn't going to work out. That wasn't in the cards, but there were other sticks that they could have done.
Right. People bring up the parliamentarian as though it's an example of fecklessness, and to me it's just an example of just pretty basic logic. Like it wouldn't have mattered if it fired the parliamentarian, because to Josiah's point, he's absolutely right. Both Sinema and Manchin, as far as I'm aware, were on the record against the $15 an hour minimum wage. And I have a sense that they probably wouldn't have been the only ones. Like there might have been like 3 or 4 other Democratic senators who were not open. They were the only ones that were publicly against the $15 an hour minimum wage about it, who might have voted.
See, now you're just feeding the rotating villain theory, where they're the ones that take the fall, but in reality, there's a lot of fucking Democrats that are not actually willing to pass through the Democratic agenda, even though they should be. You shouldn't have to be fighting everybody in your own fucking party. Are you Democrats or not?
Voted against that $15 an hour minimum wage.
I didn't even remember that he acknowledged this. Like there was a point where I've talked to Hutch and he was like, the rotating villain thing is not real or whatever.
When you talk about Joe Manchin's daughter in the bully pulpit, I don't really know what that means. It sounds like what you're saying is that Joe Biden should have
open criminal investigation. Open criminal investigation. If you don't vote for
I had to hold back my chuckles. I'm being nice. Listen, this was a pleasant conversation. I'm not trying to go nuclear here, but yeah, in my head I'm like, okay, how do I say this nicely?
Build Back Better, we're going to open a criminal investigation because she objectively is a criminal, not because it's bullshit and she's not a criminal. Like, I'm not saying
if she's a criminal, then she should be prosecuted, and she certainly shouldn't not be prosecuted if her father signs off on a piece of legislation.
Well, it sounds like you're in favor of looking into it anyway, so why not make it coincide with his votes?
Who's supposed to make that threat?
Say that it's happening no matter what, so, you know.
Who's supposed to make that threat?
Joe Biden, anybody in the administration, be very direct with them.
Presidents, just straight up, we have decades-long norms regarding the DOJ that were put in place after J. Edgar Hoover passed. And, you know, he notoriously was like super corrupt and wielded the DOJ for political purposes. And then we also had like Watergate stuff. But I mean, like we've had norms for decades now separating the DOJ and keeping it independent of presidents so that it's not used for political purposes because that's just overtly corrupt, right?
Say, look, like I said, you'll be a hero or you'll be our biggest enemy. And it's not like the donor isn't a criminal. I mean, I think she should be prosecuted anyway, but I'd be willing to not prosecute if Joe Manchin's vote comes on for either Build Back Better or at least a piece of...
That's just, you know, very blatant, overt corruption, right?
Legislation that is stronger than what the IRA ended up being.
Well, here's how I see that playing out. Joe Biden invites Joe Manchin into the Oval Office and says, listen, if you don't sign on to this Build Back Better as is, I'm going to sick Merrick Garland on your daughter. First of all, and if he actually relayed that plan to Merrick Garland, first of all, I think Merrick Garland would have resigned immediately and gone to the press and said, I cannot.
Oh no, not a resignation from beloved Attorney General Merrick Garland, who's feckless and not liked by Democrats either. You're like, this is the argument to do it. It's like, don't threaten me with a good time here.
Serve under a corrupt administration who would sick the DOJ on a political opponent to try to whip votes for a piece of legislation that I like. And I think
he was already, like Josiah has literally said, he's already going after Democrats far more ruthlessly than he's willing to pursue Republicans. So the nightmare scenario that you're saying and trying to scare people with is literally already happening.
Josiah's point, Joe Manchin would have immediately switched to either independent or Republican, and then there goes your majority, and you don't get any legislation done whatsoever.
But I don't know why that's corrupt.
This idea, yeah, when you go into the comments of the video, because they posted a highlights portion which included this part, a lot of the comments were like, gullible, naive Hutch. He has no idea how power works in DC. Oh, norms, LOL. Norms? There's just an appetite.
Yes, unironically, norms, LOL.
For authoritarianism in leftist spaces online. So.
Breaking norms is not... Okay. We're going back. We're moving on. I've made my point. Breaking norms is not authoritarianism, Hutch. Sorry.
This is my problem with a lot of... This is my problem.
Breaking the law is authoritarianism, not breaking norms.
A lot of you guys is...
Or like there's more of an argument that breaking the law is trending towards authoritarianism, if not overt authoritarianism for political ends. But breaking norms to get what you want, that's not authoritarianism, no.
You think that...
the thing is that if you...
That's just like ruthlessness and like doing deals, getting deals done.
I think that's sufficient, then you don't understand why people voted for Trump.
It's not about it being sufficient. It's about it being efficient. What is the most that you can get in any given situation? Try to do that. That's my philosophy. You seem to have the philosophy of if it...
Oh, someone subscribed. Thank you, Corietti, for subscribing.
Doesn't go as far as I personally want to see it go. Fucking nuke the whole thing. Who cares? And fuck it. Let Republicans win.
It's not. That's not even my position. That was obviously the voters' position because they fucking voted for Donald Trump and they rejected.
That's not your position?
Rejected.
That's not your position.
The Biden administration. They did not like that shit.
Yeah.
They didn't feel it improved their lives at all. Like that's the voters decided. They showed that very, very clear.
Yeah, I think like unfortunately the world saw inflation and every single incumbent party all over the country. This isn't to minimize the Democratic Party's shortcomings because there are many, But it is just simply the case that typically if there's some kind of economic downturn, voters will blame the incumbent party. It's just really hard for them to not be punished. So we saw incumbents losing all over the fucking world. And it's just it is what it is on that front.
Will he admit that the incumbent party made preventable mistakes and people rightfully held them in contempt?
But this idea that Joe Biden didn't do things to materially improve people's lives, I think is just so short-sighted and myopic. This idea that, like,
I think, you know, have you ever read that tweet that's like Democrats, you know, like throwing a penny at like a homeless person and being like, why didn't you vote for me? I fucking helped you. I think that's what it feels like, is like we exist in a society in which
I've seen a lot of like leftist memes, but I've not seen that one.
Thing is rigged towards the capitalist class, towards the ultra wealthy. And so like you coming, like the Kamala Harris like administration coming and saying, no, this is exactly what you get and you're gonna like it and you should be happy about it, was it like really distasteful for most American voters?
You think 5 million people getting emails that their student debt was forgiven was fucking pennies?
Okay, 5 million people did not make a difference in the fucking, it did not.
Okay, this is stupid to ignore, but he went from talking about impoverished people to people that are not impoverished. If you are in student loan debt, I'm not saying that you're not impoverished, but you usually had some money, you know, something more than a person that's like, they've already passed the point in their life where they're going to have gone, like, made the decision to go to college or whatever. You're talking about people that have have like, at the very least, increase their earning potential for it, like, you know, significantly over somebody who is still just like a high school graduate and they have no intention of pursuing higher education, or they went down the route of like a trade school. So yes, it does help it. That's not helping like impoverished people.
Not make a difference.
Who Democrats have, like, you know, stopped reaching out to as much. That helps with young people.
In the election.
But that's,
like, yeah.
But that's like nothing to you? That 5 million people?
Yes, compared to the student debt crisis in America.
And it helps people avoid poverty. That's the other important thing.
Yes, that is.
Because if you're constantly chasing student loan debt interest, which it usually ends up being the interest, not the actual original like loan that you took out, then yeah, you have a hard time making ends meet. And like, isn't Trump is getting to the point where he like wants to student like force payments, loan debt, increase payments. Women could be most affected by Trump's penalties for overdue student loans. The move by the Trump administration is set to begin May 5th, and borrowers with delinquent payments could have their wages garnished as early as the summer. For the first time in 5 years, student loan borrowers whose payments are long overdue could face stiff consequences, and that puts a disproportionate number of women at further financial risk. The Department of Education announced Monday that starting on May 5th, so it's already begun, its Office of Federal Student Aid, or FSA, will start collecting student debt in default. Delinquent borrowers could have their wages garnished as early as the summer. The COVID-19 lockdowns that started in 2020 led to a series of pandemic payment pauses for student loans that ended in 2023. To help borrowers transition into repayment, former President Joe Biden's administration offered a year-long grace period, sparing them harsh penalties if they struggled to resume covering their monthly loan costs. Now that Donald Trump is president again, a new and less forgiving era for borrowers is here. Going forward, the Department of Education, in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, will shepherd the student loan program responsibly and according to the law, which means helping borrowers return to repayment, both for the sake of their own financial health and our nation's economic outlook, Secretary of Education Linda McMahon said in a statement. Women are most likely to be disproportionately affected by the policy change. Overrepresented on college campuses, they hold nearly 2/3 of the nation's $1.6 million in student... Wait, sorry. 1.6 trillion student debt. Critics of the Education Department's plan to aggressively collect student debt say the move is particularly insensitive since Trump's policies, from his trade war to his mass cuts at federal agencies, have led to economic chaos and driven up costs for essentials like groceries. For 5 million people in default, federal law gives borrowers a way out of default and the right to make loan payments they can afford, said Mike Pierce, executive director of the Student Borrower Protection Center, or SBPC, a nonprofit focused on the student debt crisis, in a statement. Since February, Donald Trump and Linda McMahon have blocked these borrowers' paths out of default and are now feeding them into the maw of the government debt collection machine. This is cruel, unnecessary, and will further fan the flames of economic chaos for working families across the country. Only 38% of borrowers are now making payments on their student loans, according to the Department of Education. More than 5 million borrowers have not made a monthly payment in over a year. Another 4 million have not made a payment in the past 3 to 6 months, putting them in late-stage delinquency. The agency projects that almost 10 million borrowers could be in default on their loans in the next few months, which would mean nearly a quarter of the nation's federal student loan portfolio would sit in default. Although the Department of Education blames Biden for this predicament, Pierce held the Trump administration, and even that is pissing me off. Pierce held the Trump administration accountable. He noted that in February, the Trump administration prevented an estimated 1 million borrowers from applying to programs focused on consolidation and income-driven repayment, or IDR, that would have allowed them to make affordable payments. The administration made the move after a federal appeals court expended an injunction against the Biden-era IDR plan, known as Saving on a Valuable Education. Rather than just blocking access to some of these plans, the Trump admin halted access to the IDR programs not involved in the injunction. In March, after SBPC and the Berger Montague law firm filed suit against the Trump admin on behalf of the American Federation of Teachers, or AFT, which is one of the the largest teachers union in the United States, the IDR application was reinstated, but processing of this paperwork has lagged. Hundreds of millions of cuts to the Department of Education and layoffs to nearly half of the agency's staff because of DOGE have exacerbated the problem. In the meantime, borrowers have said they've been informed that their debt payments will increase exponentially, with one saying her payments will rise from under $600 to as much as $3,400 monthly. Forbes reported in March. Women stand to suffer the most from the fallout, according to the American Association of University Women. As the Department of Education prepares to take action against delinquent borrowers, it will launch a communication campaign focused on helping them manage their debt. Nice. So nothing. That's not anything. That's just a way. That's a PR. It's a PR crisis for them to handle. Not even that. That's what they see. Individuals in default will receive emails from FSA over the next couple of weeks advising them to reach out to the default resolution group to begin repayment or to sign up for an affordable payment plan or alternatives. So this is a fucking disaster. This has already started. And, the reason why these courts are blocking it is because Republicans were able to install judges because in 2016, Trump won. Because the Supreme Court was able to partially block it. Because Trump won. So that's why I don't like when he downplays how important it is that Democrats, it's easier to organize under Democrats, and he should not discount that. If he doesn't want to pay lip service to their legislative accomplishments or the court, fine, but acknowledge at least that it is far easier to organize under Dems.
It's very, very little.
Biden and student debt is another example.
To the state of the working class, not even just.
Okay. Biden and student debt is another example of where he could have just done the thing, just wipe the student debt with the authority given by Congress, force the courts to try and reverse it. Yep.
Just the student debt crisis is one aspect of a incredibly punishing 2 decades for the American working class, where we've become more productive and our wages have stayed.
I will say I also just don't understand how it's lawful for some student loan debt to be canceled, but there to be a cap on it. It's a thing that I've never gone out of my way to investigate, but not gonna lie, in a thing that I'm I don't understand how if some of it can be where are you going to find it? According to these conservative justices, where are they going to find the Constitution that there's a limit to it? I don't understand.
Stay the same. I don't, I feel like there's a denial.
Because it's one thing to say no, Congress can regulate it. It's another to say no, it's illegal. No, fuck, where were we? Oh man, I went to the beginning. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see. $144.27. That's where I was.
Reality of what it is to be working class in America that the Democrats they're stuck inside of, and there's a material reason why. It's because they immediately Kamala got the nomination and went into backroom deals with the Uber CEO, right? And then all of her policy was materialized from those meetings. There's a direct line between the.
Yep, this is true. There was somebody, Kamala Harris, she voted against a proposition that would have made it very, very hard for companies like Uber, Uber Eats, DoorDash, etc., to just say, oh, all of our workers are independent contractors and therefore we don't have to give them any benefits. It was a proposition. Kamala Harris aids lobby for proposition in California that made workers independent contractors. Let's see what comes up. I'm pulling out the big guns. Maybe like not AIDS. So like I'm gonna
richest, most powerful
ChatGPT.
people in the country, and the Democratic Party, to the point where they will not advocate for things that threaten to the capitalist class and benefit the working class.
I mean, we just have just a fundamental interpretation of like.
Okay, here's an article like talking about it. Harris's brother-in-law forges business ties but makes left nervous. Tony West, top Uber executive and campaign advisor, is drawing scrutiny as he courts Wall Street and donors. This was October 4th, 2024. And yeah, in the private media, like, I can't see the rest of it, but it says, when the International Brotherhood of Teamsters deliberated its presidential endorsement, the conversation drifted to a key person in Vice President Kamala Harris's orbit, her brother-in-law, Tony West. In the private meeting, union officials expressed a wariness about West's top role as an executive with Uber Technologies and his involvement in a $200 million effort to pass a California ballot initiative in 2020, according to two people briefed on the executive board's discussions. This initiative sought companies to allow, like, and I know what it's going to say. It's going to say, am I picking on Hutch? Absolutely. When he's saying dumb things and when he's saying smart things, I'm giving him credit. That initiative was the thing that ended up allowing companies like DoorDash, Uber Eats, etc. to say, we bear no responsibility for our workers. It doesn't matter how many fucking hours they put into this company. They're independent contractors and we don't have to give them any benefits. This fucking freak was running the show, and he was also the one that was criticizing her for actually being willing to embrace like price fixing or whatever. Price fixing Tony West. And I think he's also the one that said they need to stop saying that Republicans are weird. Let me see. And I had choice words for you as well, because I was watching some of like Hutch's older content, and I got you to agree with me on something related to a failure that Biden had, and then Hutch talked to you. Hutch was in your ear, and he got you to agree to a dumber argument. So I can't find it. There was a person responsible for like getting them to stop saying that Republicans are weird. See, it thinks I'm asking if he was involved in price fixing. I'm not. She had started using more. She was like willing to embrace like these unorthodox economic policies, and then he was like, "No, stop that."
The impact of these policies. You know, when I look at the ARP and the good that did.
Here,
you know,
can I get some water?
Yeah, that's fine.
Who was the Democratic strategist?
I'm eating steak and Brussels sprouts, chap.
That he's eating steak and Brussels sprouts. That said,
Tastes a little dry, to be honest with you.
That told Harris to stop saying Republicans are weird.
Okay, I wanna honestly move away from like electoralism. I think that like it's very clear that you're very like your strategy is electoralism. This is like a very small aspect of my strategy. So I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
It's more of like a statement. I just want to say like see where you're at with it. In some cases, political violence not by the state is just.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad you acknowledge that.
I think we probably differ. Correct.
More of like a statement. I just want to say, like, see where you're at with it. In some cases, political violence, not by the state, is just.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure this
That's
one.
good. I'm glad you acknowledge that.
I think we probably differ greatly in terms of like what kind of violence we're talking about here. But yeah, of course, if there's some corrupt system or if there's some tyrannical system, then you know, what do you think this country? Like, that's what it is to be an American. You know, we were born from violence. So yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So I guess I kind of go back to that same question of like, where is your line? Like, how far would it have to go? At what point?
Is it okay if I tell you I don't know? I mean, like, we all like to think that we all like to think that we're brave enough to take on, you know, profoundly powerful like institutions and systems of power or whatever. But maybe I'm a fucking coward. I don't know. But like,
I think you're still thinking of it as like individual action. Like, I think that's a big distinction that I would want to always make is like, I always like this. You know, I think we should denounce like individual actors and like people going out. Like, I don't think we can assassinate our way out of this moment right now. I think it needs to be collective, and I think we need to like if I tell my child all the time, we need to be building that power now and organizing, right? And so I kind of wonder, like, outside of electoralism, outside of voting, outside of the institutions that, you know, I mean, we maybe disagree on their utility and their ability to stop this moment, but outside of those things, how are we building power that can actually like protect us in a moment where fascism happens? You know, like, I don't know what you think about Hassan being detained and stuff, but as we had a Democratic congressperson charged with a felony today, you know, like these detainments are happening. It's kind of getting close to people like us. And I wonder if you think there's like a distinction between like somebody like yourself and somebody like me. And if if you really want to live in the world where like a bad clip of yours could put you in a cage somewhere, you know?
No, I mean, like, so like Hassan, assuming that everything he said was true, I know there's some hubbub about the timeline, but assuming that a CBP officer was asking him if he supported Donald Trump, that's fucking crazy and obviously super scary. And I wouldn't like relish in that happening because I don't agree with his.
Does he not think that it happened?
Politics. But like, if you want to do stuff that you think that, like, if you want to prepare for the potential like of violence or whatever, if you want to start learning martial arts or firearm training or whatever, then that's fine or whatever. But I think like I would like to avoid that violence. And like the obvious difference between you and I is I think that we can pursue reforms through electoral processes, and that would be the better alternative to a violent revolution. Because if I imagine a kinetic, hot civil war in this country with like disparate,
it would be horrifying.
It would.
But revolution to end capitalism
be a nightmare, and I would really love to avoid that. And so that's why I choose to.
It would be fucking horrifying. I wonder, like, why aren't you working on it now? I guess
working on violence or reform.
Are you involved in like local?
You're looking at it, buddy. Slacktivism by streaming.
Political like movement building or like in anything in that way?
No, my focus has been on national politics. I don't really get involved. I know, like, I understand the value of that, but no, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And by focus, it's not like he's an organizer. He's just creating content.
I think that we shouldn't, like, I think whatever kind of local engagement you want to involve in, I think is great and fine. But I think if we let the federal government fall into the hands of the Republicans to the degree that I think your solution would allow for, like a true super majority, then I think you would, even if that happened, you would still be saying the same thing with like a new goalpost that is like beyond the pale. No, I hope to.
You know what I'm saying? We don't like, we are in that moment right now.
I sure hope not. But like,
I understand that it will get better, but I think it will get worse. But we're on the path to getting worse, and there's like what institution is going to stop him? Like,
well, right now, you know, we have the Congress and the court still. It's true that he's ignored the Supreme Court on a couple of cases regarding the renditions or whatever, but he's also, you know, abiding.
He's pointing to like a dam that has like water starting to like not just seep through the cracks, but like critical points have been breached.
Several other of their opinions, and right now the Congress like, hey man, it fucking sucks that the Republicans are in control of Congress, but they can only pass a bill through reconciliation right now. So that really greatly limits what they can do. If we give them 60 votes, then they can straight up ban abortion through legislation, or then they can ban porn, or they can enshrine, you know, like Christian dogma into our like educational systems all over the country, like they're doing at a state level right now in like Oklahoma. And so I would like to avoid giving them that power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it would be much worse if they had a supermajority. I just like, I find
I want to avoid that too. I think you have faith in a way that I don't think is warranted in the Democratic Party to do that. I don't think I've seen anything that outside of just like sit and wait, as Schumer was saying, you know, like I don't think that I've seen anything that has earned their vote or any kind of like rhetoric that has like changed the way that the American people.
And the sit and wait thing is like not even a hyperbole of what strategy they're employing by like I think it's Carville's recommendation that they do
Like
this.
the dynamics of why Trump was elected are exactly the same.
Well, it's just about, not about like party allegiance. It's just about outcomes. So it's, to me, I just get kind of like a Borg with, or like Spock, whatever he is. Like I just think about like what would be the better outcome in this spot. And for me, when I look at the prospect of a Republican supermajority in Congress, it's just so obvious that that's like a million times worse, literally a million times worse, if we were to allow that to happen. And so like right now,
Republicans are worse. I don't think any of this. I don't think that's that like.
No, but like
I just don't think that's
a million, like a million times.
You know, it's funny that he'll be willing to say Republicans are worse, but he can't bring himself to say Democrats are better. It's the same statement.
Times worse. And I think the struggle
in the context of
the
this conversation,
the big
a million times worse.
It's actually so much worse. It's not like this marginal bullshit that you guys like to classify it as. It is considerably worse.
If you're raising your voice to like, you know, fight against Palestine, I think it's pretty marginal. Like it was Joe Biden's administration that was looking deeply into the like ability to deny people student visas based on their speech. Like the Donald Trump campaign essentially took that and just like walked with it, you know, like they
yeah, this like all of this stuff that you're seeing now on college campuses, the precursors to it happened under Biden, unfortunately.
They took that policy.
Is it as intense? No. Is it as bad? No. But did it start there? Yes. It's like this is not new. It was like a continuation of things that had already begun happening
directly from them.
If you,
I can show you interviews of people in Biden's administration of them saying, I support them doing that.
And even now, like the Democrats that like, how many Democrats have been just like, they're saying like the bare minimum when it comes to Mahmoud Khalil. If this were a Ukrainian protester, they would be just shouting it from sea to shining sea. Causing, like, making a fuss. Like, what do I fucking put in this to prove this? Democrats, like, silence on Mahmoud Khalil. Like, fucking the most Chuck Schumer was willing to say was, like, the fucking, he didn't say, like, that was bullshit. He was saying, that, that like, oh, just the college should handle it. That outspoken about Mahmoud Khalil. There was like an article fucking in the Jerusalem Post that I read. Explicitly saying that like pro-Israel and like Zionist Democrats were a lot more quiet on it. Democrats show largely muted response to arrested Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. Some were unwavering in their support for constitutional protections, but staunch backers of Israel adopted a more cautious approach. When Michigan Congresswoman and Palestinian native Rashida Tlaib shared a letter to her social media account on Tuesday demanding that immigration authorities free Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil, a man never charged with a crime, it only contained 14 signatures. 14. For perspective, there are 220 Democrats in the House of Representatives, all of whom have been unabashedly vocal in their criticism of the Trump administration's actions on a near daily basis. There are 45 Democrats in the Senate, but only a select number of self-styled progressives, including Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, Summer Lee, and Al Green, the man thrown out of Donald Trump's State of the Union speech last week, were willing to add their names to language that leaves no room for interpretation. We are horrified by the recent illegal abduction and now indefinite detention of Mahmoud Khalil, a U.S. legal permanent resident, by Department of Homeland Security agents, and we unequivocally demand his immediate release from DHS custody. The letter said, completely uncontroversial. Every single fucking Democrat should be signing this shit. Khalil's arrest is an act of anti-Palestinian racism intended to silence the Palestine solidarity movement in this country, it read. He is a political prisoner, which he is. Among those notably absent from the document was AOC, otherwise known as AOC. She grew her brand as a member of the so-called squad of the progressive women in the House of Representatives, but came under fire throughout Israel's war on Gaza. She adopted what many saw as a more establishment-friendly tone within the Democratic Party, which is true. After the social media firestorm, AOC's chief of staff said she would have definitely signed the letter if it wasn't too late, and that she was simply waiting on a detail before signing. Unfortunately, the letter was closed before that detail was confirmed, he said on X. There are potentially logistical reasons for that, or just internal congressional process reasons for that. One Democratic strategist working on Palestinian advocacy in Congress told Middle East Eye, I do think more lawmakers have spoken out than signed that letter. By the end of the day, it was revealed that AOC had signed a similar letter along with fellow New York Democrats serving at a local level. Okay, but what's the change? What's their version of the letter? The administration's pattern of targeting the rights of students and immigrants to speak against injustice undermines democracy and makes everyone less safe, reads the letter, which was shared exclusively with City and State. We're writing to urge his immediate release back to his family in New York City. We also call on the administration to remove ICE and DHS from our campuses. Finally, we urge Columbia University to cease any and all cooperation with officials who violate our sanctuary city protections and put their students at risk. Like, I agree with that as well. It's good that this was signed. But I feel like the reason why she wouldn't sign on to this, and like I like the calls for action in this one, but I feel like the reason why is because they don't want to talk about like, oh, like they don't want to say that this was like, yeah, it's a silence Palestinian solidarity specifically. It's not just a matter of like, oh, this is like anti-free speech or democracy. It's like, no, they're trying to make this particular point of view hard to have in the United States and express it freely. New York lawmakers. Back in Washington, Congressman Jerry Nadler, also representing the state of New York, said he is monitoring the situation, but that the warrantless arrest of any legal permanent resident seemingly solely over their speech is a chilling McCarthy-esque action. Last year, he famously led the opposition against a bill that could conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. He is a graduate of Columbia University. If the Trump White House were serious about rooting out anti-Semitism in America, they should start with their own administration, he wrote on X, which is true. In the upper chamber, the most serious senior Democrat from New York, Senator Chuck Schumer, urged due process, but his statement on X included a definitive preamble. I abhor many of the opinions and policies that Mahmoud Khalil holds and supports, and I have made my criticisms of the anti-Semitic actions at Columbia loudly known. Schumer wrote, Khalil may well be in violation of various campus rules regarding how the protests were conducted last year. He added, I have encouraged Columbia to be more robust in how they combat anti-Semitism. Fuck this. Students who participated in the 2024 university encampments across the, because you shouldn't, and like the reason why I'm saying fuck this is not obviously that I abhor that he cares about anti-Semitism. It's not that at all. It's the fact that there is any sort of preamble or like apology necessary to front load your demand to release this man from detention. It was unjustified in the first place. You shouldn't have to do any sort of performative disavowals to realize that, like, this is not about the endorsement of the speech. This is about the fact that he was targeted because of his speech, and that's an issue. What is it? Students who participate in the 2024 university encampments across the country maintain they are against Israel's policies and its occupation of Palestine, and that they are not anti-Semitic. Schumer is a longtime supporter of Israel and is also the highest-ranking Jewish lawmaker in the U.S. If the administration cannot prove Khalil has violated any criminal law to justify taking the severe action and is doing it for the opinions he expressed, then that is wrong. They are violating the First Amendment protections, he concluded. Like, it's so couched. It's fucking pathetic. Kevin Rockland, the Washington director of the Nexus Project, which works to oppose and counter efforts to exploit false accusations of anti-Semitism for political gain, told Middle East Eye that the Democratic response has thus far been measured and correct. The vast majority I've seen, including Schumer and Nadler, have underscored the right to due process for a permanent resident and that speech is not grounds for deportation, he said. Most are also calling on the government to be open and transparent. He added that the government should actually deport someone whose opinions conflict with its own foreign policy, and that a, quote, scary and dangerous move and omen for things to come. So, yeah, just frustrating.
Yes. The Gaza situation is, I think, will be the biggest blemish on Joe Biden's record. If not that, then him choosing to stay in the race as long as he did and basically like tanking the election for Democrats. It's like
Wait,
one of those two things, but if not,
of them saying I support them doing this.
the Gaza situation is, I think, what will be the biggest blemish on
the Gaza situation.
Joe Biden's record. If not that, then him choosing to stay in the race as long as he did and basically like tanking the election for Democrats. It's like one of those two things. But are you really going to sit here and tell me that the current situation with Donald Trump is not worse?
I don't think you have any. I don't think
this is what drives me crazy is that any attempt to criticize the Democrats is like immediately extinguished and redirected back to Republicans when it's already been established throughout this at multiple different points that he abhors Republicans, and it just happened again, you know? But I guess he's really like leaning on it because he was hesitant about saying that Democrats are better than Republicans.
if there's any evidence you could point to that would tell me that it's any different at all than what we would see under Biden or
really.
What would you what evidence would?
That's not true. Like what he's saying is objectively not true, but it was like never enough.
Would you point to of that?
Did Joe Biden propose permanently ethnically cleansing every Palestinian from Gaza?
He was completely fine with allocating resources in the first congressional bill aid package to Israel to help them migrate the Palestinians to Egypt and Jordan. And when Egypt and Jordan said no, fuck you, then did they drop it. Let me see if I can't find this. Where is it? Let's see. My boy, Jamie Raskin. Okay. No. What is this? Oh my God. Raskin, Ayanna Pressley lead more than 50 lawmakers in urging State Department to affirm U.S. opposition to forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. This was January 19th, 2024. Over 1.8 million Palestinians in Gaza have been displaced since October 7th. Today, Congressman Jamie Raskin and Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley led 55 of their colleagues in urging the State Department to affirm the United States' strong opposition to the forced displacement and forced and permanent displacement of Palestinians from Gaza and to support an increase in humanitarian aid to the region. Since the brutal Hamas attack on October 7th, over 1.8 million Palestinians in Gaza, or 80% of the population, have been displaced due to the ongoing conflict. In their letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, the lawmakers voiced their support for the Biden administration's strong opposition to any consideration of the idea of forced transfer of Palestinians out of Gaza and clear public comments reiterating that position, and expressed their concern about extremist rhetoric from Israeli officials and proposals from some within the Israeli government calling for the forcible transfer of Palestinians out of Gaza. We write to support the Biden administration's continued strong opposition to any consideration of the idea of forced transfer of Palestinians out of Gaza, the lawmakers wrote. We appreciate President Biden's clear commitment and calls with blah, 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 like, you know, President al-Sisi of Egyptian and Jordanian King Abdullah II to ensure they will not be displaced to any other nations. Okay, but it's like, why were they writing this, right? Why are they writing this? They're writing this because earmarked in the bill, there was a funding proposal from the Biden administration to help them be like moved, quote unquote. This was reject bill for forced displacement of Palestinians to third country. Today, people protested a Senate hearing on the supplemental funding bill that would provide billions of dollars more to Israel. Some of demonstrators, blah, 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 were arrested. Yeah, the group urged Congress to reject a supplementary funding bill that proposes funding humanitarian aid to Palestinians who have been displaced from Gaza to neighboring countries. Israeli action statements and policy directives, including a leaked policy document drafted by the Israeli Intelligence Ministry that recommends the permanent forced transfer of Palestinians in Gaza to Sinai, indicate that Israel is actively considering forcibly displacing Palestinians in Gaza to third countries. The Biden administration isn't just giving a green light for ethnic cleansing, it's bankrolling it, said Sarah Lee Whitson, Dawn's executive director, gaslighting Americans into facilitating long-held Israeli plans to depopulate Gaza under the cover of humanitarian aid is a cruel and grotesque hoax. On October 20th, 2023, the White House sent a request to Congress for supplemental funding for the current fiscal year, which, among other things, includes logistical infrastructure and other material support to make possible housing displaced Palestinians from Gaza to neighboring countries. The section of this request states, these resources would support displaced and conflict-affected civilians, including Palestinian refugees in Gaza and the West Bank, and to address potential needs of Gazans fleeing to neighboring countries. This would include food and non-food items, healthcare, emergency shelter support, water and sanitation assistance, and emergency protection. This would also include potential critical humanitarian infrastructure costs needed for the refugee population to provide access to basic life-sustaining support. This crisis could well result in displacement across the border and higher regional humanitarian needs, and funding may be used to meet evolving program requirements outside of Gaza. The best way to protect Palestinian civilians from the wrath of war is to announce and enforce a ceasefire. Rather than pushing Palestinians to Egypt, Israel should allow Palestinian civilians to cross the apartheid fence into Israel. Maybe Palestinians can set up tent cities in the same towns and villages they were displaced from in the Nakba 75 years ago. Congress should vote no on any bill mirroring this language or any authorization for funding activities, infrastructure, aid outside of Israel and Palestine because they effectively facilitate, fund, and reward the forced transfer of Palestinians. Supporting Israeli efforts to forcibly transfer Palestinians to Egypt would make U.S. officials liable for complicity in war crimes. So, yes, Biden was doing this. They dropped this because they couldn't get Egypt or Jordan to do it.
Yes, the Israeli administration has been saying this from the beginning, and facilitated this happening up until this point.
That's a lie. The idea that Joe Biden...
Not a lie. They said it from the very beginning.
The Biden administration was pressuring Israel to take action for humanitarian aid into the country for the entire time. They are the reason why.
What did that result in, Hutch?
Humanitarian aid getting into the region and feeding people. That's pretty important.
People were starving under Biden too, Hutch.
The idea that...
Okay, like he shouldn't discount these negotiations because it's the difference between people getting food and not getting food.
You're not wrong to say that like not enough aid got into the country, but aid did go into Gaza. And it was because the Biden administration pressured Israel to allow it into the country. Donald Trump is president now. He doesn't see a need to pressure them. And now 80% of Gaza that relies on humanitarian aid.
Like Hutch can say that Harris or Biden would respond differently to the current situation, but the current situation comes directly from the actions and inactions taken by their administration. And not just theirs, you know, Obama's as well. Obama had the opportunity to try to settle this conflict. But what's the obstacle? You know, Obama gets into office and he immediately starts caving to pressure from AIPAC, from Republicans, and from Netanyahu. And the settlement expansion is why Abbas was not willing to hear out like the Kerry initiative.
You know, I'm fine calling it a genocide at this point. That is worse than what happened before. Or like the Roth.
You don't think it was a genocide under Biden, but you do think it is now.
I don't want to get into
That's obviously true, and he doesn't want to say that.
I don't want to get into this, bro.
Wait, I'm happy you got here eventually, but I feel like there's like
no one realizes like how violent the status quo was for Palestinians before October 7th. I realize that this issue only got on the map for the majority of people because of October 7th. So fine. But there are some people like me that have followed it between and before all of this bloodshed, you know, and there's always been bloodshed with this, but Gaza was unlivable under economic blockade. These people didn't have jobs. Their economy was non-existent.
Like you're hiding behind
the overwhelming majority of their water was not fit for human consumption.
And
they can't fucking leave. It was a terrible situation and tenable.
The politicians, you know?
No, I don't think I'm hiding. It's the policy.
I don't think there is a significant difference. I think if the Israeli government wanted to openly say that they were doing the ethnic cleansing and to annex it, which again, I would argue they did,
And Biden pushed back against that. The whole come on, bro. Kamala's official stated policy was support for a two-state solution.
Okay, he did, but then he would like materially support them and kept sending them arms and money and weapons and whatever they fucking wanted. The equivalent of like handing someone a gun and being the getaway car, but telling them right before you hand it to them, you better not kill anybody with this.
Never, ever.
There is no way a two-state solution is viable.
That's a separate conversation. I don't want to get in the weeds about that.
Because if you're saying that's your solution and everybody who knows anything about it knows it's not viable, then that's obviously not your position.
You just said that Kamala would have gone along with Israel's plan to permanently ethnically cleanse Gaza.
I literally don't think you have any evidence to the contrary, is what I'm saying.
Her stated.
I would love to see it. I followed the election very closely. I didn't see any reason that you would be like.
You're telling me.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that people hold up like, but he forced him to get aid. It's like, dude, in response to this, they should be saying, if you don't fucking do this, arms embargo, bitch. I mean, that should have been the case anyway. Should have been facilitating a fucking ceasefire. Blocking any aid should have made Israel unable to receive U.S. weapons and any aid of sort. Letting a little bit of aid through, isn't that one weird trick? The Leahy Act dates. Yeah, exactly.
Different.
You're telling me that Kamala...
her own rhetoric around the issue. She said that she wanted to have the most lethal military.
And like even prior to October 7th, Amnesty International has already said Hamas, because it's a frequent violator of human rights, needs to be subject to a comprehensive arms embargo. But they have also said that Israel, because it is a frequent violator of human rights, should have already been subjected to a comprehensive arms embargo.
Who cares?
Like, that's,
who cares?
What, mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
She wants to kill people with our military. Like that's the policy she was advocating for.
I mean, you see Trump, like, where's, everyone's dunking on him, and I get it, because we like Ukraine or whatever, for swinging his dick around when it came to Ukraine. Why can't Biden do that? They totally could. Trump could be doing it as well. He could be going in front of the cameras with Netanyahu and saying, you don't have the cards. That's what he did to Zelensky, and they don't have the cards.
You think Kamala wanted to use the American military to kill Palestinians?
I mean, who else would they be killing?
No, I mean, none of them wanted to commit troops to this area.
You're telling me right now that you think Kamala Harris would have been inaugurated and then shortly after...
But we were committing way too much to help with the fucking Red Sea shit and the Houthis. Operation Prosperity Guardian, aka Operation Amazon Prime.
Shortly after being inaugurated, you think that Kamala Harris would have said, you know what, I would like to kick Palestinians out of Gaza permanently and do real estate development, have it be in American territory? You think she would have said that?
Hutch, they are literally doing ethnic cleansing in the West Bank the entire...
No, but she was like silent on the mass slaughter of... not silent, she was not completely silent, but largely, to be entirely accurate, largely silent on the mass slaughter of children. And the most she ever called for was a temporary ceasefire, not a permanent one.
Entire time under Obama.
Wait, why are you dodging that question?
Biden, like nobody has stood in their way.
Like if these were Ukrainians and Biden was willing to say what's happening in Ukraine is a genocide. Biden calls atrocities in Ukraine a genocide for the first time. So he's capable of doing this. He is capable of recognizing a spade for a spade, calling a spade. They did not want to do this towards Israel. We probably would not have done anything material to prevent it. Maybe a little more likely than Biden, though. Yeah, and people got excited because they were like, oh, but she snubbed Netanyahu and when he came to address Congress, and it was like, up. No, she didn't, because one, she met with him privately. And two, the only reason why she didn't go to that congressional address is because she already had like an existing conflict, and it had nothing to do, like she was meeting with some group that she had already been planned to meet with, if I remember correctly. And it wasn't because she didn't schedule that so she could like, as a cover to like diss him and not go to the congressional address. She didn't go because of that. And that was already on the books for her to go to anyway.
Hey, at all.
Why are you?
We love hopping on that hopium. I saw more hope from Walls because there was a video where they were like, somebody was like, oh, do you support like the release of the hostages or something like that? And he just like walked away from it. Like, I know he does, but he didn't want to get into like a prolonged conversation about it. And most Democrats would have just been like, oh yeah, all I care about is the hostages. That's it.
Are you dodging that question?
I'm not dodging that question. Yes, I do. Of course. Yes.
You think she would have said that?
I think she would definitely back the ethnic cleansing of Palestine 100%.
Okay, so you think that she
might be different. She might couch it in some like, hemming and hawing and pearl clutching and wringing of the hands. But the result, I don't think for Palestinians would be much different.
Yeah, I think you have to take that position, because if you were to acknowledge how absurdly like worse, like Donald Trump surprised all of us, because really nobody thought he was going to say like, let's annex Gaza and have it just be an American real estate project. He never even talked. He just fucking came up with that idea one day and all of a sudden said that, and that was just like 10,000 times worse than anything I expected. So I just find it absurd that you're sitting here at this point and you still won't.
Like, the difference between Democrats and Republicans on this issue is that Republicans will gleefully, openly, and enthusiastically aid Israel in their genocide and do whatever they want. Democrats will like hand-wring, quietly extract some like modest concessions, but largely are fine with the status quo, and the status quo is not good for Palestinians. Harris could have been better, but there is no solid evidence of it. I like to think she would have been a better than Biden, but that's just headcanon. No, I think there's the solid evidence is that Trump was willing to openly express these sorts of things, and Harris would never do that. So to me, that's already sufficient for solid evidence that she would have been better. But I asked this question to somebody who was in chat and they wouldn't answer it. I said, they were like, oh, but they're better for Palestinians or whatever. And I was like, okay, do you think Palestinians recognize a material or like difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump? And they would not answer that. And like, I don't mean to speak for Palestinians, but I think they wouldn't answer it because they know that the average Palestinian is doesn't really see a huge difference between those two people.
Recognize that Biden's Gaza-Israel policy was horrible, but Donald Trump is so much worse. It's so much worse, bro.
I think it's the exact same. I think they are literally like, they would have done the exact same. I don't think there's any
That's
reason
crazy,
to
man.
I think CINEMARXism is unwilling to admit that it would be not as terrible, not as disastrous under Harris and under Biden or under Trump, but he is not willing to admit that their positions are far closer than he'll say that they are.
But would have stepped in. There was no,
because they'll just gesture like, but she says she wants the two-state solution. But it's like, dude, every single American president has said that. They all say the same things. Two-state solution. We need to do negotiations. The settlements are an obstacle. They won't say they're illegal. They'll just say it's an obstacle.
no red lines for the Biden administration.
And they'll say Netanyahu is like not helping. That's like the best that you can hope for.
Like they pushed them. The Biden administration talked about like relocating the Palestinians from the very beginning.
Yep.
Relocating them.
I don't think he realizes this. I don't think most people do.
To avoid
right here
relocating them temporarily into a corridor in Egypt.
Okay.
Or moving them out of Rafah before Israel
would have been. You think that temporary? You believe?
Does he actually? Yeah. Does he actually believe that would have been temporary? You think Israel's going to let them come back? They were already expressing at that point, we want to occupy this place, and Biden was saying you can't occupy it, but they're still earmarking money to go towards their displacement. They wouldn't have been allowed to come back.
Believe that temporary line. You believe that line? Like, you think they would have that Israel would have let them in? Suddenly, Israel would have adopted a right of return and allowed them back in against their entire history of displacing.
Also, notice they weren't saying we can move them into the West Bank, where there's still some violence, but considerably less. They were saying, let's move them into different countries entirely. If this were really serious about, we need to just move them to areas away from the hostilities, they would have been saying we should move them to the West Bank. They weren't saying that. They were saying, let's get the West Bank out of there too.
People and not allowing them to be back in.
The Biden administration, for example, when there was that major,
like, you can only arrive at these positions if you take all these people at their words and like don't scrutinize their actions and compare it, you know,
offensive into Rafah
and see like, okay, does it actually, like, are they following through on the promises that they're making, and is that actually possible with Israel?
Israel proposed. They said that like
said it was a red line.
We got all of the Hamas people. Anyway. Are you aware of like what happened before Israel did that military offensive into Rafah?
Strapguard, do you know that October 7th happened? And it's like, yeah, are you aware of what happened before October 7th? These people languishing and fucking dying in under a blockade.
Do you have any idea what happened?
Like this is worse for his argument. This is far worse for his argument if they actually get into the history of the region.
Well, enlighten me.
The Biden administration pressured Israel to allow
okay.
Palestinian civilians, which was like 1.2 million packed into that tiny area. The original plan was for Israel to carry out that military operation.
Oh, this is also reminding me, like, Biden, way too late. This should be the start for, this should have been the policy already after decades. But the sanctions on like West Bank settlements or whatever, like that Biden did, Trump immediately reversed those. Harris probably wouldn't have done that. I say probably, but I don't think she would have reversed those.
With all those civilians,
not without them actually, you know, demonstrating some confidence building measure.
Still in that tiny area, pressured Israel to allow the Palestinian civilians, which was like 1.2 million packed into that tiny area. The original plan was for...
Yeah, it's like, does he realize how long they've been packed into that tiny little area? Because it didn't just start like a week before October 7th.
Israel to carry out that military operation with all those civilians still in that infrastructure, in that civilian area. And initially, Israel resisted it, but yes, they allowed the mass exodus of like 1 million Palestinians out of that
talking about
region before they did the
displacement as if it's a favor to the people it's
I
happening
know.
to.
Would it have been better to like keep them there?
But then they ended up bombing where they went anyway. That's the thing. This is such a small area. There's no safe zones, and to the extent that there were safe zones, they bombed them all. Why do you think they've bombed literally every single last fucking hospital? Why did they bomb libraries? Why did they bomb universities? Why did they bomb bakeries? Why did they bomb refugee camps? They will always say there's Hamas there. That's it.
My God, bro.
There were no safe zones for any of these people. That's why the tens of thousands of bodies piled up really fucking quickly.
No, seriously, would it
genocide? Actually, that's my stance.
I'm trying to give you an example of.
No, but you're
also there's like a secret third option, and it's called a ceasefire. It is called a ceasefire. You know, that thing that Anthony Blinken tweeted out and then deleted on October 7th. Or sorry, October 9th, my bad. Blinken deletes social media posts calling for Israel-Hamas ceasefire. State Department said 9 Americans have been killed so far in the Hamas attacks by Hamas. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken took to social media Sunday regarding Hamas's deadly strikes on Israel, but one post was taken down following some online backlash. Turkey's foreign minister Hakan Fidan and I spoke further on Hamas's terrorist attacks on Israel. I encouraged Turkey's advocacy for a ceasefire and the release of all hostages held by Hamas immediately, read Blinken's post on X, formerly Twitter, according to the New York Post. Pandemonium broke out over the internet while the post was up. The Biden administration is showing its true colors. Once Israel indicated it was going on offensive into Gaza, Blinken encouraged a ceasefire. And these people are psychos. I fucking hate Anthony Blinken. He was getting shit from the right for this. But it was possible to call for a ceasefire this early. He deleted it, though, because he caved to pressure.
Really saying a mass displacement is better than what mass genocide? Like, yeah, okay, they're both elements of genocide. Like, what are we doing here?
These are both elements of genocide. Yeah.
Yes, evacuating people out of a dense.
Let's not.
It's not an evacuation. It's an ethnic cleansing. It's not an evacuation.
Not forget that this is all done in the name of.
It's a forcible mass displacement based off of their ethnic background. It was done at the end of a gun. It wasn't voluntary. It was like, if you stay there, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna assume you're a combatant and kill you.
Ethno-nationalism. Like we are talking about an ethno-nationalist state that exists for there is only one result of ethno-nationalism. It's ethnic cleansing. You have to, if you have a demographic definition built into your fucking country, then yeah, you're gonna have to ethnically cleanse the population.
It's a death march, basically. I know, and it's insane to watch people think that this is a humanitarian gesture. It's like you're falling for like Likud and Zionist propaganda.
That's there in order to maintain that demographic definition.
I think Biden's Israel policy was shameful. I think it is. I think he was way too cozy with Netanyahu, way too lenient. He didn't exert enough influence, and I think that is a shameful event, that a shameful part of his track record. However, I do think that
that's the most he could criticism he could muster up. Jesus, man. I just don't get how people see this shit. It's like a genocide playing out right before your eyes. All these human rights organizations, report after report, documenting all of the horror that exists. And it's just like, oh, well, he didn't like pressure him enough. That like, what? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Kamala Harris would not have been nearly as bad as Donald Trump, who is going, well, there are no, like, let's not forget that Donald Trump is, you could argue.
It's just this like, the war is hell or whatever, but we gotta get Kamala in.
Is like the fucking,
it's and like, again, I'm fine with you gotta vote for Kamala Harris over Trump. I don't like the downplaying and I don't like the trivialization of it. And I don't like the fighting on like, it wasn't that bad.
It's a difference without like, I don't think there's any like point to that.
80%,
really
80.
How can you claim it's an ethno-state with the percentage of Israeli Arabs that exist? Oh my dude. This is the same argument as like, how can you say that you say that there's segregation and Jim Crow in the United States, but I'm going to point out that there's black people here. What? There's black people in the government. The difference between what Hutch refuses to admit and what CINEMARXism refuses to admit is that one person has the support of the institutional narrative. Yep. This is like, what he's outlining is completely uncontroversial, unfortunately.
80% of Gaza relies on humanitarian aid. And because the Biden administration successfully pressured Israel to allow aid into...
Again, why do they rely on humanitarian aid? Like, keep backing up.
Into the region. Aid got into the region.
Before Trump took office, man.
You are not recognizing the impact of allowing humanitarian aid into the region.
If it wasn't for Joe Biden, like
literally, yes,
totally, really fucking genocidal. And I'm telling you, it was a genocide because of Joe Biden. They were giving them the bombs that were dropped on fucking hospitals.
Shortly after October 7th, when Israel began their military operation in Gaza, the Biden administration went to Israel and they asked him, "What's your plan for humanitarian aid for civilians?" And Israel's response in the beginning was, "What do you mean? We're not going to let aid into the country. Are you crazy?" And the Biden administration told them, said, "This is not an option. If you want our support, you need to make efforts to allow aid into the region."
Okay. It's like, yeah, they hear a country express genocidal intentions that they intend to collectively punish and target the entire all Palestinians and the entire population of Gaza. And the response to that, instead of what we would do in any other circumstance, sweeping sanctions, any number of things, is, well, you can't do that. That's not nice. You need to let food in. Should we do that as opposed to, just let them? Yes, we should do that as opposed to just let them, but that's not the only option. We're not compelled to arm them to the teeth and cut blank checks to them. We don't have to do that. It's completely optional.
And it's true that there were times
that's ridiculous. What are you saying? We will facilitate your genocide if you let them eat a little bit. Like, what are you talking about?
Are you saying no humanitarian? Are you saying
because of this?
Are you saying no humanitarian aid is like no better or no worse?
No humanitarian aid. That's exactly what
he's just saying, that like this would never be like, could you imagine explaining that like with like Russia is like after like invading Ukraine is like, also we intend to starve them. Like we're gonna make it so they can't get electricity, fuel, like water, like the whole bit. And Biden's just like, can you not do that? You're killing the vibe.
You're minimizing it though. I just told you that the reason why humanitarian
sending them
you're minimizing it, Hutch.
Bombs dropped on their heads. What are you talking about?
You are missing.
What are you? I'm minimizing it.
Yes, you are. You're minimizing it. You're minimizing the impact of allowing humanitarian aid into Gaza. You're saying like, who cares? They were dropping bombs.
Okay. US says Palestinians should govern Gaza after war. This is November 8th, 2023, updated 2 years ago, aka when Biden was in office 2 whole years ago. Palestinians should govern Gaza once Israel ends its war against Hamas, the United States said on Wednesday, pushing back against Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's idea that Israel would be responsible for security indefinitely, aka a permanent occupation. Not that they weren't doing that already, but a proper one. Hamas gunmen from Gaza burst through the border to Israel on October 7th and killed 1,400 people. Israel says now a month later, Washington has begun discussing with Israeli and Arab leaders a future for the Gaza Strip without Hamas rule. So what this will go on to say, because it's locked because of this. On Monday, Netanyahu told ABC News that Israel will, for an indefinite period, quote unquote, have security responsibility of the enclave after the war. His comments appeared at odds with U.S. officials who say Israel does not want to administer Gaza post-Hamas. Quote, I think Israel will, for an indefinite period, will have the overall security responsibility because we've seen what happens when we don't have that. Security responsibility, Netanyahu said. Israeli officials have since tried to clarify that they do not intend to occupy Gaza after the war, but they have yet to articulate how they might ensure security without maintaining a military presence. Israel withdrew its forces from Gaza in 2005. Of course, that's not true. If you control the airspace, if you control what goes in and out, if you control the movement of those people, you are still the occupying power. It does not matter that you have withdrawn to the perimeter. You are still the occupying power. The UN recognizes this, and they were talking about this already. This is like what Bibi Netanyahu is saying now is like nothing new. He's literally been saying it for like 2 years.
That's what you're saying. Yes, and I think that's
you're right. We should really thank Joe Biden that whenever those babies.
The other thing that they're not talking about is that it got so bad, the United States started airdropping in aid, which ended up killing Palestinians because it fell on people and killed them. We only do that usually in hostile areas, not for allies.
Babies were exploded. At least they had a full belly. That's like really, really great. Thank you, Joe Biden. I know you sent the bombs, but at least they had some food before they died.
I think that's an interesting way to summarize my point.
This is why they probably should have gotten into it a little bit more than this, because if you're just a little bit more, because the whole let's agree to disagree on whether or not it's genocide, but then talk about these other things that are germane to that point of contention. It's like neither. You guys are just going to talk past each other because you have a fundamental difference in how you look at the conflict. So you need to hash that out more. Of course, it's not going to promote understanding of one another's positions.
That's not my point. My point was that
you just did to me, though. You were like I'm sitting here saying that no genocide is acceptable, that supporting an ethno-nationalist state is wrong on principle. We should be opposed to ethno-nationalism on principle. Okay? That we should be opposed to that on principle. But any fucking liberal democracy should oppose this on principle. And it's like you're saying that Joe Biden is actually good because he allowed aid in.
That's not what I said.
Donald Trump has been pressuring the Israeli government to allow aid in on principle. And it's like you're saying that Joe Biden is actually good because he allowed aid in.
That's not what I said.
Donald Trump has been pressuring the Israeli government to allow aid in too. Like they've been literally
that must be a new development.
3 days of news coming out of Israel.
Must be a new development.
It's brand new, but it doesn't make a difference. They've been genocide. Man.
They've been blocking aid for weeks now. For weeks, and I guess
it's not just weeks.
If people in Gaza don't get food in the next 24 hours or 48 hours, 14,000 babies are going to die from starvation.
It's a fucking catastrophe. Yeah.
Right.
So I would prefer
the Joe Biden administration
again, entirely man-made, entirely preventable. It's not this natural thing. It's not like a natural catastrophe. It is entirely man-made. It could be changed.
Supported that 100% until they left office, and then they handed all that over directly to Trump.
What do you mean they supported starving kids? Like I just told you, they are the reason why Israel allowed aid into the country in the first place. And when Donald Trump won,
no, like you said, they supported them having full bellies and having their fucking bombs dropped on their head.
Clearly, Israel thought that they didn't have to worry about the same pressure. And so that's what they did. They stopped aid going into that country. And we are now on the precipice of a real catastrophe. Because they just blocked that aid.
Do you understand how people find you kind of distasteful when you talk about this?
Probably not.
The point I'm making is I think
I know you see the
what is it? I need to find the article that this is a part of, but I saw this yesterday. Incredible that Netanyahu makes it clear that mass starvation would be his ideal, but sadly the people who send him weapons are squeamish about it. Netanyahu had made a surprise announcement late Sunday saying he had authorized a basic quantity of food, end quote, to enter Gaza at the recommendation of the military. Then on Monday, he said that he made the decision under pressure from Israel's allies, including the US, whose politicians he described as not being able to, quote, handle pictures of mass starvation. So you can point to these same successes under Trump. Oh, look, they're getting aid in. Does that make him worthy of praise? No. I don't think you should have seen I don't think you would have seen the events of the last couple of days without our engagement and the engagement of others, Rubio said, referring to Israel's move to allow food to enter Gaza. Like, this is what, if we're being consistent, why isn't Hutch praising this? Because it's invalidated by the comments. If you think the comments about turning Gaza into a fucking real estate development enterprise or whatever is bad, wait till I tell you that Joe Biden helped them, you know, drop bombs and make that plan possible.
The hate and stuff on Twitter and stuff, but like, do you understand why people feel that way?
I think that people have a very absolutist view of the world, and they think that
against genocide, people are absolutely against genocide.
Yes, people. Yes, people have red lines, and sometimes yes, that includes genocide. That's my absolutism. That's my purity testing leftism. That's my brand of it.
It's not that. It's about outcomes. I'm talking about outcomes, measuring this outcome versus that outcome. And sometimes that's a difference between
genocide was unavoidable. There's no option that
who is saying that? So sometimes that means you have a choice between a good outcome and a bad outcome, and sometimes it means you have a choice between a bad outcome and a worse outcome. And I think in either of those cases,
this was avoidable. Yeah, people absolutely cannot survive on 250 calories a day, even if Biden enables that aid. And it's like, if I just go back, like, Reuters, like 2023, surviving on 2 pieces of bread a day. This was November 3rd, 2023. November 4th, 2023. Like, I can't look into this or whatever, but no. Let me in, please. Average Gazan living on 2 pieces of bread a day. This was November 4th, 2023. And if somebody doesn't trust business standard, Reuters is reporting the same thing, surviving on 1 or 2 pieces of bread per day. That was according to the UN. That was in November of 2023.
you need to make a choice and choose the better outcome, even if it's a bad outcome.
And I guess I would show that to Hutch and he'd be like, well, 2 pieces is better than 0 pieces. You absolutist.
I'd love to make a better choice. I genuinely listened. I waited. I was praying. I advocated. I protested Biden. I was waiting for them to change and make that a better like choice that we could have made. Unfortunately, the decision of the campaign was to double down on most lethal military, having Liz Cheney come out and making it very clear that they were going to continue American imperialism.
The most lethal military is Kamala Harris getting on the fucking DNC stage and giving her address and being like, we're going to have the most lethal military or whatever.
Would you rather have a...
They made that very clear. They went to great lengths to make sure that everybody understood that they were going to continue American imperialism, continue the things that we were standing against.
Would you rather America have no military, just out of curiosity?
What the fuck is this question, dude?
Oh my God.
You're complaining that she said we want a more lethal military.
It's just... I cannot believe he's accusing this guy of talking in absolutes when he follows up that with, oh, so you just don't want there to be any military, huh? What? Insane. Insane. It's either this or no military. Only options I see.
Biden, I was waiting for them to change and make that a better like choice that we could have made. Unfortunately, the decision of the campaign was to double down on...
I'm waiting for him to ask him to condemn Hamas and ask what should Israel have done.
Most lethal military, having Liz Cheney come out and making it very clear that they were going to continue American imperialism.
Would you rather have a...
They made that very clear. They went to great lengths to make sure that everybody understood that they were going to continue American imperialism, continue the things that we were standing against.
Would you rather America have no military, just out of curiosity?
Nice. Just
what
out
the
of
fuck
curiosity.
is this question, dude?
You're complaining that she said we want a more lethal military. So what is your preference?
Oh my God! Do you think that that's like a good a thing that America should be proud of? Like American foreign policy and imperialism is something that we should be like actively defending.
I don't think we should be like invading
the world. Is something that we should be like really like
I don't think we should be
super behind and proud of that.
I don't think we should be invading countries if that's what you mean. But I don't mind that we have a powerful military. No.
Yeah, well, I mind it. Mind is an understatement.
So you disagree with what the military does, but you still think like the military is... I don't...
It's a case by case. So like I disagree with like the first, like the second...
The military does.
Well, the military does a lot of things. It's a pretty complex situation. We have bases in all over the world. Like it's not like we're doing just one.
Yeah, and if you ask the Pentagon how many bases, they literally would not be able to tell you as much. How do I know this? I can't think of the fucking author's name. Excerpts from a book I was reading. The author literally asked the Pentagon, and they couldn't give him a straight answer because they didn't know.
And you think that's a good thing?
Sure, why not?
Why not?
Like, should I be upset that that the U.S. military has a base in Germany? Like,
why do we need this like global presence in this way?
Are we doing imperialism there?
I mean, yeah, kind of, for sure.
There are
also a lot more places other than that we should, that we have.
Should I be upset that we have like a base in like Somalia?
Yes.
Why?
Because how does Somalia affect the safety of American civilians?
We cooperate with the Somali.
What's the point of?
It's more complicated.
Why would we have that there? Can you justify it being there?
We cooperate with the Somali government to help them fight groups like Al-Shabaab.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With the collaboration.
And it's like at that point, it's like, should we be there unilaterally? No, it's like it's a matter of like, is our presence wanted there? Are we cooperating? Like, what is the purpose? Well, like, why are we there? But even though he said it was a case-by-case basis, the default that he kind of assumes is that like we ought to be there for sure, and then it's on you to prove that we shouldn't be, instead of it being the other way around.
Version of the IMF, which goes into these countries and ruins their economies, right? Like it offers them incredibly exploitative loans and dictates their economic policy inside of the city, inside of the countries.
I mean, there's a lot of countries all over the world right now that are experiencing some really positive economic growth that's lifting a lot of people out of poverty. I think that's a good thing.
Like which ones?
Africa's doing a lot of like, I can't listen. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert on
Belt and Road Initiative. What?
Yes, but
what is he talking about?
We have a lot of like good relationships.
You don't have to be an expert. I feel like.
I like how he asked this question to pull the debate around the Gaza aid.
In general, the thing you're saying is like the U.S. military's presence worldwide is like a net positive, which I think is a wild thing to argue.
Well, I mean, like, if we want to get into the history of the United States military, obviously there's some shitty grades that we can go over, some really horrible things that we've done. But as it stands right now, like, I kind of like the fact that we're not currently invading a country like Iraq. And if we have partnerships, strategic partnerships with countries that want us to have a military presence there.
We are bombing Yemen currently. Like, what do you?
Well, I mean, I can't speak to those like military operations that Trump is going with, but the Houthis
Why does
he
think this is only like a Trump thing? Why does he not acknowledge that there is a foreign policy consensus between both parties? You have people like Jared Moskowitz going on Fox News and being praised about, oh, look, a moment of bipartisan consensus because he was Trump tore up the Iran deal in his first term. And now the new terms of agreement is that they don't even want to be able to allow them to enrich uranium for domestic reasons. That was a provision that was allowed in the Iran deal that he tore up. And now we're trying to move it to, no, they shouldn't even be allowed to do that. Like trying to extract, like that was already insane that passed. And now it's like Trump's plan is going to be even more intense. It's like, they're never going to fucking agree to that.
Engaged in, listen, it's been really nice talking to you, buddy. I'm very tired. I've been streaming for a really long time.
Okay.
I don't know how far, I just feel like we're kind of treading the same ground here. And so
yeah.
I don't want to.
Fine. I mean, it's okay. Hutch, the one thing I would say to leave you with is like, I think you should try to think about what that line is for you in fascism and like.
What I don't get is that Hutch went on Twitter and he said that he called this guy an authoritarianism or something like that, and that he obviously got mad. Now I've listened to the whole conversation and I do not know what overtures to authoritarianism he made. If anything, he made the opposite. He is literally talking about ceding power globally. He is talking about the fact that he wants to work outside of the Democratic Party, which is that's going to get you nowhere. 40 minutes left. No, I don't think they keep going. I think Hutch just talks to his chat.
And try to think of like what kind of protection you would want, right? Because I actually do think we're in a pretty scary moment, especially with people like making content on the internet and sharing our political thoughts and shit like that, and building power outside of electoralism is really, really important. That's how we're going to protect each other. And so
I similarly want you to think about the fact, like, I would love to team up with you to make sure that Republicans don't get more power. I think that would be so great if people like you and me could build a coalition, a reliable voting bloc to oppose these people.
I agree. That's why Democrats shouldn't be so hostile to the left. It would make them stop entertaining ideas of doing like these third parties that are probably not going to work if you don't first get in like ranked choice voting and the elimination of the Electoral College. I agree.
To stop these really bad outcomes from happening. And I would like you to consider that.
By voting blue, right?
We can work together about like, we can figure out like, you know, which candidates we want to support and you know, maybe we can get a progressive over here. Like, I would love to like work all the details out with you.
Okay.
But generally, by,
I mean, I've been really plugged in. I've been working on like a lot of like, I'm pretty plugged in on LA local politics. So, you know, maybe there's somebody you can have on your stream or something that I can plug in with.
I do want to say I appreciate the fact that like, obviously we disagreed, but I like that this conversation didn't devolve into a total shit show. I appreciate you making the effort to be cordial and respectful. And yeah, that actually matters. So I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you're not accountable to me, man. That's what it is at the end of the day, you know? If it was a good friend of mine talking like you, I probably would have been a little bit more aggressive, but I know you don't give a fuck what I think, you know what I mean? You're not accountable to me. So I don't think it's like something that I need to be like scolding you about, you know?
Okay, man. Well, it was good talking to you.
Why is this passive aggressive? I think he's just being straightforward. What a cock, what a cunt. I don't know.
Yeah, take care.
Hutch literally said the same thing. He's like shocked, but we just watched when he said to his chat, reacting to his appearance on Crystal Kyle and Friends, that he was like, oh, in the interest of like promoting a positive and facilitating a useful discussion, I held my tongue a lot, but here I'm going to be more candid. I'm going to be more candid with it, you know, or like with my disagreements and like what I thought was stupid. And he was like tearing into Kyle or whatever, but it's like, okay, so he said out loud the thing that you were thinking internally when you were disagreeing with Crystal and Kyle, but you couldn't bring yourself to say because you knew it was like forward.
God damn it.
Okay, that is quite enough of that. Quite enough of that. How long have we been going? 8.5 hours? Only 8.5 hours. Let's see. Ooh. Since I got 18 viewers, who isn't anyone live? Let's see. Maybe raid one, but Riverboat, is Riverboat Jack live on Twitch? Let's see. Yes, she is. Woo.
If you've enjoyed that, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on.
Okay. All right. I love you guys. I am so grateful that you guys spent the day with me or any part of your day with me. So if you're not already following me on Twitch, please go ahead and do so. You can also subscribe since I'm an affiliate. If you haven't subscribed to me on YouTube, you definitely should be doing that. You should like my stream. You should turn on the notifications so you know when I go live from YouTube. And if you want to support me, you can always go ahead and follow the donation link pinned in chat, my Streamlabs link, or check out my YouTube description. But until then, have fun with Riverboat Jack. Let's see. There we go. All right. Bye, guys. Woo.